Heyo everybody, what's up? Tom here, back at you with another video. And you know the build by now if you're a follower of my channel. I've been running the same build since the beginning of the league. And yeah, it's popping off now. I'm juicing T15s. So I haven't started juicing T16s yet. But I am running T15s with 3 tablets, 6 mods, and with an atlas tree like this. So that's my atlas tree. Still got a way to go on the bosses. But we're gonna get through it. Real quick, I am running Constricted Command and Rondel of Fragility and Fury of the King. If you know what those are. Ooh, I gotta dump my shit here.
This was made by a skilled artisan. This piece has an iconic history.
Yeah, well, it's not worth shit. It's gonna be a chant shard for us. Just throw it in. We're just dumping everything right now. You know what I've also got to do is run the ritual boss so I can buff that again. Actually, that makes more sense for me to do than running Atziri. Let me go run the ritual boss. And then I'll come back and do this. I think I have enough. I should have checked before I left, but I almost certainly do. I have like 27. Oh yeah, okay. I need 100. No, I already have some in my in my map device. 80. All right, I would like to tag something here. I think I'm gonna just absolutely destroy this thing. I know my thing says running Atziri, but I just realized I still have to do this because I'm running Ritual. I need to have the
Enough! I count it. Keep running. Hungry?
So this is tier 2 of Ritual Boss. King in the Mist, I believe is his name.
A cowardly trick. It won't save you.
Woo!
The Wildwood's power.
That was sketch. Get wrecked.
Why do you hate us for wanting
Get wrecked, son. Alright, so that's taken care of. That's going to improve our mapping. In fact, why don't I just allocate that right now? Hey, what's up, Chloe? How you doing? Deferring favors at rituals in your maps costs 50% reduced tribute. That's good. That's what we're gonna do. Hell yeah. Alright, so that's taken care of. Yeah, I do hella damage. Alright, let's put this stuff away. Now we're gonna go run temple. Triangle. Let's go see. Click around here and see what happens. Alright, commander's room. Okay. Fucking dogs are barking. Alright, so this bumps up that guy. Oh, I want to connect here. Oh. Wait, that connects? I'm worried that if I use this, it's going to be a bug. Wait a second. We got Atziri right here. All right. Okay. We're about to see the world first time that I do it at Atziri. Alright. So I suppose if I put this here, then this will buff that one as well, right? This doesn't... I thought this buffs this. Okay, apparently not. I wish you could not put rooms in and save them. I feel like I'm not getting anything good here. Oh, well, I guess I'm getting it at level 2 in various places. Alright, let's see what this snake is. I feel like, yeah, just do that. Fuck it. Why does it always give me the wrong shaped pieces? Alright, let's do that. Jesus, shit's annoying.
The walls won't hold to one shape.
Oh, won't they? I'm excited for this boss fight, although I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna zerg her down right away. Oh wait, these guys are doing damage.
Meat creature! Corruption runs deep, even here. Feel my wrath! Corruption leaves nothing unchanged.
Visitors! Creature!
Exile, do not spare. Flaming glory. Ah, I feel no pain.
This medallion's rather beautiful.
Fear will best you. Exile, do not spare. Flaming glory. Witch creature! Inib! No further. Ah, I feel no pain. Enough!
Perhaps you will be a regretful fact.
This medallion's rather beautiful.
Fear will best you! can't it? Enough! Weak creature!
No place for visitors. You are not worth my time.
Steel yourself!
This tome has drawings that look just like this room.
Tome? What tome?
This one. I found it in our explorations.
That's the Atziri. How do you have that? It's forbidden knowledge. Everything in there is too volatile or dangerous to use.
It's a bit late to worry about that, isn't it? When fortune smiles, shake her hand, I always say.
Fine. Use it we shall. What does it say?
It seems 2 high priests must give a sacrifice of living blood. The medallion should then unlock the royal chambers.
Step forward with me. I am possessed by a peculiar notion.
Oh, Dorian, your weakness shall mean your end. Come, if you must.
It worked! But why?
If I survive this, we'll speak on it later. Now, we must face my queen.
Understood. Good luck, you two.
Get out of our way.
This is it. Her chambers. We're not too late.
At last, the seat of Atziri's madness.
Atziri, should you proceed, this means the doom of the Val.
To doubt your queen, to defy her. I never expected it of you, my most loyal pet.
I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do. It adores me. Come now, give unto me your desire. At last, fulfill my soul.
I will hold back her legions. Whatever it takes, do not let her leave.
Come here!
I am
No more!
forever. You dare defile a queen? Enough of this! They don't understand our connection. They could never understand. I am eternal. I will have eternity. I long for it.
I need more time.
You disgusting dog! Ochiti is mine!
Kill her, quickly!
Take me, Ochiti! I am yours! Give me eternity!
Atziri has bewitched many, but not
This is how it happens. We must get out of here. Go. Back to the portal. Come on, hurry!
Her riches outlasted her reign.
a just reward.
I cannot believe it. Damn it all! We must not give up. Perhaps if we acted differently. We must try again. I bought us time by destroying the mirror, but not much. We must leave while we still can.
Why would you destroy a mirror, Doriani? What are you thinking?
news for you. What's new? What's new? Someone is bound to buy that.
Go on. Speak. Indeed.
Can I help? I'll post it right away. Let's see if there are any takers.
Oh, shit. You guys couldn't hear anything I was saying. I'm just rolling here. So this one, I'm gonna sell. This one I'm gonna run. This one I'm gonna run. I wonder what this sells for. 36 magic, like 52 rare monster. Yeah. Okay. So now, but we're not done yet. Now we get to exalt these. Temporal chains. Nice. This is juicy now. This is a nice map right here. Bottom left. Okay. Alright, so what is this worth? Item rarity and rare monsters. 40 exalt. Like, do I want to run that, or do I want to just sell it? I think I don't have the rarity on my character to really be able to run it. I think I should sell it. How about this? 77 rare monster, 14 pack size. Eh. No. Oh, 20 exalt, yeah. I could probably just sell this for 20 exalt. Chilled ground. All right, so
Hail. Is that a good price for that? I have no idea. Someone is bound to buy that. I'm sure someone will want that. Hail. You've got some goods in.
I have a buyer.
Ooh, did I undercharge for that? That guy came way too quick. But it's so worth it, though. And tablets, I think, are even better. Because you just transmute AUG, and then if any of those have good mods, then you regal it, and if they don't have good mods, then you alch it. You know, and then from there, you just look for the ones that have rarity on it, and then you roll those. That might be my new moneymaker. I hope nobody makes a video on that.
Honored ancestors. Rattle!
The universe's expanding was discovered by Hubble, and quantum physics pretty comfortably predates general relativity, having begun its formulation in 1900 with Planck and getting its next boost from Einstein himself with his 1905 paper on the photoelectric effect, while general relativity was published in 1916. Look, I know none of this is that big a deal, but can't you guys pay a physics graduate student to write this teleprompter feed for $50 an hour? They need the money. The point is, do better.
Today, the biggest brains on the planet are at loggerheads over what this all means and where science goes next. Are there multiple universes? Do we live in a Matrix-style simulation? Could there be an intelligent designer?
Yes, Pierce, all the top minds in theoretical physics are fixating predominantly on those three vacuous pop-sci topics / religious propaganda rather than actual theoretical physics. I keep forgetting that midwits like Pierce genuinely believe the theoretical physicists are sitting in a room talking about multiverses and Matrix movies all day long.
For this special uncensored debate, I'm joined by two scientists with very different answers to the very big question. Sean Carroll, Professor of Physics and Philosophy at Johns Hopkins University. He hosts his own podcast, Mindscape, and draws audiences of millions elsewhere. Dr. Eric Weinstein is a Harvard-educated mathematician. His appearances on the Joe Rogan show alone have been viewed 26 million times. He's a regular guest on Uncensored.
The discrepancy in these introductions should give everyone whiplash. He referred to both of these men as scientists, then going on to describe Sean's resume as a working physicist, while for Eric we get a statistic about the number of Joe Rogan views he's gotten. H-index versus podcast downloads, the two most relevant metrics for determining the influence of a scholar, everybody.
And despite both being scientific podcasting rock stars, Dr. Weinstein and Professor Carroll have never actually appeared together until now.
Dun dun dun. Eric talks shit about Sean all the time, even more than most other establishment shills. Yes? So there's a little bit of baggage that goes along with this pairing. I wonder how it'll play out.
What is your main bone of contention with Eric Weinstein?
You should probably ask Eric that. I mean, I'm a working physicist. I am a professor in the physics department. I write physics papers. I have found myself in the awkward and unenviable position of defending the establishment heterodoxy. Like, it's never what I imagined I would be doing, but there's good reasons why the heterodoxy is the heterodoxy. So I think that academic physics, even though I'm happy to disagree with certain choices they make about what to work on and what emphasis to put on there, is working in good faith. I think that we're trying our best to understand the universe at a deep level.
Of course, what Sean said is absolutely accurate, quite well articulated, and also demonstrative of the precise reason that this contention between Sean and Eric exists. Sean and his colleagues are scientists who do legitimate science to push the boundary of human knowledge. Eric, the not a scientist, gets paid to pretend scientists don't do that, and to go on huge podcasts to spew a bunch of horseshit and convince the general public that scientists don't do that. This generates public outrage against working scientists for no reason whatsoever, causing those in their ranks that are good with public speaking to push back. Anyway, Sean then offers some solid explanatory bits about what string theory is and how it got started, but we're here for the Eric beef, so let's skip ahead.
I think that Sean and I probably agree almost completely on everything until 1972. Then you have the first really serious situation where a mysterious term is not only introduced into our common vocabulary called quantum gravity, but it takes over as a fictitious history that the central problem of theoretical physics is the quantization of gravity.
Well, we have very successful quantum field theories for 3 of the 4 fundamental forces in QED, QCD, and electroweak theory, so it would make a lot of sense to go for that last one, don't you think, Eric? But sure, just point at the current frontier of the field and scoff at it as though you know better.
The first problem that Sean and I will find ourselves at loggerheads over is that I think that making quantum gravity the holy grail of theoretical physics, which is repeated and perseverated ad nauseum, is a terrible crime.
And what is quantum gravity? Again, for those who are not as au fait with this as you guys, what is quantum gravity?
If I may, so there's a standard story that you'll hear, more or less. Sean is a part of a group of about 5 people who do most of the communication of theoretical physics to the American public.
It's just never a straight answer out of this guy. Piers wants to know what quantum gravity is, and Eric starts describing some kind of weird physics communication mafia that doesn't exist. Anyone can be a science communicator, Eric. You could be one too if you valued public service. You have a huge platform and understand physics, so this is a really weird thing to whine about.
We have 2 theories that are bedrock reality. We have one called the Standard Model, which covers 3 out of 4 forces, the non-gravitational ones and all of the matter that we see in the universe, as well as something called the Higgs field and maybe some other fields as well. In the other theory, we have Einstein's theory of gravity, which was put into relatively final form before 1920, maybe by 1917. And then the claim is that the incompatibility between the 2 of them is that one of them is a quantum theory, that is the Standard Model of the nuclear forces, electromagnetism, is a quantum theory, whereas Einstein's gravitational theory, general relativity, has resisted quantization. And then, as the trope goes, that incompatibility must be resolved by forcing the children of Einstein to submit to the will of the children of Bohr.
This isn't some empty claim, Eric. It's not some imaginary ideological incompatibility. They're mathematically incompatible. Discrete quanta versus continuous spacetime. People are working on reconciling them. It's hard. Since you can't do it and have never tried, maybe stop undermining the smarter, harder working people who are trying. Oh, you're just gonna act like a smug douche and slather your rhetoric with bizarre metaphors like children of Einstein versus children of Bohr?
Well, it depends what you're trying to do. I mean, I can tell you why the lead tweet in my Twitter feed is assume a traversable cosmos. If Einstein is left in force, my claim is that there are only 2 rocks that Elon's chemical rockets can get us to, and that we have allowed ourselves to fall into the misunderstanding of Einstein's theory as the map of gravity rather than the territory of where we actually live. I don't think we live in space-time at all.
Scientists are dumb and wrong. Elon will save us by taking us to other planets. We don't even live in space-time. Eric is filling up everyone's anti-intellectual bingo card pretty quick with this rant.
I would say I am the only person in Generation X to have actually been present in the room when everything shifted towards string theory, which happened in 1983 at the University of Pennsylvania, when a fellow named Edward Witten gave the first lecture that I think he ever did publicly on string theory. And his will and his mind were so powerful and his influence so completely commanding that the entire sociology of the field turned on a dime.
Reducing an entire subfield of physics down to one person clinging dogmatically to their own contributions while painting himself as somehow being at the epicenter of the history of physics. So rarely do we see such delusions of grandeur regarding the very edifice that these charlatans seek to destroy. Eric in a nutshell.
And what I claim is that Sean and I probably aren't that divided even on the mathematics of string theory. Where we are bitterly divided is that I believe that Sean thinks that the system works pretty well. I would say he's part of the 2 cheers for the institutions, meaning that he has a to be sure paragraph saying that the institutions undoubtedly have their problems and he wishes things could be done better, whereas I see an absolute collapse in the ethics, efficacy, productivity of this at our deepest levels.
Oh, of course you wouldn't be in disagreement about the mathematics, otherwise you would be challenged to refute the mathematics of string theory, which you definitely can't do. It's more about this bullshit narrative regarding universities being useless indoctrination camps rife with moral bankruptcy that waste taxpayer dollars on satanic rituals and human sacrifice. That's the juicy stuff anyway.
If you think about the impact of physics, more or less the story of physics is the story of the world economy in the modern era. And we will be trapped here almost certainly unless you go in for science fiction tropes where we will not be able to get out of the solar system and the moon and the Mars will be our only diversification.
I love watching Sean roll his eyes, wondering when this asshole is going to shut up. The story of physics is the story of the world economy? Oh right, economics is the other thing Eric pretends to understand. And if we don't stop the evil string theorists from hijacking physics, the global economy is going to tank, and Elon will have to bring us all to Mars. Does Eric think that people still take him seriously? Because this is fucking painful. After a full 5 minutes of rambling like a maniac, it's time to throw it back to Sean.
My takeaway from that, and was brilliantly articulated, Sean, is that basically you are going to be responsible for the end of civilization as we know it.
Apparently, yeah, I didn't know, but now the weight is bearing down on my shoulders. Look, the story Eric just told is a kind of wacky and wildly misleading history of physics in the last 50 or 60 years. The idea of quantum gravity is a very natural one because the world runs by the rules of quantum mechanics as far as we know. This is the International Year of Quantum because it's the 100th anniversary of really figuring out how quantum mechanics works. And the thing about quantum mechanics is it's not a theory by itself. It's a framework in which you can do theories, in contrast with classical mechanics from Isaac Newton that came before it. And gravity, our best current theory of gravity from Einstein, the theory of general relativity, is a thoroughgoingly classical theory. Certainly the default expectation is that someday we will better understand gravity at the quantum level. You don't have to think that because you don't have to think anything. You're welcome to come up with better theories. But again, that's the default expectation. If you have a different point of view, there's a certain burden of proof to convince people that it's interesting to contemplate this other point of view.
Translation: do better physics than what physicists do, or shut the fuck up, Eric. Was that brilliantly articulated enough for you, Piers? Sean doesn't mince words and says Eric's story is wacky and wildly misleading, just in case anyone couldn't reach that conclusion on their own.
The very simple thing you do, if I can get just a little bit detailed for a second here, because people never hear this, and I think it's really, really important to understand why string theory is so popular. If you want to invent a new quantum mechanical theory of the world, the first thing you do is you ask yourself, if I have two particles and they come together and scatter, there's a probability that different things will happen. I'm going to make photons, I'm going to make electrons and positrons or whatever, and you calculate that probability. And the famous triumph of mid-20th century physics was to show that you can do that and get a finite answer. If you're sloppy about it, your answer turns out to be infinity and your theory is on the wrong track. Everything that we know about in the physical world has a nice finite answer in this quantum mechanical realm, except for gravity. Gravity doesn't fit. And indeed, it was recognized pretty quickly that there was a good reason why gravity doesn't fit, and it was almost impossible to imagine fitting gravity in, namely that gravity interacts with everything. Gravity interacts with photons, with electrons, with quarks, with whatever. And so when you do this scattering experiment, you do the calculation, everything in the universe contributes to the infinitely big answer that you don't want to get. Apparently, what you would need is some kind of miraculous cancellation between all the different contributions from all the different fields. And people looked at that and said, we have no idea how to make that happen. Let's not worry about quantum gravity. And then string theory comes along, and again, it wasn't even trying to be a theory of gravity, but when they do this calculation, the miraculous cancellation happens in string theory. You get a finite answer to what happens when you scatter different particles off of each other. That is right now the only theory in which that miraculous happening actually works.
I don't have much to comment here. I just wanted you all to hear that so you can hear what good science communication sounds like. While Eric blusters and exclusively tries to sound intelligent, Sean actually tries to convey information and nurture comprehension in the listener. Eric does his best to put on his bored face as though he's above all of this, even though he's really just a tourist in Sean's country. Sean has explained the reason for the popularity of string theory, despite the fact that it has not produced the revolutionary paradigm shift that some were hoping for. It's because it is, contrary to popular belief, a successful model in certain regards.
Many physicists instantly became interested in string theory and quantum gravity who were not before. But the reason they did is not because Ed Witten is a smart guy and he towers over the field. It's because there was a calculation that showed the theory is promising. Physicists are not sheep. If Ed Witten had said we should all work on this, but everyone else looked at it and thought it wasn't very promising, he would have been ignored.
But Sean, that doesn't support Eric's narrative that academics are brainless pawns pushing pointless theories for grant money. Are you sure that physicists are smart people who can think for themselves? I think Eric needs to weigh in here.
Your response?
Yeah, I just got completely misportrayed, and this is actually, I'm glad that this is happening, because this is sort of what happens when you tangle with the group of people who are supportive of this program.
Here we go. Here comes the goddamn victim complex. We all listened to you ramble for several minutes, Eric. We know what you said. Then we listened to Sean justifiably mock the precise things you definitely said. Instead of responding honestly, you're going to jump straight to the straw man accusations? Really?
The idea of forcing gravity to submit to the same quantization procedures that have been successfully applied to other forces and to matter has not worked. It has stagnated the field, and that quantum harmonization is far more important. You could also decide to geometrize the quantum rather than quantize gravity and thus quantize the geometry.
Nobody is forcing anything, Eric. People are trying things. Some people are trying to get a quantum field theory for gravity. Other people are trying other things. You're doing nothing but trying to sound intelligent on a podcast, and it's not working very well.
But what you just saw is an example of what is actually going catastrophically wrong in the field, that a dominant narrative that has been perseverated into an as-if reality has created two teams, a smart team that gets it and a dumb team that just doesn't. And that kind of toxic sociology is the true problem.
Okay, we're gonna get back to physics in a second, but a couple things real quick. First of all, what the fuck is going on with his eyes? I don't want to make fun of it if it's some medical condition or something, but this shit is bananas. He looks like a malfunctioning robot. Second, I like to imagine Eric setting up his computer for this interview and then going to get his guitar to place it in frame to try and look cool. Here's to hoping he busts it out a little later to show us his mad skills. Anyway, this smart team, dumb team thing is total horseshit. Nobody is forcing anybody to work on a particular subfield of theoretical physics. Everyone is open to new ideas, and this story is getting really old.
Eric, you've come up with an alternative theory of everything. It's based around geometric unity. The theory remains largely unpublished in peer-reviewed literature, has not yet been formally tested or widely accepted by the physics community. Now, because you're so smart about this stuff, your geometric unity paper is 69 pages long, extremely complex, way over my head. So we did what everyone in my position does these days. We went onto YouTube and saw if we could find anybody who'd analyzed it and had a conclusion. And we found this.
Thank you to Eric Weinstein. It's an avant-garde and creative theory. Kurt here, several months later. This has been so long in the making. Geez, you have no idea. Anyhow, I wanted to say that I mean what I just said. I may have said this before in the iceberg, and if I haven't, I should have because it bears repeating. I haven't seen a theory like this come from any single individual ever. Not one that's this fleshed out or has this amount of unexampled connections.
Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. I was on the fence about this Kurt guy, but this single-handedly proves he's a complete asshat. Geometric unity isn't fleshed out at all. In fact, it doesn't even qualify as a theory. And Piers, if you had looked around a little more thoroughly, you would have found my video where Tim Nguyen explains how GU is literally nothing. Or maybe you did find it and ignored it because it doesn't fit your narrative.
Why do you think that the mainstream physics world is not taking this seriously enough?
Well, first of all, I disagree. You see, part of what's going on is that Sean is part of a group of physics influencers who are constantly spreading misinformation, which leads to a climate of fear.
Oh shit, shots fired. The pointless podcaster just referred to Sean as a physics influencer and accused him of spreading misinformation. Eric now deserves all of the mockery that he will be receiving for the next half hour. You brought this on yourself, moron. Remember that.
I, for example, found the following quote of Sean: "What I really, really want to get across to the audience is that nobody in physics departments is discussing this with other people in physics departments." Now, I don't happen to be coming to you from a physics department at the moment, but I happen to be on a 5-day visit to a leading physics department. And in this situation, I just had a 9-hour conversation and talk, with 3 hours or 4 hours rather of that being an explication of geometric unity.
Yeah, nobody in academia cares about your fake physics pretend times, Eric, and this little made-up story isn't going to change that.
He then goes into this thing that there is no crisis in theoretical physics. And as one of my physics colleagues said last night, the first rule of Physics Fight Club is don't talk about the problems with Physics Fight Club.
Eric's always got an imaginary friend and a cute little quip. Too bad that doesn't turn his fake theory into real science, huh?
The idea is that a small number of people who are either at the top of the physics influencer pile, which is where I would put Sean, or at the top of the prestige pile in research, have held a view that is completely at odds with reality, whose key feature is the exclusion of different perspectives.
A little bonus shade being thrown at Sean by putting him in the influencer camp to the exclusion of the prestige and research camp. Eric, Sean works at Johns Hopkins, previously at Caltech, and is plenty influential. You whine into microphones for a living. Take it down a notch. And nobody is excluding different perspectives. They're excluding charlatans like you who cosplay as geniuses for the public while never having actually done any science.
So when, for example, I can tell, I probably can guess the AI, Pierce, from which you got the analysis of geometric unity. What you see is a very strange situation where a group of people go around attempting to throw shade on anyone who questions whether there's a massive problem in physics that everybody who's actually in the game can see with their own eyes.
Piers, it's an AI conspiracy. Everyone in physics can see there's a huge problem because Eric says so, and it's just the cabal of dishonest influencers like Sean who deny this obvious fact. Other people in the field are more open-minded, which of course makes it even more bizarre that absolutely nobody reputable takes Eric seriously. There's a lot of holes in your plot, bud.
If you take a Lorentzian metric as a section of a bundle of pointwise Lorentz metrics and pull back the positive Weyl spinners with suitable passing to maximal compact subgroup, you get one generation of Petit-Salam grand unified fermions. Now, that was very quick, but what it really just said is that general relativity knows the standard model.
He's like a teenager flexing a bunch of words he just learned to impress a cute girl at summer camp. Eric, everyone can immediately tell that you're speaking exclusively to sound intelligent. You are communicating literally nothing. Anyway, after 10 full minutes of bitching, moaning, and flexing, Eric finally decides he's talked enough, so Piers throws it over to Sean.
Sean Carroll.
Well, I find it very telling. I don't know, it makes me sad that you are looking for a second opinion about geometric unity and you go to YouTube and see what pops up. I don't think that's the standard to which we would like to aspire. There are professional physicists right there in your country who work on understanding quantum gravity, field theory, geometry at a deep level, and you could ask them what they think.
I like Sean's daddy mode. These toddlers need some scolding. Let's get some more of that.
I would like to let people out there know who might be working outside the academic physics community that it is 100% possible to have a good idea and have it have an impact on what physicists do. But it's not easy. You have to do a certain amount of work to show that your theory is worth the time, that it is respectable, that it is interesting, that it is promising. The first thing you got to do is make sure that your theory makes contact with modern physics as it is understood. If you have a new paper out, physicists are going to look at it. They're going to look for, where's the Lagrangian? Where's the interactions? Is the proton stable? Is there dark matter? Like, how does it fit into what I already know?
Those were all different levels of the stack, Sean.
Eric's paper has none of that.
Oh, this is the good stuff. Eric is just sitting there squirming, desperate to shut Sean up. But Sean sat quietly for 10 full minutes while Eric spewed his script, so he knows he has to play nice here, and Sean is already spitting fire. Eric's paper has nothing. It does not make contact with modern physics as it is understood. That it doesn't present anything innovative is a given, but it doesn't even say anything that's compatible with what we already know. It's truly nothing.
You would also ask, has the theory been shown to be viable in a very basic way? Is it stable? Is it free of anomalies? Is it finite in the sense of the quantum mechanical calculation that I already mentioned? Again, none of that is there. Are there any new predictions? Eric says, and completely correctly, string theory doesn't make any new predictions either. But also, I really don't want people to get the idea that string theory has some dominant picture. In my department at Johns Hopkins, we have... Let me just finish and then you can talk. I think it's a good system.
You can tell that Eric has gotten used to being the only person in the room who understands physics. He's not talking to Joe Rogan or Dave Rubin. For whatever reason, he agreed to talk to Sean Carroll, and he is severely regretting it as he desperately tries to push this freight train of humiliation off the rails. Sean says, "Shut your dumb mouth. This is what you deserve."
In my department at Johns Hopkins, we have 6 professors in the theoretical physics group. One of them does string theory, and even he only does it sort of half-time. I wish we had more, honestly. This is very typical. Even at the most stringy departments, it's maybe half.
But wait, Eric, the not-a-physicist, said string theory is the devil because it sucks a lot, and it's hogging all the funding in physics. You're telling me that Eric lied about that? Well, that's just shocking.
But he has given us no reason to think that it is a promising theory. I encourage other people who would like to have an impact on the research agenda of modern physics to take these easy steps rather than going on podcasts and talking about their victimization.
As Eric fumes silently, he's taken to whipping out his reading glasses and his phone. Maybe he's got some affirmations written down to keep his ego running while the world crashes down around him.
First of all, Sean has been nothing but civil throughout our relationship. He's also extremely nasty, but I really appreciate the civility.
Yeah, that makes sense. I have a buddy who's always quiet as a mouse. He's also the loudest person I know, but he's quiet as a mouse. It's totally possible for people to hold 2 completely antithetical qualities at all times. Eric, can you even pretend to be a normal person for 10 seconds?
This is not something that is going to be a thing. He also says that he hasn't read it. So let me say a bunch of things to Dr. Carroll. Dr. Carroll, I'd like to hear your explanation for 3 generations of flavor chiral fermions with the observed quantum numbers under the group SU3 cross SU2 cross U1.
I thought that inventing new forms of flight, innovating multiple areas, starting the being responsible for half of the AR/VR that's out there, that all of these things would be enough. And then having the wave conjugations to predict every potential harmonic node.
How can Terry be a fraud if all those things he says? Same here. Eric said words most people don't understand, so how is he not a genius? Eric is obviously smarter than Terry, but their behavior is identical, ranting to try and sound intelligent while deflecting from any attempt to present something of substance. Eric is just better at it.
I can give you an explanation for why SU3 cross SU2 cross U1, why there are 3 generations, why 16 particles in a generation, why the observed quantum numbers are the way they are. why the Higgs sector comes out of seemingly nowhere with a quartic potential with a quadratic term, why the Yukawa coupling is just there, just so in order to produce mass when the weak force forbids a mass directly in the Dirac operator.
Wow, can you really do all those things, Eric? Or are you bluffing because you know this can't possibly devolve into a back and forth about all the esoteric stuff you're listing, since peers will immediately change the subject? The facade is crumbling, kiddo.
Why Sean chooses to misportray the fact that I can say why there should be dark matter, what the dark energy is, what the exact quantum number assignments are for the two families that are luminous that have yet to be seen, I have no idea, because Sean also proudly says is that he hasn't looked at it, hasn't read it. That's why he says that there are no Lagrangians in it.
Are you sure he hasn't read it? It seems like it would have been a good idea for him to read it as a prerequisite for agreeing to this appearance. And Sean is a diligent, hard-working guy. Maybe we'll find out once Eric finally shuts up for a second.
Sean is insistent that the idea that somehow I am not choosing to go through the usual channels and instead talking as he is right now via YouTube is somehow significant when I've just given talks in 3 different countries on dark energy.
OMG, Eric, you've been to different countries? Then you must be telling the truth. Want to wrap up this little tantrum?
Which is at the moment going after Einstein's unwanted cosmological constant. That is not a constant. The dark energy is not a constant term. That is the only term that you can put into the Einstein field equations, because the Einsteinian curvature satisfies an automatic differential equation called divergence free. So if you have another term in the equation, it has to have the same property. There's only one known automatic equation, which is that the metric of Einstein that creates space-time is annihilated by its own Levi-Civita connection. And Sean, you're misrepresenting things, because I'm going to give a formula for the dark energy.
I know what dark energy is, okay, Sean? I know it. I'm the super genius who figured out a thing that would get me a Nobel Prize. I just can't write a paper about it or explain it in any concrete way, other than in super secret talks with totally real physicists in super cool places that definitely aren't made up in any way. Can you get off my back?
I do all sorts of things that you have no idea of, because your attitude, which you repeat in other podcasts, and I highly advise you to spend more time in your physics department and less time on YouTube, is that this is not a serious thing. Nobody's taking it seriously. And your misportrayal of the situation is nearly constant for reasons that completely elude me.
Fire up the projector, folks. Sean needs to get off YouTube and do more physics, said the not-a-physicist who doesn't do physics and only matters to his delusional science-illiterate fans on YouTube. But Eric is sticking with this angle. Sean hasn't read my paper, he doesn't know what's in it, and totally can't handle its awesomeness. And that's why he's misrepresenting it all over town. He's jealous of how smart and cool I am.
Sean?
The good news is I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here, right here. And it's worse than you would think. You know, it just very quickly, it starts off by saying the author is not a physicist and is no longer an active academician, but is an entertainer and host of a podcast. This work of entertainment is a draft work in progress, and it may not be built upon. So we're not allowed to think about Eric's theory and write a follow-up paper about it. In
you're very much allowed, Sean.
To everything that is normally done in scientific discourse. You hope that people build upon your theories. You don't try to prevent them.
Looking at the pure terror in Eric's eyes, it's hard to comprehend why he agreed to this. Was he counting on Sean being totally unprepared? That he could bully him and interrupt with his physics jargon performance art for a full hour? Sean read your fake paper, and now he's going to shit on it and teach you a lesson.
Then later on it says,
Sean,
this document is an attempt to begin recovering... I'm going to read this. This document is an attempt to begin recovering a rather more complete theory, which at this point is only partially remembered and stitched together from old computer files, notebooks, recordings, and the like, dating back to as far as 1983. And this is why this paper is not going to appear in the peer-reviewed literature. It's not serious. It's a dog ate my homework kind of thing. If you have a dark matter thing, if you have a dark matter prediction, if you have a dark energy prediction, I want to see a plot in the paper. I want to see redshift versus
Sean,
distance. I want to see a calculation of a relic abundance so I can figure out how much dark matter is supposed to be. If you do that, people will pay attention to the theory. It's very possible.
This is gold. For GU, Eric very obviously took an approach of, I had this awesome idea one time. I can't remember all of it, so if you think it sucks, it's because I can't remember the cool parts. But if you think it looks smart, then you're right, I'm super smart. That way, he can pretend it's revolutionary in front of non-physicists and hide behind its incomplete nature in front of physicists. The problem is, of course, that nobody's going to entertain this empty husk of an idea, even if what little was there had any merit to begin with, which of course it doesn't. Eric has the balls to claim that he's figured out dark energy, or whatever the fuck he said, and Sean says, where the shit did you do anything like that? This is physics. Show me data. Show me plots. Make a quantifiable prediction. There is literally no physics here. This is Eric's worst nightmare. The Emperor is shown to have no clothes live in real time. What's the reaction?
Sean,
You are nothing.
first of all, how dare you? Second of all, if you're going to go by the standards of the
How dare you, Sean? You said you hadn't read it. Now you've read it. I wanted to go the rest of my life having zero physicists ever read it so that I can complain until the day I die about physicists not taking me seriously because they're closed-minded jerk faces. Why would you read it just to expose my fraudulence?
No, Sean, how dare you cast shade and aspersions of the kind that I wouldn't seek to cast on you, but I will now.
Okay.
I'm not seeking your favor, nor do I need to seek your approval.
Eric, just talk like a normal fucking person. This isn't Victorian England. I would never have dared to cast such aspersions upon you, but you have left me no choice, good sir. A pox upon thee! A pox, I say!
As you know, you failed to gain tenure at the University of Chicago. You're not highly regarded in the field. And again, I'm only returning the shade in which you just yourself cast. I wouldn't have done this otherwise. You then spent time as a non-tenured faculty at Caltech, and you only gained tenure in a non-standard professorship. You're not a leading person in the field.
Hey, Eric, remind me what university you teach at? Oh, nowhere? Like ever? Remind me how many physics publications you have? Oh, none? Like ever? Maybe don't challenge people to dick measuring contests when you have a micropenis.
My belief structure about this is that you imagine that I'm coming to you saying, oh, Sean Carroll, tell me which graph I should do so that I can please you. As you know, because you've read the paper, what you said about Lagrangians is false. What you said about predictions is false. My concern is what you did is that you seized upon something where people have built on my ideas since 1994. The equations that Natty Seiberg and Ed Witten introduced that took over the world were called the insufficiently nonlinear equations when I was at Harvard in 1987 and introduced them.
You didn't introduce any equations, bud. Nobody built on anything you've ever done because you haven't done anything. You're just lying. You can't even write a real physics paper. And while this fiercer Sean is a huge upgrade, I'm afraid it's going to be a while until any scholars interrupt and manhandle frauds like Eric with the kind of relentless vigor you all know I'd like to see.
The question is why appear as an entertainer rather than as a physicist? First of all, neither you nor I are trained as physicists, Sean. You're actually trained as an astronomer.
Yeah, because it's not like astronomers have to use physics or anything. You're acting like he studied basket weaving. Also, there's this field called astrophysics. It would be weird to lump those two things together if they didn't mix, right?
Your intellectually insulting aspect reminds me of you as the Marie Antoinette of theoretical physics influencers. I'm not here to please you. You know that there are tables in the document that you're reading that have plenty of predictions. You know that it solves plenty of problems.
Actually, I'm pretty sure he just pointed out how none of those things are in there, so it's pretty weird for you to keep claiming they are. Sick burn with the Marie Antoinette thing, though. You're such a polymath, Eric.
You and a small cadre of people are like intellectual border collies of the physical sciences, casting shade and aspersions on those who are succeeding where the quantum gravity, string theoretic, and M-theoretic programs are failing.
So just telling everyone how much you're winning makes it true, eh, Eric?
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
The fact that you talk like you're in front of Joe Rogan while you're talking to Sean Carroll makes me think you actually have deluded yourself into thinking you're a super genius. It's pretty up there on the list of most pathetic things I've ever seen. Maybe work on writing something that isn't pointless before pretending you've revolutionized all of theoretical physics.
The paper is not giving us any reason to think that this approach is promising. There is no quantum mechanics in the paper. There's no attempt at showing that this solves any of the known problems of quantum gravity. Again, it's not just about Eric, it's about anyone. If you want to make an impact on the physics research community, you have to give them a reason to think that what you do is promising.
Sean reiterates that there's nothing in there, while Eric just scoffs and rolls his eyes, hoping that his earlier baseless assertions will suffice for a few people watching, and he can just slink away from any real physics-based confrontation.
Sean, you have a serious problem with dark energy that you're developing, and it's going to go right through having being a problem with lambda CDM to eventually being a problem with the Einstein field equations themselves, perched as they are atop the space of metrics as a completely inadequate space of field content. What you've just said and what the aspersion you have just cast, you are simply not qualified to say. What you have said is that I have given no reason. Let me imagine that that paper, which was a draft rushed to get to an April 1st date, remains in a world where Sam Altman and Elon Musk continue to compete for better and better AIs. What would you say if at some point those AIs then got to that paper and said, holy cow, that is exactly what we've been missing?
Yeah, Sean, blah, 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 some stuff to make me sound smart. You're somehow not qualified to critique me even though you're a real physicist and I'm not. My paper could have been better. I just rushed to get it out on April Fool's Day for no reason and haven't revised it since, even though that was 4 years ago. And imagine if super awesome future AI figures out that my paper kicks ass. One day I'll be rich and have a hot girlfriend and a flying car, and all you mean jocks will pay. You'll see.
As you well know, there was a revolution in the 1970s which said that we blew Hamiltonian analysis and that in fact every phase space carrying a symplectic form can be treated locally as if that symplectic form is the curvature of a line bundle, and the L2 sections of that line bundle form a Hilbert space, and the P and Q coordinate functions can be promoted to operators. It says that wine is what you get when you stop grape juice from becoming vinegar. You know all this stuff, and I know this stuff. We know the same people. We probably can work in the same notation. My guess is that if you and I got over whatever this bizarre tension is between us and buried the hatchet, my guess is that after 2 days you'd say, boy, I really just didn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah, if we got over this tension of you knowing that I'm a complete fraud who wrote a fake paper to boost my credibility among science-illiterate morons on the internet, you'd realize that you just didn't understand my fake paper. But whatever, we know the same stuff, we use the same notation. We're just a couple of crazy physicists trying to navigate this crazy world, right, Sean? Please stop humiliating me. Anyway, that's more or less the end of it. Piers decides to interject and spend the rest of the time asking softball questions about time travel and other pop-sci topics, all of which Sean answers intelligently and coherently, while Eric launches into random tangents of pure self-aggrandizement. But Piers, who has been uncharacteristically quiet throughout this exchange, knows he can't go the entire episode without humiliating himself, so let's pivot to making fun of Piers a little bit as he tries to fight with Sean regarding his answer to the final question about what was there before the Big Bang, his big gotcha for why God must exist.
For those who believe in the Big Bang theory, what was there before the Big Bang? In other words, what was nothing? And what was there before nothing? And because I do not believe a human brain can answer that question, there must be, de facto, a more superior thing out there that can. Sean.
Well, I'm glad to be the one who frees you from your religious convictions, because the human brain can absolutely tackle that question, and it does so all the time. I encourage viewers/listeners to listen to the upcoming episode of my podcast called Mindscape, where I talk to Nies Afshorty and Phil Halper about exactly this question. What happened at or before the Big Bang?
Yeah.
We don't know the answer. We don't even know whether the Big Bang was the beginning.
Well, there you go.
So the fact that we don't know doesn't mean we can't know. Those are two very different statements.
Well, if you don't know, you can't know at the moment. Surely you have to admit you don't know.
Well, if you don't know, you can't know. Anytime we don't know something, it means we can't possibly know that thing. Who has ever not known something at one time and then later known it? Nobody. Piers is proudly declaring that learning doesn't exist, which actually fits his personality like a glove.
You will never, as a human being, be able to tell me what was there before nothing. How can you? You can't comprehend it, can you?
I come up with a theory, I show that the theory fits the data. That's how we do it.
What
That's
was there
science
before
is.
nothing, then? Go on, best guess.
We don't know. My personal favorite theory is there was a pre-existing universe out of which our cosmos arose as a baby universe
And what was there
due to
before
a quantum
that?
fluctuation.
What was there before that?
No, it's infinite in time in both directions.
So what was there before? So you mean it's never ending?
Yeah. I wrote a book, if you want to read it, Piers.
I do.
From Eternity to Here. It's a great book.
Anyone want to take any bets as to whether Piers picks up that book? I'll give you 1,000 to 1 odds.
I do, but what's there before eternity?
There was no such thing as before eternity. What is less than minus infinity? That's not a sensible question to ask.
Yeah, but I think it's a cop-out by you, if you don't mind me saying this very respectfully, to say that something is infinite, because if you're saying it's infinite, you don't have to answer the question. You've just made that up. You don't know it was infinite.
This very often happens in the progress of human knowledge, that a question that we thought was an interesting one becomes not answered, but shown to be uninteresting because we get a deeper understanding.
See, that, I'm sorry. I'm going to come to you, Eric, on this. That seems to me a very pompous answer. That is basically trying to apply a superior intelligence to a response to a lesser mortal by saying that my attempt to get this question answered is so stupid that there should be no need by the brain power in front of me to answer it.
No, Piers, he's saying that questions which seem legitimate in ignorance sometimes get shown to be nonsensical once a more fundamental understanding is achieved. For example, someone might ask, what kinds of exotic elements might exist in other galaxies? The answer is all the same ones that exist here, to which the science-illiterate person might reply, you're so pompous. How can you possibly know what elements are in other galaxies? You and your stupid ivory tower dogma. Scientists think they're so smart and know everything. No, we just know what elements are. 1 proton, hydrogen. 2 protons, helium. Every integer, we've got them all, up until nuclei which are so unstable that they can't exist for more than a tiny fraction of a second. So that's all of them. The question was shown to be nonsensical and stupid on the basis of understanding the periodic table of elements. That's what's happening here, Piers. Yes. Sean is saying that if something exists infinitely in the past, asking what came before it doesn't mean anything. He even gave you an analogy. What number is less than negative infinity? Your little pea brain can't comprehend it, so you're lashing out like a toddler. Let's get Eric in there one last time so we can make sure everyone knows how smart he is.
All right, Eric, am I mad?
What I believe is that you're conflating 3 different category problems. One, you're talking about something observational, which might terminate at what we would call the surface of last scattering, the thing that we cannot see beyond with our instruments. That takes place along the lines of something, let's say, called the cosmological model, which is a reduction of Einstein's field equations assuming greater symmetry. That is a 1, 3 problem where you have 1 dimension of time, 3 of space, and you can prove that there's something called an essential singularity in the center of a black hole, a torsional singularity, and an initial singularity, and what would be called the Friedmann-Robertson-Walker metric. So that is a map of the territory that we're trying to observe. But there's a third thing, which is an assembly sequence, which also has an ordinal concept of development. It should be confused with chronological time. What is it that built the manifold so that time could progress? Now, the thing that's truly radical about geometric unity, and I think Sean would probably agree with this if he's read it at all, and I'm not sure that he has.
Blah, blah, blah. I'm so smart. Back to my fake theory. And also, Sean didn't read it. Fucking hell, this guy's something else.
What it says is that 4 degrees of freedom are all that is necessary for the quark, lepton, CKM, PMS, et cetera, PNMS structure of the universe. That basically sweet, salty, sour, and bitter, or treble, mid, bass, and reverb is all that's necessary to create a universe.
Treble, mid, bass, and reverb. All you need for a universe, bruh. Hang on, let me bust out my acoustic guitar. I can show you. I don't know if you knew that I play guitar. Oh, what's that? You saw it in the frame down there since I put it there on purpose? Yeah, I can't help it. I just love the blues. Because I'm like so soulful, but also because you can suck at guitar and still play a blues progression. Can you tell I used to wear a fedora? Eric is like if you took a physics undergrad in peak stonerdom, did a brain scan to find out all of his wildest delusions of grandeur, and then paid him $100 million to pretend that he achieved them all while never actually doing anything. I have a super dope theory of everything, dudes. Watch me shred this blues lick. Oh fuck, I'm almost 60. Far out, man. Anyway, I think that's enough. It's pretty clear that Eric has been spiraling lately. His intellectual dark web is extinct. Most of the people who fell for his shtick in the early 2020s have pieced it together that he's completely full of shit and don't give him the time of day anymore. And since he doesn't actually do anything, this fall from internet relevance has really hit him hard. I'm sure Papa Teal isn't thrilled about it, which is why I hypothesize that he's moved on to bankrolling Sabina Hassenfelder, hence all her academia is communism bullshit she's been churning out. I don't have any proof, but think about it. As for Sean, he deserves a round of applause for sticking it to Eric like he deserves. It's still not quite enough fire for me, as the segment wrapped without Eric being held accountable for most of what he said, but it's still a step in the right direction, and I'll just have to accept that academics will likely never be as aggressive as I would be. At any rate, I hope that Sean can serve as an example for other scholars, such that we see more of them dunking on frauds in precisely this manner. In just the past few weeks, I've regained the slightest tinge of optimism as I sense a surge of resolve from within the scientific community. Everyone is sick to death of this anti-intellectual fervor from the public and the White House, and we are finally doing something about it. Is the tide turning? Are we rising up? Ask me again in 6 months. In the meantime, I'll be here for your debunking pleasure. So that's it for Eric Weinstein. For now. Something tells me I'm not quite done with him, and his loser baby brother too, but given his waning influence, I've got bigger fish to fry. Until next time. Hey everyone, we're back with more debunking of the dumbest chemist on the entire internet, James Tour. Last time we mocked his pathetic attempt at writing a paper on origin of life research, so now let's move on to his more standard apologetics, in particular some recent malicious content aimed at yours truly, shall we? Now, ever since our debate where he humiliated himself more than anyone in human history, as well as the equally shameful aftermath, James has referred to me exclusively as that YouTuber, as though people don't all know exactly who I am, and also as though if he were to say my name 3 times, I'd appear in his bathroom and murder him. That's how terrified James is of me, and in fact, he typically only references me vaguely in passing, while spewing some lies I've already debunked. But something has been stirring in James's nuts lately, because he recently found the courage to make a whole video about me with my face on the thumbnail and everything. YouTuber couldn't understand this. Origin of life hypotheses are imploding, and the thumbnail says vindicated on it. Wow, this must be a bombshell. Not to give away the ending, but there is no such implosion. I still understand every area of this field 100 times better than James, and far from vindication, he is only choosing to humiliate himself even further. But let's get through this garbage video so I can prove it to you. For context, James is going to be deceptively cherry-picking snippets from an interview with Origin of Life researcher Ram Krishnamurthy that took place on John Perry's channel, stated casually. James is going to pretend that Ram made claims that support the bullshit James spews, and that this is a sign that those silly scientists are finally coming around to the gospel of Tor. He didn't, and they aren't. He's just being a pointless troll like always. Oh, it's also worth pointing out that in the description of the video, James identifies one of the chemists he claims to have debunked as Donald Sutherland. You know, the recently deceased actor from Animal House and Hunger Games. He was looking for John Sutherland, the chemist. You can chalk it up to a careless error, but maybe James is just in the early stages of dementia? Worth considering. Anyway, let's check out some of the disgraceful dementia-fueled trolling cycling.
No, name me one person that has made a stereo-controlled reaction to make glucose, and that could ever separate it from the mess that you get.
Why would they have to separate it? Why would they have to separate it?
You have to separate it.
Why? You have to separate it in the lab because you need to characterize it because you're a chemist. Nature doesn't need to do that.
Take it on to the next step.
Molecules that are in a mixture can't do chemistry?
James opens his video with me debunking him using simple concepts that Rom will reiterate later in this video. Wrap your head around that.
What did Lee Cronin tell you? In the foremost...
I don't know. He's not my favorite scientist. Like
billions of compounds. Yeah. In seconds to hours, you get billions.
And that's why they do all this research on mineral surfaces.
The mineral surface didn't take care of it.
No, it did. Remember the NMR spectrum? Remember the billions of compounds and the NMR spectrum that you can't read because you're a buffoon?
Unfortunately, many times the science gets blown up too much. So one has to be guarded among these kind of, statements that you see when you say they find new clues to origins of life. I've seen this. We have been part of this.
Then it's a bit where I mocked James for being too dumb to read a 13C NMR spectrum, followed by pivoting to Rom talking about how sometimes popular media uses sensationalist clickbait headlines, which has absolutely nothing to do with what we were talking about in the debate, and is a fact I have agreed with since my very first video on James. It's like he's trying to embarrass himself on purpose.
There is a recent paper by Ramanarayanan, Krishnamurthy, and Charles Liotta, and they have written a paper on the foremost reaction, and the foremost reaction makes sugars. Why are sugars important? Sugars have another name called carbohydrates and another name called saccharides. But to make DNA and RNA, you also have to have the sugar because DNA and RNA are made of nucleotides, and a nucleotide has a three-component part. It has a nucleobase, it has a phosphate, and it has a sugar. So if you can't solve the sugar problem, you can't make any of the carbohydrates. And if you can't make any of the carbohydrates, you can't make DNA and RNA. That's how critical sugars are. And people thought there was a prebiotic route to the making of sugars using the foremost reaction, and that reaction now goes away. But you may have heard people talk about the foremost reaction.
Already so much deception. For James to even mention DNA is a total farce. Nobody is looking for a way to get DNA prebiotically because it did not form prebiotically. No matter how many times this is pointed out to him, he will never stop talking this way because then he wouldn't be able to pull his pathetic stunts where he looks at extant bacteria or even unicellular eukaryotes like yeast and marvels at how something so complicated could have formed spontaneously. Like a disingenuous fraud. But more importantly, he said, foremost reaction now goes away. As you will see throughout this video, no, it definitely does not, and it was never the only prebiotic pathway to sugars in the first place.
Other people have talked about the foremost reaction and how they can quote-unquote clean it up.
What did Lee Cronin tell you?
I don't know. He's not my favorite scientist, like you say.
Normally, when you do the reaction, produces billions of products, literally within a few seconds or hours.
In seconds to hours, you get billions.
And that's why they do all this research on mineral surfaces.
The mineral surface didn't take care of it.
No, it did.
I showed that using their very own papers, they weren't cleaning it up.
You got to look at the experimental. He says when he ran this reaction, then about 70%, 3.5 mils of the supernatant was removed for analysis. He's removing the supernatant. All the ones that are polymerized and are crashing out of solution are getting put away. They're solidifying and they're falling out of solution. They're precipitating. And then he takes the supernatant, he puts it on his HPLC, and he does the mass spec of mass spec analysis.
This is why you will always be a buffoon in this area, James. You can't wrap your head around a way that nature could perform simple filtration like this. Kind of like how you have never once, not even a single time, acknowledged polymerization of biomolecules by wet-dry cycling, the most trivial and universally acknowledged method of biopolymer formation. You fixate on things that you can't understand as though they render abiogenesis impossible, when it's just you complaining about how you're stupid.
The influence of Breslow's autocatalytic pathway in the foremost reaction is doubtful.
So it is not an autocatalytic process. They used very careful isotopic labeling, C13 labeling, to show that they did not get the linear tetroses and pentoses. So in other words, they were not making these 5-carbon sugars that you need for making DNA and RNA, nor did you get the 6-carbon sugars that you need for making things like glucose. Those don't exist in the foremost reaction. They're not even being made. So remember what I've told you many times is that every year we get further away. So people think that we're getting a little bit closer, but the target is moving much further away. Here's another example of that, because the foremost reaction has been a red herring. The foremost reaction, we say it now, and it's not just me, it's Krishnamurti, it's Leota, it's people who are working in the area of origin of life are now coming clean.
So here's the nugget of truth that James is using to make this entire garbage video. Ram and his co-author have found complications with the foremost pathway that indicate it's a less likely candidate for prebiotic formation of biologically relevant sugars than we thought, of many different candidates. They certainly did not determine that it is impossible, and they certainly did not conclude that abiogenesis is somehow impossible, or that we are now magically further away from understanding the origin of life. That's just Jimbo's dumb script, filtered through his desperate need for his religious ideology to be vindicated. Speaking of religious ideology...
So we don't even know how to make the sugars, so the RNA world hypothesis goes away. The sugars can't be made, the foremost reaction doesn't work. If you do not believe in the physical resurrection of Jesus Christ, send me an email, tour@drjamestour.org, and we will get together, and I will share with you about why I embrace the resurrection of Jesus.
Real subtle there, champ. I wonder what James would do if hundreds of people who aren't brainwashed idiots emailed him to request his dumb Jesus pep talk and just trolled him the whole time. That would be pretty funny.
Actual foremost reaction is a very harsh conditions, high pH, calcium salt, high concentration, or low concentrations even, but very high pH and heat, and the whole thing goes to pot. So if you let it go more than 3 or 4 minutes, it becomes dark, brown, dark black with time, and then becomes very difficult to analyze.
Are things sticking together and branching? Are they kind of melting together?
Yeah, it's like almost like a polymer that is being formed.
Yeah.
Our results suggest that controlling the aldol reaction of formaldehyde to selectively produce linear aldoses appears unfeasible.
In other words, we need other models. Everything we've put forward doesn't work. This is by an origin of life researchers themselves. So people could say, oh, Jim Tour is a liar.
James is a brazen liar and charlatan. He's a toxic individual and pathological liar.
This is what James does all the time. They go and they hunt and they just find something esoteric that they can distort and just say it confidently, and then the viewers will be like, oh, and they sound like they know what they're talking about. Yeah, that's exactly what you're still doing here, jackass. You are playing clips of me accurately describing what you are doing in this very video. You are selectively chopping up Ram's interview, very selectively quote mining his paper, completely distorting his conclusions, and then baselessly shouting, everything we put forth doesn't work. Everything? You're taking one paper regarding one pathway and extrapolating that the entire field is a sham? This is what makes you a fucking fraud, James. The first quote is out of context. He's describing the classical Butyl conditions, which are not thought to be prebiotically relevant. Very high pH and temperature and lots of calcium, that's laboratory chemistry. Butyl had no interest in prebiotic chemistry, he was just trying to synthesize sugars. Ram is giving historical context. Here's what he said right before where your clip started.
And so we went into this very benign conditions where we thought, because the actual foremost reaction is a very harsh conditions, high pH, calcium salt, high concentration.
They try benign conditions because the classical approach is too harsh, and I've shown you all kinds of research where prebiotically plausible bases are used to promote this chemistry under milder conditions. And then you flash one brief quote from the paper, again with no context, and jump to your predetermined conclusion of science is dumb, therefore God. Let's pause here and point out that John's interview with Rom was in 2 parts. The first part was about Rom the Naysayer, where they discuss instances in which he overturned popular possible routes in origin of life research. This, of course, is how science works. You have a multitude of possibilities, and you rule out as many of them as possible through experiment to figure out what is most likely to have happened. Ruling out options does not make us more clueless, it's actually forward progress. Then part 2 was about Rom the Pathfinder. This is where he offers solutions to origin of life problems, including the ones that James whines about. Jimbo conveniently ignored the entire second part of the video so that he could screech about how scientists are clueless like he always does. To show you what a dishonest prick James is, we have to go to the original interview.
So in your mind, this scratches the foremost reaction, or very similar reactions, off the list for the origin of ribose.
And under the type of conditions that we have seen, this does not mean that there might exist a special condition under which this can be controlled. So one of the caution that we give in the paper is that this should not shut off the avenues for such research, but it should shut off the claims that the foremost reaction has been a source of RNA, which is what currently exists in the literature.
Okay, so the claim is premature.
Yes.
He limits his criticism to specific sets of conditions that have been investigated, encourages further research on the foremost reaction, and states that we simply should not assume that ribose came from the foremost reaction. It's just an easy reaction to point to, since we know that it can make a bunch of sugars. But does Rom act like James and arrogantly leave it at that? Does he throw up his hands and shout, "We're clueless," and run to hide under a pile of coats? Of course not. He's got plenty of ideas.
There's also Rom the Pathfinder. There's this new paper that you just published on selection. Well, we'll talk about that. Can you describe that to a lay audience?
Yeah. So the question now becomes, let us say we do have a reaction that gives us a mixture of sugars.
So you got a mess of different sugars.
You have a mess of different sugars. And the question is, are there ways to select a particular sugar without, I'm not being teleological here. It's not that I want a particular sugar. Is there a mechanism to select a type of sugar from this reaction mixture? And so
is there something in nature that will just sort them just the way that rock sizes get sorted in a wave?
Correct. Yes, exactly. Very nice way of putting it. Yes. So the question was, is there a chemical that would do that? And when we started looking at this reaction of a phosphorylation reaction where you attach a phosphate to a particular molecule, what we found was this molecule that we use, which is called the diamidophosphate, which is nothing but a phosphate molecule where we have replaced 2 oxygens with 2 amino groups, allowed us to do that. And it turned out that ribose was the one that got selected mostly from this reaction, and in a fashion that allows this molecule to react further, probably producing nucleosides, which is the next step towards the nucleic acids. This molecule took advantage of that fact, and then ribose reacted much faster than the other 3 pentoses, and it selected itself out by a factor of almost 6 to 1. So that means for every 6 molecules of ribose that would react, only 1 molecule of the other sugars reacted. So that means there is an overwhelming preference for ribose to go forward and leaving the remaining sugars behind.
Well, would you look at that? That big mess of sugars James always whines about and wonders how nature could possibly do anything with it. There are ways in which nature can select specific sugars, and Rom has identified one way that nature could have selected ribose specifically, in a manner that promotes further reaction towards nucleosides to be integrated into RNA. This isn't a brand new concept by a long shot. It's novel chemistry from Rom that builds upon known concepts, and it completely demolishes the narrative James is trying to manufacture using other clips from this very same interview. Can you say deceptive gaslighting piece of shit? Now let's take a look at the new paper from Rom, since James won't actually show it to you. He just flashes tiny snippets and has AI read them for some bizarre reason. The paper examines the plausibility of the classical foremost reaction as a possible source of ribose. necessary for the prebiotic synthesis of nucleosides. It's a very detailed paper full of complex NMR spectra. He focuses largely on the reaction of dihydroxyacetone, 3, with formaldehyde, monitored by NMR, and discusses the complex mixtures arising from it. He claims that the foremost reaction probably did not occur in the presence of calcium ions and at very high pH, as under the Butler-Rowe conditions, so he therefore uses calcium-free solutions and pH around 8.5, achieved with bicarbonate. He later states that the reaction does not change much in the presence of calcium. This should all sound familiar if you remember a stunt James pulled in previous content where he just showed the classical conditions using calcium hydroxide and pretended that I didn't understand papers on the foremost reaction under prebiotic conditions, resorting to pathetic memes to trick his audience into thinking he was winning something. Anyway, Rom's results show that the formation of 4 is followed by immediate further condensation to yield branched sugars and does not lead to any detectable amount of 5 on aldose. Thus, the entire cycle is unlikely to have worked under this particular set of prebiotic conditions. Is that the end of the story? Not by a long shot. Just as it's very difficult to show that a particular scheme must have worked under prebiotic conditions, it's equally difficult to show that a scheme could not have worked, because the sets of conditions you can try is infinite, and there are hundreds of papers outlining efforts to tame the foremost reaction, some of which shows ribose formation this way. Does it prove it had to happen this way? No. Is it possible? Yes. But James pretends that this paper conclusively disproves the possibility of the foremost cycle as the prebiotic source of ribose, and therefore, without a plausible approach to ribose, the whole RNA world hypothesis is dead. This is nothing but slimy creature deception. Rom does not support this claim at all. He knows, just like any other synthetic chemist working in this field, that there are many other plausible pathways. James is just misrepresenting his paper. Read for yourself. It seems reasonable to propose alternative paradigms to overcome the limitations of the foremost reaction to provide the linear pentoses. This is how science works. If you criticize an idea, you propose or look for alternatives. And just like in his interview with John, in his paper, Rom admits that under different conditions, still to be found, the reaction may be more selective. Still, there are continuing efforts to control the foremost reaction complexity. Here he cites work by Steve Benner using borates, among others. The reason Rom wants to discredit the foremost reaction cycle as a source of ribose is not to invoke the god of the gaps, but to advertise his own hypothesis. Prior to this paper, he had published an alternative, very complex approach to ribose, recycling some ideas by Eschenmoser, proposing an alternative C2 building block to glycoaldehyde 1. That's the glyoxylate dihydroxyfumarate hypothesis outlined in this other paper. Looking at Scheme 4, this seems perfectly reasonable, but so far he does not have solid experimental evidence for it, and his current interest is to reinforce the notion that the foremost reaction may not be the best candidate for ribose production, thus setting the stage for his own contribution. Even still, he emphasizes in the interview that the foremost reaction has not been conclusively scratched off the list.
It increases the pressure in order to find different source of sugar molecules. It still might be the foremost reaction under conditions that we have not discovered before, which would do this. I'm open to that. It's not that I'm shutting it off. It's just that I do not know at this time what would be a good way to convert formaldehyde into ribose in a fashion that would be, productive.
Again, this is how science works, and it demonstrates the extent of useful, vibrant debate within the Origin of Life community. Debate that James is not a part of and is desperate to shut down by twisting the words of researchers in the field. Rom also reminds the reader that the prebiotic synthesis of ribose may not even be necessary. He cites several approaches, in particular Matthew Pauner's work. Pauner has shown that condensation of glyceraldehyde with 2-amino-oxazole, which is prebiotically relevant, creates an intermediate oxazoline which can be readily converted to all canonical nucleotides. As for stereochemistry, check out this paper by Donna Blackman that I have referenced before, which showed that even racemic glyceraldehyde can give rise to enantiopure crystals of the product if catalysis by proline is hypothesized. Proline does not have to be optically pure. Even a 1% enantiomeric excess is enough to produce enantiopure crystals of the key intermediate. Remember, amino acids have been found in meteorites with some degree
degree of enantiopurity. Of course, the chiral catalyst may not have been proline, but the principle is demonstrated clearly. With all of this in mind, let's get back to James lying and screeching.
Remember the NMR spectrum? Remember the billions of compounds and the NMR spectrum that you can't read because you're a buffoon?
When we actually went and looked at Benner's paper in great detail, there is no yield of ribose.
The billions of compounds are actually just noise, as the vertical axis is expanded to highlight the wider peaks.
There are some peaks, very, messy peaks that, one is pointed as ribose, but we couldn't. But there is plenty of information on the branched sugars that are formed, the yields on the branched sugars. So what the Formos was doing was leading to more branched sugars than any linear sugars. It does not stop at the linear sugars, which is what you would want for a ribose.
As for ribose not having formed at all, I find that difficult to swallow. It made a lot of sugars, yes, and ribose must have been in there. Perhaps he meant that it wasn't a predominant or statistically significant product.
Not the typical classical Formos reaction or in the presence of borate, where you really don't get any ribose, in a meaningful fashion.
Don't get any ribose in a meaningful fashion, as in not a lot of it. That's a little more tempered. Funny how James doesn't use this clip, right? But also notice how blatantly James distorts what Ram says. Ram said that there were peaks that were interpreted as ribose. He didn't say that every single peak in all this noise was a distinct compound. Most of this is indeed noise. He's just completely misrepresenting Ram at every turn in this quest to slander every single researcher in this field, and me as well. I was absolutely correct in skewering James for his inability to read that spectrum, and he knows it. But he thinks he has a way to reverse reality, so he then plays his own clip of him botching the spectrum so badly by comparing ribose borate to the spectrum of pure ribose, demonstrating yet again that he has no idea what he's talking about and will never learn anything about this topic.
While each of these pathways have their advantages in overcoming the complexities of the Formose reaction, they also have their challenges in terms of giving rise to a process that lends itself to an efficient and selective formation of linear pentose sugars in a self-sustaining manner, and not suffering from spatiotemporal restrictions vis-a-vis the early Earth environment.
You try this on an early Earth, it would never work. We can't even get this to go in our lab. This would never work for us.
Can't even do it in the lab, so how the heck could it work on the early Earth? Are you sure about that, James? Did you even watch the whole interview with Ram?
The problem is the analytical techniques are not there to really go in and tell us how things change. So if you remember, there was a PNAS paper that was published with Facundo Fernandez, where when we even increased a slight complexity of the mixture, the complexity analysis grew exponentially far beyond what we could tackle. So that's the limitation.
So you're saying that one of the reasons we're stuck doing clean chemistry right now is because we can't analyze, our analytical tools just are not there.
You hear that, kiddo? It's not a synthetic limitation. We simply don't have the analytical tools necessary to know exactly what's going on. Nature doesn't need to know what's going on. It's blind and just does what it does. So by whining about laboratory conditions, you are again missing the entire point.
I tried to invite Krishnamurti on this channel to talk about this, and he wouldn't come on, but he graciously sent me and he says, you understand why I can't come on. And I understand, because if he comes on, he's going to have to talk about this, and it doesn't look good for him to come on Jim Tour's channel and say that origin of life doesn't work.
No, jackass, it's because you're a manipulative fraud who twists Formose reaction may not be how ribose formed prebiotically into origin of life doesn't work. You're pathetic.
Because it can ruin their careers. He can't come on my channel, but at least he's putting out there in literature.
So going on your crappy YouTube channel that zero scientists watch would somehow ruin his career, yet you want your viewers to believe that he is publishing the lies you're spewing in primary scientific literature that scientists do read, and that won't ruin his career? Does anyone watching your content have a fully functional brain?
Because everything falls apart, so he can't come on my channel, and I understand that. That's why the Origin of Life people don't come on my channel. It's not because they disagree with me. It's because they agree with me that they don't come on my channel. Because they agree with me, it really slices up the field.
No, Jimbo, it's because you're a disgusting troll who is allergic to good faith conversation on this topic, and who has spent years slandering the entire field and many of the prominent researchers within it. It's like wondering why astronomers decline to be interviewed by flat earthers. There's no point. They're busy doing science and occasionally communicating it to science-minded people who aren't hostile, brainwashed lunatics. That's why you have to deal with career science communicators like me, who are devoted to squashing lying frauds like you, an endeavor that people like Rom fancy themselves above, and with some justification, although I really wish he and others would take a turn at putting you in your place one day.
For the same reason that one person doesn't want me to quote him anymore, and he's asked me not to quote him, saying that origin of life research is a scam. Because when I quote him, it makes him look bad, but it's all been a scam.
Yeah, you're still doing it, James. By not mentioning Lee Cronin by name, it doesn't mean you aren't still vomiting up that blatantly tongue-in-cheek quote for the 1000th time, like the worthless fraud that you are, even after Lee threatened legal action.
These theories that they put out there, they're going to go, oh, whoops, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. This is why I say that we are clueless on the origin of life. Because of you, millions of people have heard the gospel.
I just can't believe this moron isn't a cartoon character. This doesn't work, therefore we are clueless. Don't bother looking at any of the dozens of other possibilities. This one thing doesn't work, maybe, kind of, but also not for sure. I'm just misrepresenting someone to pretend they said that. Therefore we are clueless. Now let me tell you about Jesus. Seriously, how is this a real person? So what do we have in the end? It's just James doing what he does best, misrepresenting literature in this field, and quote-mining interviews to support his baseless science denial because Jesus. It's all a bunch of pageantry for his brainwashed flock, in between interjections about the resurrection of Christ. The level of brainwashed you have to be in order to fall for this stuff is pretty monumental. Unfortunately, there are a lot of such people in America, and some of them are in Tor's groomed comments section, where anyone who points out what a fraud he is mysteriously disappears, leaving just a bunch of clueless cretins whining about how materialism is dead, and how those evil atheist scientists refuse to insert God into their theories. Science that disproves Sky Daddy magic is evil Satan lies, right? I'll remind you that these people vote. How's that for depressing? So that's it for James today. We still have a lot more bullshit to sift through, given how much he has ramped up his operations over the better part of this year. But this shameful attack on me and the misrepresentation of Rom he used to do it absolutely needed to be addressed in its own video. There's still plenty more stupidity to laugh at, so I'll see you next time. Hey everyone, lately you've seen me clap back at James Tor for his most recent personal attack on me, and you've also seen me dismantle his pathetic attempt at writing a paper on origin of life research. But there's so much more to make fun of him about, so let's do that together now, shall we? As you'll recall, James has made 2 very long series immaturely slandering me, each of which I responded to with a complete demolition that pushed him even further into this gigantic hole he's dug for himself. That led to our live debate, which was a train wreck for him, and then a few more hilarious developments like getting humiliated at Harvard. It's a long saga, so check out my previous content on James if you'd like more context on what a toxic fraud this guy is. Then he went silent for about a year, which would lead one to believe that perhaps he'd learned his lesson and was going to keep his mouth shut indefinitely. But no, not James. For some time now, apart from the 2 developments I covered recently, he's been mouthing off on the regular with precisely the same script as always, sometimes featuring other frauds I've debunked, sometimes lying to college kids. It's a rich tapestry. Debunking his attack on me and his crappy fake paper were items that seemed important to cover first and with a sharp focus. But with those covered, enough of his embarrassing apologetics have piled up over the past year or so, such that it's worth our time to poke through for some highlights, so that's what this video will be. Now, to get one important thing out of the way up top, in every single dumb lecture he gives to some university Jesus club or church group or whatever, he parades the same 5 pathetic talking points that he used in our debate, even though I debunked every single one of them right to his face. The first was polypeptides, where he offered his strawman lysine-aspartic acid linkage. First, even if we could only make polyglycine, that would still be a polypeptide. We can watch that and similar sequences form spontaneously with prebiotically plausible chemical activators and also by wet-dry cycling even in natural settings. So to pretend we are clueless about this is completely insane. But more importantly, there is no reason to suggest this linkage was required for abiogenesis. Here's a paper by Kirschning which explains how there were 10 phase 1 amino acids that were available from the prebiotic environment, and the other 10 phase 2 amino acids became available later from amino acid biosynthesis once life existed. Lysine did not exist at the origin of life. Additionally, dipeptide formation was shown prebiotically for all 20 canonical amino acids by Matthew Powner anyway, so the side chains are not an issue like he pretends. The second was polynucleotides. Again, he ignores all the research that shows these forming trivially on catalytic clay surfaces, and he just whines about details present in extant life that were not required for abiogenesis. The third was polysaccharides, which were obviously synthesized by enzymes once those came about. The fourth was specified information, which is creationist propaganda and not a real thing. Functional RNA sequences arose by chance and were then refined by natural selection. And the fifth was the protocell, which is nothing but trivially self-assembling lipid micelles, which did not have to be a phospholipid bilayer, but could have been as simple as a monolayer of fatty acids, and the evolving autocatalytic sets of molecules encapsulated within. Obviously, unlike the first four, this last one is not open and shut. We are still figuring out how those evolving sets of molecules could have produced the first protocell, but it's not a complete mystery. He's just hiding from all the science he doesn't like. Despite all of this being debunked right to his face in our debate, in several of my videos afterwards, and by several other science communicators as well, he continues to deliver the same sermon over and over again, whining about how nobody in the field will engage with him because they're so scared and they know how right he is. In reality, he's just a creationist troll they ignore, like how astronomers ignore flat earthers. I give you all of this up top because I'm going to cover a bunch of his sermons rapid fire, and I'm going to skip over this lengthy bit that he regurgitates every single time because there's no point in explaining it more than I already have. It will be more fun to focus on the unique tidbits of stupidity from each video, and trust me, there are a lot of those. Okay, let's start with this one. College classrooms are destroying Christian beliefs. Oh no, you guys. When students actually learn things, they discard their archaic faith-based belief system. That means colleges are bad. Take it from this college professor. Notice the clear alignment between the agenda of the Christian theocrats, like Tor's handlers at Discovery Institute, and the fascist oligarchs, like Peter Thiel, channeled through Eric Weinstein and Sabina Hassenfelder. Demonization of centers of higher learning is a hallmark of every descent into fascist authoritarianism. Let's see what pearls of wisdom James has here.
What about the resurrection of a cell? Resurrection has got to be easier than an ab initio synthesis. I mean, everything's pretty much in place. The cell has just died. Just bring it back to life. In fact, define for me what life is. What was there in that cell a moment ago when it was alive and now it's dead? What did you just lose? Did you just say, well, we lost the ionic potentials? Is it really? I mean, is that all you lost? I mean, there's a lot of things that are gone now. How would you even bring that back to life? All the molecules are there. It's all pretty much in place. Nobody's ever brought a cell back to life again.
Jesus Christ, James, we've been over this. Remember your chat with Stephen Meyer and the Humpty Dumpty problem? You're so dumb that you think that cell death is just some magic switch. You think that dead cells are the same as living cells, minus some special quintessence. Do you think cells have souls or something? When you say all the molecules are in place, you reveal that you have no fucking clue how cell death works. As I've explained before, there's not just one mechanism of cell death. There's intrinsic apoptosis, extrinsic apoptosis, mitochondrial permeability transition-driven necrosis, necroptosis, ferroptosis, pyroptosis, parthenotos, entotic cell death, netotic cell death, lysosome-dependent cell death, autophagy-dependent cell death, immunogenic cell death, cellular senescence, and mitotic catastrophe. And do you know what most of these entail? Complete destruction of the cell. In apoptosis, all the DNA and the organelles are destroyed. That's why the cell dies. So when you say all the molecules are in place. You sound like a fucking moron. And do you know what? I know for a fact that you watched my previous video where I explained all of this to you, because right after I said all this, I talked about brain cells from a dead pig being brought back to life, and you specifically brought that up during our debate, desperately trying to correct me and failing, even though it had absolutely nothing to do with the topic of that section, which was RNA replicators. So not only are you so fucking stupid that you said all this insane crap about cell death the first time, but you listened to me explain to you how stupid it is using language a child could understand, and now you're here spewing the exact same horseshit. Do you have zero shame? Are you addicted to humiliating yourself? Is it a kink for you? It's just mind-boggling to watch. The only way to achieve what you think you're saying is to freeze the cell, bring the temperature down to negative 200 degrees Celsius. All the functions cease, so it's not really alive, but all the parts are intact. Wait a long time and then thaw out the cell. All the functions will start back up again. Holy smokes, the cell has been resurrected. Hallelujah. James not knowing what death means is not surprising, since his entire worldview is based on denying his own mortality.
That word became flesh. God took on flesh. Jesus took on flesh. Hebrews chapter 2 says, he took on flesh and blood because his children are of flesh and blood. In solidarity with us, he took on flesh and blood. That's our Jesus. That's what Jesus has done. And Jesus died and rose from the dead. Let's pray. Abba, my Father, blessed be your name. You are so good.
This is what James does now. He goes to random places, spews his science denial, and then preaches. I won't show you any more than that, but he does this for like half an hour. He's literally preaching. Remember when I told him this?
You have a choice. You can be a scientist, or you can be a preacher. You can't be both.
I mean, he's not even hiding it now. His script of lies about origin of life research was preaching disguised as science, but now he just straight up preaches about Jesus everywhere he goes, even when it's billed as a science talk. And he had the balls to act offended when I gave him the ultimatum. Can you believe this jerk?
You do 15 minutes every morning, you will change. People will say, you seem a lot more patient.
All right, your
So something's different about you. They will see it in you. And then you'll find yourself apologizing more. You know, I lost my temper with you. I shouldn't have done that. You didn't deserve that. Because you're going to become a better person.
Mr. Farina!
Did you read your Bible for 15 minutes on that day, James? Because you seemed pretty agitated, and I still haven't gotten any apology from you for acting like a fucking maniac shouting in my face for 90 minutes. People like James are nothing but narcissists who desperately want to be seen as Zen-like sages full of profound wisdom, so they get on stage and project that false identity to whichever gullible idiots will listen. He'll make up stories about how awesome he is, and how reading the Bible makes him such an awesome person, and he'll convince himself that he truly is one, because that's what narcissists do. But in reality, he's a toxic, rage-fueled, misogynistic douchebag, and he's too clueless to comprehend that everyone outside of his echo chamber can see that in 10 seconds.
How do you deal with a literal six-day creation versus a theistic evolution?
Yeah, so 6-day creation versus a longer creation, 6 24-hour days. You know, this is probably the biggest question that I get when I speak at universities. You get Christians coming from Christian backgrounds, and they say, okay, well, the earth is 6,000 years old. Okay, why do you say it's 6,000 years old? Well, you count back the years of people's lives in the Bible, and it comes to, I don't know, 6,300 or something like that.
Uh-oh. Okay, James, it's time for your song and dance where you don't explicitly state that you're a young Earth creationist, but you also try and answer the question by referencing scripture instead of all the science that definitively tells us the age of the Earth. Lay it on us.
What happens is, okay, so that's where they got that. But there are different ways of looking at this. So for example, in Genesis chapter 1, for in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. And so you have these first two verses are different than the third, and then verse 3. So there seems to be this gap there. And the earth was then formless and void. There's this gap. Even the tenses between the first two verses and the third verse. So you could say, all right, there is a gap between the origin of the earth and then the 6-day creation. Now, Christians will dig in their heels and say, no, everything goes back to these 6 days. So in other ways, look at this. Now, if I just take out my Bible and I go to Genesis chapter 1. So just go to Genesis chapter 1. We'll read Genesis chapter 1. It says, we're going to look at the word day in Genesis chapter 1 and 2. You say, days, 24 hours, days, okay, all right, so we got Genesis chapter 1, verse 4. God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening, and there was morning one day. All right, God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. What does day mean in that context? In that context, God made this is not as easy as we might think to figure this thing out.
Yeah, the correct answer is that the Earth didn't pop into existence through magic, and we know through radiometric dating of various minerals that it's 4.6 billion years old. You're trying to answer a scientific question by reading scripture, because unless you're building nanocars or whatever the fuck, you're not actually a scientist. You're a preacher. Nothing in that old-ass book is gonna tell you how old the Earth is or how it formed, moron. Crack open a high school level geology textbook and learn something for once in your life. By the way, James clipped this bit and uploaded it separately, titled A Scientist's Take on Creation and the Age of the Earth. And yes, what a scientist's take it was, exclusively trying to rationalize religious scripture. Why would a scientist use science to substantiate their position? That's silly. It's so pathetic and transparent what James has become, and no amount of flashy thumbnails and clickbait titles will ever change that. Okay, let's move on to a familiar face. Why, would you look at that? It's Sabur Ahmad. Many of you are familiar with him from the time I did a drunken reaction video to him and his buddy fumbling 9th grade biology for 2 hours, followed by him pretending to want to debate me, then an extended back and forth where he lied about having set up a debate, culminating in an online debate where he immediately conceded his position on the debate topic he chose and just filleted an effigy of Dennis Noble for 90 minutes. What a perfect discussion partner for James. You'd be hard-pressed to find two more clueless asshats in one video, and they are bonded by their shared humiliation at the hands of yours truly. It reminds you a little bit of when Lord Jamar and David Weiss had a giant cope session about me, doesn't it? Anyway, good on them for coming together despite their cultural differences. Let's sift through for some highlights.
So the first question I want to ask you is, what inspired you to get involved in origin of life studies?
If you do not believe in the physical resurrection of Jesus Christ, send me an email.
No, I didn't cut that together. That's exactly how the video starts. How apropos is that? James, what inspired you to rage against origin of life research as though you have any fucking clue what you're talking about? I love Jeebus! Unbelievable.
And so I saw a presentation almost 10 years ago, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, where a gentleman was talking about carbohydrates and the difficulty in the synthesis of carbohydrates, and how carbohydrates, every disease in a cell can harken back to a carbohydrate disorder. And so I wanted to try to understand, and I went out on the veranda after that talk. It was in Nice, France, and standing out there was a man named David Berlinski. And David was, I was telling David, I said, you know, this is a bunch of nonsense what people have put out there, to think that these carbohydrates could have spontaneously formed on their own. And he said, why don't you write an article about it? Because he was the editor of a journal at that time.
Yes, James watched a talk that had nothing to do with origin of life research, couldn't wrap his head around the very obvious notion that biological polysaccharides arose through enzymatic reactions, met David Berlinski, the piece of shit fraud from Discovery Institute, was convinced to write a shitty blog post, article, announcing his ignorance, to be included in Peter Thiel's propaganda journal Inference Review, and the rest is history. He's been celebrating his willful ignorance ever since.
Somebody invited me to give a talk on this, and I gave one talk, and I was invited by the Discovery Institute, and it was at a meeting in a church. The church, it was over a weekend, but it was not during a church service. And I gave this talk, and it just exploded on the internet, and all of a sudden I found myself embroiled in this, and I wrote an article for Inference magazine, the journal Inference, and that blew up. And now I had a whole community against me. Everybody liked me prior to that.
Nobody ever liked you, James. You've always been a petty, narcissistic douchebag. But then you gave people a scientific reason to dislike you. You gave that shitty talk in a church where you slandered a Nobel Prize winner, remember?
You say, well, that's a book from 2009. Well, let me show you the primary literature. 2018 in the journal Nature. This is our top journal. You want to see what Nature will publish in this area? None of us could get away with this, except origin of life researchers do. This guy is Nobel laureate Jack Szostak. Here's what he writes on how did life begin. Let's go through it. I'm interested in it. How did life begin? I mean, the guy's a Nobel Prize winner. He must know. Some scientists believe that RNA emerged directly from these reactive chemicals, nudged along by dynamic forces in the environment. Huh? Nudged has you can't put nudged in any of our articles. No scientist knows what nudged means. They don't know. Nucleotides, the building blocks of RNA, eventually form, then join together to make strands of RNA. Some stages of the process are still not well understood. You think? How do these things hook together? Show me the chemistry. It's not there. As the membranes incorporated more fatty acids, they grew and divided. At the same time, internal chemical reactions drove replication of encapsulated RNA. That is nonsense. Next slide. Here is, next slide, the figure that he showed. This is the figure from nature. This is his figure. Cyanide derivatives and simple sugars. Those are not sugars. He says this is oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus. That's fictitious. I don't know any sugars that have that chemical composition. You don't know that. He's lying to you. That's not real. And then all of a sudden, boom, you got an RNA nucleotide. But the problem is that's not a nucleotide. It's the wrong structure. By far, that's the wrong structure. He didn't even put the right structure. At least he could have put the right structure.
The backlash was extremely warranted, and if you weren't a brainwashed narcissist with main character syndrome, you would have realized how badly you screwed up and immediately stopped trying to lecture on this topic. But we all know how the next decade went.
But that of many people at the Discovery Institute who, in their own fields, saw absurdity, saw contradictions, saw misleading information and thought, okay, I need to get into this. And it just haphazardly happened that they happened to get pushed forward into a position in which they were articulating themselves, and then they got a lot of backlash.
Discovery Institute is the misleading information subby. They lie about science to push a regressive theocratic agenda. And unlike figures such as Stephen Meyer or Michael Behe, who know exactly what they're doing, you're just genuinely a brainwashed, science-illiterate moron who can't tell you're being lied to. It's tragic, I know.
I get many people writing to me, and they say, you know, they say, I abandoned my faith in college when I started learning about Darwinism, when I started learning about how there were these naturalistic explanations for things, and I thought the Bible is a bunch of nonsense, and so I abandoned my faith. They say, then after hearing my talks, after hearing what I have to say, they're actually returning to the faith. They're returning to their faith because they say that hey, we don't even understand where life comes from.
Yeah, there are precisely 0 atheists returning to the faith because of your shitty talks. They only serve to keep indoctrinated buffoons in their blind faith. The Bible is indeed a bunch of nonsense, at least if you're trying to parse scientific information out of it, since it was written by people who knew fuck all about science. And tricking people into thinking we don't know anything about the origin of life doesn't in any way validate the dumb stories you believe.
Then there's the whole progress of how does life evolve from that first Luca, that first last universal common ancestor, presume that first cell, how does that go to multicellular organisms and then all the complexity of life that we see today?
Luca wasn't the first cell, you fucking idiot. It's just the last universal common ancestor. It's the ancestral cell population from which the extant domains of life evolved. There were at least 1 billion years between the first protocell and Luca. You don't even know what any of these terms mean. And sorry, how did we go from Luca to multicellular organisms? Well, you're again skipping about 1 billion years, but if you want to go straight for multicellularity, that's not a mystery at all, since we have literally observed the evolution of multicellularity within a unicellular algal colony. Is that it?
What's the harm in just giving in to that type of theistic evolution? We could still keep our faith and we could still be theistic evolutionists. You know, why are we fighting this particular battle?
You know, I never use the Bible, the authority of the Bible, as my text for saying what my problems are with origin of life and with evolution. I am using strictly the book of nature, the book of science. Just based on the science, I do not understand how life came about. Just based on the science, I don't understand the evolutionary process.
That's right. Just based on science, James doesn't understand science that is taught to high school students. It's breathtaking to watch these admissions tumble out of his mouth without the foresight to know how fucking dumb he sounds. He's not basing any of this on the Bible, you guys. Remember a little bit ago when he was trying to rationalize the age of the Earth based exclusively on Bible passages? Yes, James, it's all biblical for you. Religious scripture is your default lens for viewing reality. Anything that contradicts it is discarded by your pathetic little pea brain. Even when you're not specifically referencing scripture, and remember, we already demonstrated that you do indeed do that, you are never using scientific reasoning to reject all the science you don't understand. You just say, nuh-uh, and run away like a toddler to hide in your closet. If you want to understand how evolution works, crack open a biology textbook and start reading, dumbass.
For many years, I've said I don't understand this, and I invited colleagues, come forward and explain this to me. You would think here in the university, if somebody could easily explain evolution to me, because of course, I mean, an elementary school person can understand evolution, they say. I mean, it's a very easy thing. So you would think that I would be able to understand it.
You can't understand it because you don't want to understand it, because it contradicts the scripture that you've decided is the ultimate source of truth. And stop pretending that nobody can explain it to you. Any high school biology teacher can explain it to you. You refuse to listen. You make these public statements asking for help, and when people offer help, you refuse. Remember Nick Matsky? You'll weasel out of it every time, because your entire fragile little worldview relies on your own willful ignorance.
Give me more detail. I need to see the chemistry. I need to see the chemistry of what's happening here.
What chemistry, moron? The chemistry associated with mutations in the genome? That's in the high school biology textbook you refuse to read. The chemistry associated with changes in embryonic development due to those genomic mutations? That's not chemistry, it's biology. Biology can be found in biology textbooks. Whining about how biology should break down entirely to organic chemistry is like pretending that organic chemistry should be instantly comprehensible to a particle physicist. Grow a brain.
It is many miracles would have to occur. I mean, I could literally line up thousands of them. I have these 5 questions that I put before Origin of Life people where I said, answer any one of them, and I will take down everything I've ever said about Origin of Life.
Yeah, 5 is not thousands, and all 5 of those are bullshit, as we've discussed. Yet somehow all your dog shit content remains online because you're a liar.
I need not even apply to their agencies anymore because at the top I was being cut for my positions on these things. Because they want to silence you. What better way to silence Jim Tour than to cut his funding? He can't do any more research, and you cut him off as a professor.
How would cutting off your funding silence you, dumbass? Your research has nothing to do with your loser apologetics. On the contrary, if it became impossible for you to make your nanocars and whatnot, you'd lean into your apologetics even harder, parading your newfound martyrdom. Anybody can make YouTube videos, and the Disco Toot covers all the costs for yours. You get cut off from sources of funding because scientific institutions don't want to be associated with pseudoscientific lunatics. It's a bad look.
What we're seeing, however, is people are starting to rise up a little bit. Dennis Noble, for example, in the UK. He started saying, hey, there's real problems here.
Dennis Noble? Uh-oh, Sabor just ejaculated in his pants. Hey, James, if you're too dumb to understand evolutionary biology at the 9th grade level, you're too dumb to see what's wrong with the rhetoric of Dennis Noble. Sabor is too. I'd suggest that you watch my video deconstructing his pseudoscience, but it would require that you watch my biology tutorials for high school students as a prerequisite, and it seems like you're super busy with all these interviews with other morons I've humiliated.
They have one little result in one of their papers, and they blow it up. And then they talk to the press, and the press blows it up again, and it is from that it gets into our textbooks. And this whole idea of a primordial soup, some pool with lightning strikes, molecules randomly came together and formed these cells, and that formed higher organisms. That primordial soup model actually is taught in our elementary schools. This means to children under 12. It's even taught in our advanced university, in our advanced graduate classes, the same primordial soup model.
Sweetie, I absolutely ruined you with this exact lie in our debate. I pressed you to show me a single textbook that says anything like what you're describing. You just shat your pants, muttered to yourself, and then ran to the chalkboard in a panic to write Clueless for no reason.
Let's begin with the textbook thing. Why would you tell this dumb lie, James? Why would you tell this lie?
Yes, you think you've been taught things that are nothing about molecules. Okay, so there is a primordial soup model
and there is no understanding of what's happening in this primordial soup. And you talk to people, and this is exactly what they see. They talk about the primordial soup model in all of these textbooks. That's your question.
This is the primordial soup model. It just means some molecules in water. That's what it means.
Look, you were absolutely clueless on
James.
polypeptides. You never gave me the coupling for that reaction. I want you to notice, I'm going to narrate. This is my time now.
You completely humiliated yourself. I proved in public, right to your dumb face, that you're lying through your teeth when you say this shit, and you're still saying it in every dumb interview. I can't even begin to imagine the degree to which you must gaslight everyone in your entire life.
And in that documentary, we can see the persecution of people simply because they happen to believe in God. I remember interviewing the late Jonathan Wells about 5 years ago, and one of the things that he mentioned was he was supposed to publish a paper in a journal to do with cell biology, and he was simply asked after he submitted and it later went through, "Are you the Jonathan Wells from the Discovery Institute?" And he said yes, and then he never heard from them again. And we have all of this data all across the world of people being persecuted because of their beliefs in science.
Nobody is being persecuted because they believe in God, you duplicitous twat. Jonathan Wells was a fraud who worked for a creationist propaganda mill. Millions of scientists believe in God and publish their science just fine, because believing in God doesn't undermine the science they do. Being a lying creationist fraud does undermine science, and that's why Wells was a pointless cretin who never did an ounce of science a day in his life. The Moonies, the cult he was in, pushed him through a doctoral program so that he could feign credibility, and then he never did anything for the rest of his life except lie about science for money. Cry about it.
So if someone was to ask me, what is Professor Tor all about? I see him all over the internet, but what is he all about? All I'd simply say is, well, I would summarize Tor's perspective as the public has been misled, and I'm simply trying to unmislead them.
Yes, unmislead them by misleading them with a pathetic script of lies. Great job, Subby.
There is still something mysterious about life. You know, in the old days, they used to describe this as being something called vitalism, that there was something vital to life that we didn't really understand. And there continues to be some truth to that.
No, there is no truth to that, and this notion was dispelled in 1828 by Friedrich Wöhler when he synthesized urea, thereby proving that we're made of molecules that humans can synthesize themselves, and absolutely no special vital divine force. 1828. That's almost 200 years ago. That's how far behind James is. Wrap your head around that.
But still, what is gravitation? What is that force between two bodies? So when Newton talked about the gravitational pull between the Earth and the Moon, people were accusing him of speaking of demonic things because what are you talking about, this force over a distance? What does that mean? And to this day, we can define what gravitation is, but to really explain it is a very hard thing, this force over a distance. What is this?
Really? Did you want to mention the curvature of space-time around massive objects? It's called general relativity. It came out in 1916. Oh, right, you're stuck in the 18th century. Carry on.
I've come across this article written in The Guardian, which says that Craig Venter created synthetic life form in the lab.
Yeah. No, I heard you. Yeah, you just hung up for a little bit, but I got it. Yeah. So I'm very familiar with Craig Venter and what the work that he's done on synthetic cells. And let me tell you what he did. So he took a cell, and what he did is he has two different experiments he's done. One of his experiments is he looked at the genome of a particular cell. He went to a modern laboratory and he made a copy of that genome. Then he took the copy that he made and he put it in that cell and let it run the cell. He didn't make the cell.
Clickbait pop-sci articles are not indicative of what scientists say or think. Craig Venter is a synthetic biologist whose work has essentially nothing to do with origin of life research, and no, he didn't just make a copy of a genome. He designed a novel genome and synthesized it from scratch. He invented a new bacterial species. Of course, James whines about how he didn't synthesize the cell, and that's true, but it doesn't matter at all. He's a synthetic biologist. James is so clueless about origin of life research that he doesn't even understand which research is part of the field and which isn't.
I think one of the most telling things, Sabur, is this, that they will not engage with me. What they'll do is they'll send forward a YouTuber to engage with me.
Nobody sent me, James. I decided to ruin you all on my own. Scientists ignore you because you're a pointless troll. They're busy doing science. I'm a science communicator. Demolishing piece of shit lying frauds is my full-time job. And you were my #1 kill, Jimbo.
One man said, I don't want to put upon my children this belief in God. Let them find this themselves. I said, oh no, your children already believe in God. They're born with a belief in God. You pull that out of them. It is there. It is something that we are born with.
Wow, that's the biggest load of shit I've ever heard. We definitely are not born with a starter kit of beliefs, buddy. Religion is shoved into children's brains forcibly through indoctrination, and if it's any kind of fundamentalism, it's essentially child abuse. Even if a kid was to come to this conclusion totally out of their own accord, that there is a divine entity that created everything, it sure as fuck wouldn't be the malicious sociopathic god that you assholes worship. Sorry.
I even look at some of these people and what they're trying to put forward. And people will say, I was watching so-and-so atheist on the internet. And I said, watch them. Watch them. Learn about their families. Do you really want to be like them? Is that the type of person you want to be like?
What the fuck are you talking about? Learn about their families? So every atheist physically abuses their family or something? What the shit are you implying? Fucking hell, it's bad enough that you try to present yourself as virtuous when you're a rage-fueled, narcissistic, misogynistic fraud, but you're now going to project all of your faults and weaknesses onto literally all atheists? You are beyond fucked in the head, James.
When a person stops believing in God, they don't stop believing in everything. They start believing in anything. In anything. When you stop believing in God, you'll believe in anything. You'll believe in aliens, put it here, you believe in anything else.
No, dumbass, when you're not a brainwashed Jesus freak, you base your worldview on actual empirical evidence. It's you morons who believe in literally anything if it's in your dumb book. A space wizard farted out the universe. All humans are inbred from a single pair of humans, not once but twice. If you're a naughty person, you get tortured eternally in a pool of lava by a vindictive genocidal deity who loves you. You are constantly describing yourself and projecting it onto rational people. It's tragic. Okay, that's enough of Little Subby. Let's pivot to something else. Ooh, check this out. Student Q&A at Dartmouth. James versus Harvard students. Look, he's calling out bad science. Or rather, it looks like James is trying to become the Ben Shapiro of creationists and own those stupid woke college kids. Except in this case, he's always talking to some Christian club full of brainwashed people, so we're not likely to see any college kids demolish him like what frequently happens to Ben. Let's look at the Dartmouth one first.
I was just wondering, what you thought about the Shroud of Turin. Do you believe that it's the actual, thing, the covering that was around Christ? I think there was a study about the half-life of the Shroud of Turin. It was saying it was from the Second Temple times. I was just wondering what you think.
Yeah, I don't know the Shroud of Turin. Many people have come to say that this was probably the Shroud. It has a lot of things pointing to it, and one guy, a friend of mine, has said, Jim, you gotta do a YouTube video on this. I mean, you just got to. I mean, I've looked over all the evidence. It looks really good. And then just this week, I got an email from him saying, oh, there's a video that just came out on the internet saying, giving all this evidence for why it is not the Shroud of Jesus. And he says, I'm not as sure anymore. So I just don't know. I mean, that's not my area of expertise.
Origin of life research isn't your area of expertise either. In fact, you're a fucking moron in that area, and yet you never shut up about it. You can't flex your mighty brain, figure out what's up with the Shroud of Turin, and put that whole thing to rest, Jimbo? Well, that's a shame.
What is the argument for people that are like him, that the evidence is in front of their face, right? So they see that the grand creation and scheme of there being a designer, a creator, but they don't want to acknowledge that as being a personal savior and like Jesus being that actual God.
You know, and he's not the only one. There's many scholars that read this document for years and years. And what I've seen is if you read this just as an intellectual text, you go into it in that way as it's intellectual only, sometimes you don't get it.
Yeah, if you go in there exercising basic reason and critical thinking skills, you're not going to see it. You have to shut off the part of your brain with access to simple logic and just have blind faith. I wonder, if this kid had to give a presentation about all this evidence in front of their face for a creator, what sorts of things would he include? The bacterial flagellum? And who's going to break it to him that even if there were evidence for a god, that it wouldn't be their zombie Jesus? You hate to see a young mind go to waste.
You know, there's no other planet that you could stand on and you can look up, that has an atmosphere that you can look up and behold the heavens. It's just here. Most of the time when there's an atmosphere, you can't see through anything.
Hey, look, James is pretending to understand astronomy now. No other planet with an atmosphere from which you could look up and see stars? How about the one literally next door that we send probes to that regularly take pictures of the stars? Holy fuck, what a moron.
As far as the theory of evolution, it is a theory. We certainly see microevolution, small changes. We see it all the time in my own lab. We work a lot with bacteria. And you see small perturbations in DNA, and you have epigenetics where there's external things that causes changes in us. You know, every time we get a new virus, it can change our DNA, and that gets passed on to our children. So we see small changes. In my lab, every time we had a virus cell, it remains. Every time we had a bacterial cell, it remains as a bacterium. Every time we had a mouse, it remained as a mouse.
Yep, James just did evolution is just a theory, microevolution but no macroevolution, and but it's still a mouse, all rapid fire. I think he's auditioning to replace Kent Hovind when he gets sent back to jail for beating up his 7th wife. Let's see if the Harvard kids are any smarter.
If it's possible to derive some of the more complex structures out of a simpler subset of original structures, thinking about whether, for example, in the area of amino acids and proteins, if for some of the proteins that have multiple functional places for attachment, whether it's possible for the subset of the 8 amino acids that don't have such points of attachment, if they could potentially evolve out the other amino acids, and in particular whether it would be possible to, in more controlled environments, like for example, you know, the deep sea vents hypothesis is one that gets kicked around a lot in the abiogenesis circles, or there's also the sort of deep sea pressure pools hypothesis, which is somewhat distinct from the deep sea vents because that's also low temperature, which facilitates far long, and high pressure, which facilitates far longer half-lives for the molecules at play on the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, so first of all, deep sea vents, which are hot, the lifetime of molecules is much shorter. Okay, not longer, much shorter.
Jesus Christ, James has severe comprehension issues. We will come back to what he said about amino acids because it's a slam dunk, but the guy specifically talked about cooler, high-pressure deep sea regions, and James jumps right to, but it's so hot. The guy's brain is fried. Let's watch him stumble.
If you deal with the 10 amino acids that don't have active side chains, and you say you could make polypeptides from those, you could. But without those reactive side chains, you don't have the ability to do the folding that you need to fold.
Oh yeah? Says who? You? Have you assembled proteins with those amino acids and observed the folding patterns? Because no, you fucking haven't. And yes, they absolutely would fold and do fold. They still have polar and non-polar groups that would cause folding due to hydrophobicity and hydrophilicity. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about, and you're visibly flailing.
Could those somehow then form a template that give you the other ones that might help to make the other ones. You could do that. It'd be hard to come up with a scenario, to map out a scenario, but if you're just thinking wildly, yes, the answer is yes. Could you make enzymes? But we don't know of enzymes that don't have any of the ones with the active side chains.
Yeah, extant proteins have all 20 canonical amino acids. That's not the fucking question. You are flat out admitting that abiogenesis could have occurred without active side chain amino acids, thus completely obliterating your pathetic DK linkage straw man, and yet instead of deleting all your content from your channel like you promised, you will go on to use this slide another 1,000 times until you die because you're an intellectually bankrupt fraud.
Remember, I've given you the entire deconstructed cell with all the correct all the correct polymerization. So what you're going to make is random, and what I'm giving you is with a code. Now what? You've still got to, and I'll give you all the sugars, even with all the code. Even if you had all of those, we don't even know what to do.
Yep, just pivot to another dumb straw man, whine about scientists not being able to do a thing that nature never did. And it's funny how when your script is dismantled, you get charitable and basically accept that all the biomolecules can be accounted for, but then later just revert back to your dumb script about how nobody knows how to get the biomolecules. You don't have an ounce of honesty in your body.
Just so I understand the time scale, if Earth is about 4.5 billion years old.
Yeah, let's give it the universe. I'll give you 14 billion.
Okay. And life around 3.5 billion years old, is 1 billion years not enough time for randomness?
No, not at all. And in fact, it's not 1 billion because we know that nothing could have happened before the cooling from the Great Heavy Bombardment. So after the Earth cooled, then these things could start happening. The Earth was just blazing hot. And this is why we have all these elements on the surface of the Earth. It's amazing. We have the periodic table right here. All of these is just showered here. And so we have so much. And so it was after that cooled, and it turns out that the time between the Earth cooling and the signs of life is very, very short. It's very short. And there's no way that the time, so the time is actually not 14 billion years, it's not 3.5 billion years, it's not even 1 billion years. It's something on the order of hundreds of millions, which is way, way too short for having life.
Way too short. Chemistry can't happen in a few 100 million years, you guys. Why? Because reasons. Great work, James. Maybe it's your propensity for saying dumb shit like this that there's only like 10 people watching you talk.
RNA only lasts 4 hours or less, because it's probably longer. So it's not even now hundreds of millions of years. You only got 4 hours. And now it's got to find all the amino acids in that 4 hours. So it's like, there's only moments.
So hundreds of millions of years isn't long enough for something to happen that you're now claiming is supposed to take only moments to occur. Only creationists can contradict themselves to this degree and not even hear themselves doing it. Also, this RNA only lasts for 4 hours thing is total horseshit that I debunked to smithereens in my video demolishing his fake paper that makes this precise claim. Check that out if you want to laugh at how dumb James is when he tries to talk about RNA.
Somewhere between Genesis 1, chapter 1, verse 1, and Genesis chapter 1, verse 3, something happened. And there was a void time. And with that void time, we have no idea what the age of the earth is. Right, so we have no idea anymore. We have no idea from that.
Yeah, we know the age of the Earth from geology. That's the one with rocks in it. You should check it out sometime, Jimbo.
What was formerly junk DNA when I started my career is now intergenic DNA and turns out to be super important for all regulation. And so now we're nowhere close to being similar to a chimpanzee. We were told we were 98% the same as a chimpanzee. Well, that's only for the protein coding part. When you look at the regulatory part, we're very different. So science is always changing.
Uh-oh, Jimmy's been getting his science from Discovery Institute again. The junk DNA thing is one of the most pathetic and dishonest talking points they have. That a small portion of the genome has regulatory function doesn't mean there is no junk DNA. 80 to 90% of the genome has no function. And he got this crap about chimpanzees from Casey Luskin and the propaganda campaign he launched in response to some recent literature, which I debunked to smithereens in this video. Humans and chimps are 98% similar in the ways that matter. Doing a whole genome comparison comparison that results in numbers like 85% similarity also results in different humans being only 87% similar. Just another dishonest distortion of data. Check out that video for the full treatment.
And so how do we interpret these things? My interpretation of the Bible is constantly changing throughout my lifetime.
Yes.
You know, I get different interpretations. So I've never seen a controversy between a fact of science and something that is clearly stated in the Bible. I've never seen it. If you've seen it, share it with me. I've never seen it.
No scientific inaccuracies in the Bible. I dare you to show me even one. Okay, dumbass. It says the sun moves over the earth, which doesn't move, that stars can fall from the sky onto the ground. It claims there was a global flood, which definitely never happened. It says men are made out of dirt and women are animated ribs. It says the whole world had only one language until the Tower of Babel. It claims some people lived to like 1,000 years old. It basically says the earth is flat with a snow globe dome over it. It says pi is equal to exactly 3. It says whales are fish and bats are birds, that insects have 4 legs. Shall I keep going? Oh yeah, plus all the promotion of rape and incest and slavery, which is not really scientifically inaccurate, just morally abhorrent. Other than all that, super cool book. Okay, let's try something else. Ooh, responding to internet myths.
People on the internet say they have debunked you. How do I know what's true? You'd have to be more specific. They've debunked what? They've debunked that you can hook amino acids together. The two amino acids, that one has a side chain carboxylic acid, one has a side chain amine, and they've put that together. That's never been debunked.
Yes, it has. I debunked that idiotic talking point right to your dumb face in the debate and in several videos since then. I've also debunked literally every single thing you've said on this topic for the past 5 years. Maybe find the courage to watch my content someday, James.
Has that person gone to a blackboard and shown you the way that could happen? If not, then that's not been solved.
Duh, but did you use chalk? Duh. This is all he has. Dave didn't play with chalk, so science isn't real. It's the most pathetic tactic I've ever seen. Hey, James, none of your criticisms are valid unless you write them out with crayons. Didn't use crayons? Doesn't count. Sorry, kiddo. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, there was also a back and forth of several videos where James gabbed it up with non-scientist creationist idiot Rob Stadler, where they fumbled a bunch of trivial concepts in evolutionary biology. Erica of Gutsick Gibbon and Dan of Creation Myths made some content eviscerating those videos, and I participated in a few of them as well, so there's no need to investigate them here. Just check out these 2 discussions I reposted on my channel, as well as a few other videos they made without me, if you're interested in seeing real scientists crap all over this moron. These videos are also funny because you can see how hard James is trying to avoid coming off like a raving lunatic like he does in all of his older content.
But to some who put out YouTube videos, this is very, very simple. How do you just say synthesis? How? Show me. You got a reference on that? Do you have a reference on that?
You know, this whole difference that people talk about between brain and mind, which is a whole nother consideration.
It's like the DI sedates him before his videos now, or maybe he's gearing up to pivot towards creationism ASMR videos. Okay, let's go back a little more and hit some of the older scraps. Ooh, here's an interview where he's whining about his debate performance, and it's with those idiots from Real Science Radio. Remember when I took the world's biggest dump on them? That was fun.
This is what my frustration was at that debate with Farina. I was dealing with a person that does not understand chemistry. He truly does not understand. So when I would present him with a problem, he didn't understand it.
Yeah, your frustration was due to me exposing your script of lies right to your dumb face, which is why you were shrieking like a toddler for 90 minutes straight. And the idea that I'm the one who doesn't understand this chemistry is laughable, since I was the one explaining papers, while you just played with chalk and said nuh-uh to any science you don't like.
As soon as you got to go to a blackboard, it calls out all the deceivers, because you got to write it up there. You can't just wave your hands. All right, show me the chemistry that's got to take place. And that's why I did it on the blackboard, and he refused. Farina refused to go to the blackboard. He says, I don't need the blackboard. And he put up the title of a paper. Well, why not go to the blackboard?
No, James, chemists publish papers. They don't write amino acids on the chalkboard for no reason, something any freshman undergrad can do. You played with chalk because that was your way of posturing for your idiot followers and pretending you know what you're talking about.
These professors fed Farina with a bunch of data. I liken it to this. It's like when you take an 8-year-old
and you put a grenade in their hand and you say, go up to those special forces and let this button loose. That's what they did with Farina. They sent him in there, and he had absolutely nothing.
It's really adorable how you imagine that all the Origin of Life researchers are sitting in one room trembling about your ferocity and collectively decided to send me in their place, as though I'm not a grown man with agency and more than enough scientific knowledge to humiliate you. Maybe you should have read all those papers like I told you to, instead of just shouting, "Nuh-uh, it's science you don't like." Around the same time, James decided to have several conversations with Stephen Meyer, the only idiot at Discovery Institute that seems to have been cleared for public appearances, since the rest of their roster are even dumber than him. If you haven't seen my content on the DI, give it a watch so you can familiarize yourself with who they are and how they lie, especially Meyer, who is covered in Part 2. Here's a conversation where James is still whining about Lee Cronin and the Harvard thing.
One of the fun things about our friendship, we've gotten to learn a lot from each other, so I've been following your work, particularly the stuff on your critiques of abiogenesis, but I love your work on nanotechnology too. So
yes, anti-science propaganda peddler Stephen Meyer is a big fan of the anti-science propaganda that he pays James to make and doesn't understand in the slightest. Isn't that quaint?
What is it that we're trying to explain the origin of? And what defines success is not a molecule that you might allege is somewhere on the path from simple chemicals to a fully functional cell, but instead a fully functional cell, albeit the simplest one that we can observe.
Boy, does he really pack on the stupid. Well, Stevie, it's hilarious that you whine about synthesizing biologically relevant molecules on the path to a cell not being enough, because that's essentially a tacit admission that exactly this has been accomplished, even though James pretends we can't make any of the molecules. And no, Origin of Life researchers do not have to explain the simplest cell we can observe, or life as we know it. They have to explain the actual first life, a protocell which is profoundly simpler than anything alive today. You're never going to get it.
You want to morph one animal body plan, evolve one animal body plan into another, you've got to change the developmental gene regulatory network, which is responsible for the building of body plans. But the one thing we know experimentally, Davidson has told us, is that that's the thing that doesn't happen. Those developmental gene regulatory networks cannot be significantly altered without crashing the developmental program, shutting down the development of the organism, and terminating any possibility for further evolution. So how you get from one animal body plan to another, in light of new things we've learned about how difficult it is to build an animal body plan, and the intricacy of the choreography, the integrated choreography that's taking place because of this essentially molecular circuitry, is an unsolved problem with all theories of evolution.
This is Meyer's version of Tour's interactome. Wow, look at this crazy complicated thing, therefore God. Intelligent design propaganda in a nutshell. No, Stevie, new body plans are not an unsolved problem, and your song and dance about all this crazy information and circuitry outside of the genome is bullshit. The body plan is determined by Hox and tail genes, which regulate the expression of other genes to determine how embryonic development and cell differentiation occur. This is all these guys can do, confidently use esoteric terminology to pretend that scientists are hopelessly confused about how life works, which wouldn't prove they're God even if it were true.
There was one Origin of Life researcher, and I said, look, you are a synthetic organic chemist. You see exactly what I see, but you don't have the ability to say it because you're so engrossed in this field. Now, his reply was telling. His reply was nothing. He said absolutely nothing.
Yes, James, that diligent researchers ignore your pathetic trolling efforts is totally an indicator of how right you are. And when the lunatic in footy pajamas is shouting on a street corner about the tracking microchip the government put in his brain, everybody who walks by and just ignores him is proving him right too. Also, you started this anecdote pretending to be speaking to someone face to face, so when you say that they said nothing in response, you clearly reveal that you just emailed someone and they didn't reply because they know you're a pointless troll. Unless you approached someone at a conference, shouted at them like a maniac, and they just stared at you bewildered until security dragged you away. Anyway, this dynamic duo kept it going with a Q&A, so let's take a peek.
What is my end game here? I think my game is the plan is to expose a lot of things that are just not true. You know what's happening is that when people in high school, when people in early college get confronted with certain scientific views,
it does draw a lot of people away from the faith. But these scientific views that are presented to them are purely theories, and a lot of it is hype based on these theories. And it draws a lot of people away from the Lord, away from God.
How pathetic. James is a scientist with no clue what a theory is, and he is pretending to expose these horrible, hyped-up theories that he doesn't understand by spewing a script of lies. Yeah, a lot of people who are indoctrinated from birth snap out of it once they learn science and apply critical thinking skills. You must have missed that boat. Evolutionary biology isn't hype just because it hurts your feelings. Also, you can accept science and still believe in God. You should give it a shot. Stevie has a different goal, of course.
I've been involved in making the positive case for intelligent design as an alternative understanding of biological origins, and with that, advancing a research program that flows from that.
A research program. Yes, what a robust research program you have over there at Discovery Institute. What with your precisely 0 research facilities and 0 working scientists. Remember when you tried to pretend that you had a research facility called the Biologic Institute, but it was really just frauds superimposed onto stock images of a laboratory from Shutterstock? That was the closest you morons have ever gotten to doing real science, and it's the closest you'll ever get.
Actually doing better science, making a case for an alternative model of origins that suggests a different way of looking at life that will be more fruitful in the laboratory as we investigate life as a design system.
Doing better science? You don't do any science, Stevie. Middle schoolers who make volcanoes for the science fair are doing better science than you. You write crappy books that say God did it because I say so.
Since Signature was published 15 years ago, have scientists proposed any other potential chemical or physical explanations? If so, who proposed them, and what are their results so far?
This is an immaculate representation of the kind of people that listen to these two bozos. Since the crappy book that Meyer wrote a long time ago, which has nothing to do with real science, has any scientist done science? If so, who are they? What do they do? And can you please teach me how to read?
Steve, are you aware of any published rebuttal for the waiting time problem, and your thoughts about West Virginia bill for ID teaching?
The ID teaching thing is pretty simple. We're not pressing for any legislation requiring the teaching of intelligent design at the public high school level.
Aw, why is that? Is it because you tried your hardest already and failed so miserably that nobody took you seriously for at least a decade? Good call. Let's see, what else can we make fun of? Ooh, look at this one. Dealing with toxic people. James, of course, has a lot of experience with toxic people since he's been living inside of one for his entire adult life.
Mr. Farina! Mr. Farina!
This is like when Bill Cosby would try to lecture young comedians about using too much profanity, only for it to come out later that he's a serial rapist. Take it down a notch, James. You're the single most toxic person I've ever met. In fact, the number of people on the planet who are more toxic than you is...
0!
Look at that, he's learning. Here's one more with Daddy Meyer for a real meeting of the minds over at Hoover Institution.
The famous Miller-Urey experiments of the 1950s. Meyer comes along and says, well, wait a minute, fellas, what about Watson and Crick? Every cell contains DNA, and you're not going to create a 3 billion item long strand of DNA with hitting ammonia with lightning, no matter how many times you do the experiment. Is that not correct?
What a perfect soundbite encapsulating the smug ignorance of creationist commentator asshats. DNA, you guys. Miller-Urey can't make a DNA molecule with 1 billion base pairs. No shit, Sherlock. The first living organisms had no DNA. Do idiots like this really think they can overturn an entire field of research by demonstrating that they have no clue what anybody in the field says or does?
They had a false idea of how simple life was. They thought a couple of reactions they figured out. But now you've got to figure out
now
the
they have DNA.
Yeah.
How do you get that out of the primordial soup?
Right.
Why hasn't the... Okay, so...
No.
Why hasn't the whole scientific establishment said, stop presses?
We're in
Fellas,
trouble.
We have a problem.
Gee, I don't know, man. Why don't you invite a scientist who actually works in this field to your pathetic little round table so they can teach you something? Because these two clowns aren't going to do it.
I mean, you're sensing the frustration. Welcome to my world. I mean, this is the problem. This is the problem. None of this works. It's a bunch of science fiction. It's really nonsense what these guys are putting forward. And they're building their careers around this thing, and money continues to this day. 40 million euros was just designated to, in 10 years, figure out where life came from, and there's about 40 researchers that in Europe that are going to try to do this. It's really nonsense. We don't even know where to begin.
What an adorable little pat on the back from Stevie here, as if that will suffice in excusing James for being a raving lunatic who regularly goes into a psychotic altered state when discussing this topic. But more importantly, James really shows his cards with comments like this. He's always feigning charitability. I can't say that we will never figure it out. We're just so far away from figuring it out. Well, idiot, if you're pretending to believe that we might figure it out, then what's the problem with spending money to figure it out? What you mean to say is that you wish nobody would ever work on this problem for the rest of time, because the existence of the field and the remarkable progress it has made, especially over the past 20 years, is challenging your baseless faith in ways that give you ulcers. But you don't have to say it. We can all hear it loud and clear.
We don't even know what life is. Molecules don't care about life. Molecules are random. They don't move toward life. There's no propensity for a molecule to move toward life. It has no brain. It has no action that wants to bring it toward life. They don't know. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm just here. What do I do? And then even if we could say, I want you to move toward life, you'd be like, okay, just tell me which direction to go. I don't know.
Jim has an amazing talk.
It's pretty hilarious watching Meyer stare daggers at James as if to say, hey, take it down a notch, Sparky. We talked about this, remember? I'm gonna cut you off, so take this time to simmer down a bit.
There is a repeated intelligent intervention in every one of these simulation experiments. So what's being simulated?
Every one of those simulations is you say it's intelligent. It's stupid. It's stupid because it doesn't get you there. They are doing things that in their own mind is intelligent, but it's stupid because it's not moving there.
Could I ask?
Meyer tries to cut him off again, like he's a hyperactive child embarrassing his parents at a fancy restaurant, but James is just steamrolling everyone. And with what? More of his idiotic tirades about how molecules don't know to move towards life. As I've said before, do atoms know to move towards molecules, James? Do atoms have brains? No? Well then how do molecules form? What a mystery! Oh, they just obey naturalistic principles that govern the molecular world? Well, the same goes for molecules and life, genius. I'm done trying to teach you about systems chemistry, so let's use another example that even you can't deny. Take a look at viruses. These are simple systems of molecules, an RNA or DNA-based genome enclosed in a protein casing. That's all. Viruses are just inert sets of molecules. They are not alive. But they clearly care about life. They hijack cellular machinery for the purpose of replication and regularly mutate in order to more efficiently do so. They can even insert their genetic material into the human genome. So what can we say about viruses? Only life cares about life, according to James. Are viruses therefore alive because they care about life? Well then, life is simply a collection of molecules. No special essence needed. We can even assemble viruses from synthetic nucleic acids and proteins, further confirming that they are but molecules. On the other hand, if you deny that viruses are alive, as most biologists do, then you have to admit that molecules do care about life, since viruses are just molecules. There are so many ways to pick apart this idiotic argument, and yet James will never wrap his head around it.
Why is science as a profession so hostile to intelligent design, to the notion of intelligent design?
Gee, maybe because it's fundamentalist Christian anti-science propaganda aimed at eroding the separation of church and state? Try and keep up, champ. Let's see, what else? Oh, here he is being interviewed again by that idiot fish hat apologist.
Origin of life predates evolution. So for evolution to start, you have to have the first cell. Evolution starts at the first cell, the first life, and then carries on from there.
False. Molecules observably can and do evolve by natural selection, and I'm tired of explaining this to you.
And as I started to study the literature and what people had to say about it, I was just amazed that the claims that they were making. And then the question comes, well, why did I even start studying about this?
Because a naturalistic explanation for the origin of life triggers you into a frenzy, since it contradicts your baseless faith in special creation. Is that really a serious question?
Then the question is, where does life come from? Which is a pretty fundamental philosophical question. Where does life come from? Now, as a believer, I believe everything that's in the scriptures. But that doesn't do me a whole lot of good when I have to teach this as a scientist?
It's actually not a philosophical question. Life is a physical construct, and science is the study of the physical world. It's a scientific question. You pretend it's philosophical because you hold ancient scripture above science, which is an absolutely moronic thing for a working scientist to do.
And in my classroom, I never bring the Bible in as an instruction point. And Christians would love for me to do that, but then I wouldn't be at a secular university. I'd be at a Christian university, so I don't do that.
Actually, many students have specifically reported that you regularly inject religion into your lectures, and also that your optional Bible study sessions are the basis for discriminating against those who don't attend.
You described the same thing about how the primordial soup model is basically mythological in nature. It's not evidence-based, but yet it's talked about widely, and it's in textbooks in school.
These morons are as bad as flat earthers insisting that gravity isn't real. For the 1,000th time, primordial soup means organic molecules in water. That's all. You think it's mythological that molecules formed life in water? Get an education, fish hat.
The chemistry fights against moving toward life. Molecules have never been known to move toward life, ever. They move away from life. They entropically, there's entropy in it. They try to scatter from the organization because life itself is entropically very low energy.
It is genuinely astounding to hear an actual chemist continue to say shit like this. High school chemistry students can refute this. Spontaneity is determined by both enthalpy and entropy. Entropically unfavorable processes occur spontaneously when they are sufficiently enthalpically favorable. Like my cell assembly, since energy is released when these favorable interactions are maximized. James, you are genuinely stupid. Okay, as a special treat to wrap up, holy shit, you guys. James went on what I can only describe as the view for brainwashed Jesus freaks. Check it out.
Today's guest has joined us to reveal how our bodies are constantly changing at the molecular level and how this could shed light on the resurrection. But before we get to that, join me around the table is Cindy Johnston. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well.
You ready to go into a science class today?
Well, I really didn't like science when I was in high school, but I love science now, and I love learning, and thank you for having this guest.
Anna Kendall, how are you?
I am excited about this guest. I love it when we have brilliant people, and this man is so brilliant. It's going to be a great show.
He really is. Rachel Lamb Brown, how are you?
Listen, science and math are two of my favorite subjects because there's always a mathematical answer, and it was you never had confusion about getting to the right answer, and so I guess my brain, analytical brain, always loved that. So I'm excited to learn more.
That's good. Your dad was amazing at math, by the way. He was brilliant. Dorothy Newton, how are you?
I'm doing good. All I have to say is that the teacher is here, and I'm going to be a good student.
There you go. Me and you both. Me and you both. Cindy Murdoch, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Biology was my favorite.
Biology was my favorite.
I love to study the human body.
Way better.
No.
Or math.
Well, today's guest is a passionate academic and evangelist. Please welcome Dr. James Tour. Welcome.
James is so thrilled to be there with Whoopi and Joy, and I don't actually know who hosts The View, so I'm going to stop there. But boy, is this exciting. It's the most important interview of his career.
Tell everybody what you do. You are a professor at Rice University.
Yes, so
I'll let you brag on yourself for just a second, because I know you won't, but just tell
we're gonna
one
make
of the
sure your
top
wife
50
hears.
scientists in the world.
That is awesome.
Wow. Yes.
In the world.
Wow.
In the world.
That is
That's
amazing.
what they tell me.
And my friend Donna told me that you drew a picture of Jesus in class, and the teacher said it was the best drawing he ever saw. And you got the lead in the school play. Aren't you just a big old ball of talent, Jimmy? All this while James sits there with this aw shucks gee whiz face. Is this not the funniest shit you've ever seen?
Dr. Tour, right before we get into that, I want you to talk a little bit about how you came to know Jesus as Lord and Savior.
I had been addicted to pornography from the age of 14. I started working at a gas station in New York City, just on the highway, just goes into the city, and I would find these magazines, and I became addicted. So by 18, I knew that I was addicted, and when I read that verse, I was deeply convicted, and I was deeply convicted because when Jesus is getting a hold of our hearts, there's this amazing power to his words. I mean, he could speak one word,
and it stops you. And all of a sudden, this tremendous peace started filling the room. And then just off to my right, just 3 feet away from me, Jesus is standing.
Hallelujah. Jesus made you stop looking at those naughty magazines with the butts and the boobies. That was so sinful. We don't need to finish this long story since we've heard it before, but if you haven't heard it yet, the punchline is that he hallucinates Jesus in his dorm room and then decides to be a clean boy. I just wanted to see these women nod uncomfortably while he tells them about how he jerked off too much. Oh wait, we do have to watch this part.
Oh, wow. And it's not a clear image in my eyes, but I knew this is the presence of the Lord, and I didn't hear any voices. But right away I turned. I'm already on my knees, and I put my face to the ground just weeping, and he was just pouring out this liquid love on me.
You were on your knees, and a man was pouring liquid love on your face? Was it white and sticky? James, I'm pretty sure you got molested by a janitor. You should probably get some therapy for that. I heard that repressing trauma can cause violent outbursts.
Mr. Farina! I was struggling with freshman chemistry. I had been put in an honors class, not because I was really good, but because the advisor heard that I was a chemistry major. Okay, stick them in the honors. I needed to be in with the masses. I mean, these kids have been learning chemistry since kindergarten.
James, there's no honors chemistry in college. That's high school. You can't even tell a simple story about trivial aspects of your life without lying. You are literally always lying. It's incredible.
How can any educated person believe somebody has risen from the dead?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
So then if you look at different pieces of evidence, you have the scriptures as evidence, and then you have extra biblical evidence, writings from the time. Yeah. And you look at these collectively, there is so much evidence. And people say, well, I don't believe the Bible. Well, if you just dismiss it, it's because you're an idiot.
No, people who blindly believe religious mythology are idiots. Smart people understand that every religion has a bunch of stories that didn't happen, and to reject all of the sets of mythologies except one for no good reason makes you a gullible toddler. Pretending that scripture is evidence that the stories in that scripture happened is like pointing to a Harry Potter book to prove that Hogwarts is real.
Because it's like if somebody were to pick up my organic chemistry textbook, it's 1,200 pages, and spend 15 minutes and say, this is nonsense. I would think that I'm speaking to an idiot.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You can't look at this book for 15 minutes and tell me that what I'm studying here is a bunch of nonsense.
Right.
No, it's not like that at all, moron. Anyone can pick up a chemistry textbook, go into a laboratory, and verify everything in the book for themselves by doing chemistry. You can't do that with the Bible because it's a bunch of shitty stories about things that definitely didn't happen. You're dumber than rocks.
This was so amazing that John looks at this and it says he believed. That was enough to see the empty tomb and the grave closed there. It didn't make any sense other than Jesus rose from the dead. Peter didn't believe, but he left bewildered. He says, something's going on here.
Wow, they looked in the tomb, the body wasn't there anymore, and the only explanation is that he rose from the dead. No other scenario is possible. Case closed. Excuse me while my eyes roll out of their sockets.
Come, touch me. He commanded them. He didn't say, well, touch me if you like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, would you like to do this? He commanded them. When the risen Savior says, touch me, you touch him.
Is that what the janitor in your dorm room said, James? Do you want to show us on the doll where he made you touch him?
Then he says, come here. You stick your hand into the hole in my side. And be not unbelieving and believing. He falls on his knees. He says, my Lord and my God.
Was the hole in his side, or was it more towards the back of his body? James, did you put your finger in the janitor's butt?
He appeared to them by the Sea of Galilee. It says Jesus cooked a fish breakfast for them on the beach when they came in. He told them where to throw their nets. For 40 days, over 500 people saw him at one time. Hallucinations are not shared, and certainly not among 500. Over and over again.
Yeah, I can make up a story where some crazy shit happens and 1 billion people see it. It's a fucking story. You can make up whatever you want. How do you need this explained to you as an adult person?
And what these men and women did, they died for their testimony that Jesus has risen
from the dead. They died for this, and nobody dies for what they know to be a lie. If they had made it up, they never would have gone to death.
People sacrifice themselves for all kinds of religions. So by your logic, those religions are all true too? Those gods are all real too? Don't you think you should spend some time praying to those gods as well? I bet they're big mad at you for ignoring them and their martyrs. There's hell to pay, James.
Lord, forgive me.
Lord, forgive me.
Because I am a sinner.
Because I am a sinner.
Thank you for dying for me.
Thank you for dying for me.
I believe that Jesus is Lord,
I believe that Jesus is Lord.
and I believe he has risen from the dead.
And I believe that he is risen from the dead.
Fill me with your Holy Spirit,
Fill me with your Holy Spirit.
and let me live for you.
And let me live for you.
In the name of Jesus.
In the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Amen. If you prayed that prayer today, it's the most important prayer you could ever pray, and it is life-changing. It is the greatest miracle that takes place.
That's right. Of all the super important prayers you can do, this is the most importantest. Getting nice and filled up with that sticky, creamy Holy Spirit is going to fix you up real good. Just take it from James. He gave up pornography and became a raving lunatic who lies on the internet. All this can be yours. Anyway, that's enough of that. It's equal parts hilarious and tragic to witness what James has devolved into. From conjuring up his initial script about some science he doesn't understand to whatever the fuck this is. He pretends to give science lectures where he regurgitates the exact same debunked talking points over and over and over again in between prayers and Bible passages. He's the most cartoonish person I can think of. It's hard to imagine what else he could possibly do to warrant further commentary, but I'm sure he'll think of something, especially if his handlers at the Disco Toot have anything to say about it. So that's it for James' tour and the highlights reel of all the dumb shit he said over the past year. If he does something else insane or tries to respond to me, you can expect some more content. Otherwise, I'll probably just let his stupidity accumulate over the next year or so and update you when appropriate. Either way, I'll see you next time. RNA and therefore proteins, and that it can't go the other direction in that particular lineage there. Do you know why? Because amino acid residues, right? There are multiple codons that code for the same amino acid residue. And so if you have one amino acid residue, you don't know what codon it came from. You can't go from an amino acid chain, that information, you can't tell what genome it came from. That's all the central dogma is talking about. I don't know why Crick called it a dogma. It's not a dogma. I think he just didn't know what the word dogma means, but that's what the central dogma is. So anytime people bring up like reverse transcriptase or these other things, these other mechanisms, it's not contradicting the central dogma. So we can definitely talk about the things that Noble says, right? We can talk about all these things. By the way, there's so many, he's just also constantly constructing strawman arguments against neo-Darwinism. He attacks positions they don't hold, right? There was a rant about Jerry Coyne where he just fabricated a thing that Jerry Coyne says. Yeah, there's plenty of critiques, right? I'm not going to do what you do. I'm not going to go, this guy said this guy said that. But if you want to go there, there are plenty of critiques of Dennis Noble exposing how he doesn't actually know what he's talking about with these regards. Anything bringing up neo-Lamarckism is just completely misled, right? And Lamarckism is about giraffes getting the longer neck to get the fruit, and then that is somehow passed down immediately to offspring, right? That's not there. None of these mechanisms that are meant to represent neo-Lamarckism are actually Lamarckism. What else do we want to? Oh, you mentioned this thing. This is really want to get into. This is why I want to talk about science, because anytime you actually try to talk about science, you sound so stupid. It's unbelievable. You were talking about membranes not being coded in the genome. Well, how the hell are those molecules synthesized? Right? You want to talk about lipids in the membrane. Where do those come from, Sabor? Those come from enzymes. Enzymes build them. And how do you get enzymes? They're coded for in the genome. See, so we're going to talk about molecular biology. Anything you want to talk about, Noble, don't go, he said this was published in that. Talk to me about science. We're going to talk about science. We're going to put away our heroes and our daddies and all that. We're going to get into these actual mechanisms, right? We're going to talk about science. Talk to me about molecules and cells, transcription, translation, mutations. We're going to talk about that. Anytime you stray from that, I'm going to bring you back. We're going to be talking about science here, right? You wanted to take me into the deep waters, right? Sabor wants to take me to the deep waters. So let's go there. So really, I had a couple other points here. What did I say? You said Lamarck about common ancestry. Lamarck did not accept common ancestry. He thought life was constantly spontaneously appearing, so they all had different forms.
I went to I'd just be
I
Canada
support
first.
French being French first. I support Ethiopians being Ethiopia
you've
first.
made it clear you're selfish. We get it.
No,
you
that's-
only help others if it benefits you. You've made that very clear from the beginning. USAID, will I stop malaria? Will I stop children in Africa from dying? Well, does it benefit us? I'm a Christian, by the way. God's love is awesome.
Do you think that people in Japan are like, oh, I want policies that hurt Japan and help, like,
What's hurting
Nigeria
America
or
about USAID?
something?
What's hurting America about USAID?
Sending our billions of our tax dollars to people
How
that
is
are
that
not
hurting
us,
America?
Because that money could go to our people and
Couldn't you say
strengthen
the
our
same thing
country.
about Ukrainian, all the arms that we're sending them? Why are we sending them arms? Shouldn't we keep that for ourselves?
Well, because
we might need it.
Well, because there's foreign policy, like you mentioned, like how supporting Ukraine could in turn benefit America because they're an ally.
Yeah, so you're talking one side of your mouth and you're
No, that's
insisting
not
that the
talking-
policy that I'm
no,
suggesting
supporting
is
American
detrimental. But then
allies
you again
can be
outline how all the policies I've listed here
Supporting
are
American
both
allies can
practical.
be beneficial
And on the
for
other
America.
side of your mouth, you're trying to be like, well, don't you think that it would be bad to neglect your family? Yeah, it's bad to neglect your family. They're like doing like the bottom barrel, like, don't you think rape is bad? Yeah, we've gotten there. The issue is that fractions exist and things like trillions of dollars exist, which is why we had US aid. It's why we had this foreign policy. Not only did we have this foreign policy because it's good for America, but as a Christian, I would like to support it if we can
Okay,
afford
do you
it
want to move
because
to
it's the right
immigration?
thing to do.
Do you want to move to immigration?
No,
So-
we're not here to debate immigration. We're here to debate America
that's
First
part
as
of-
Christian.
That's part of the America First policy, right? So I support an America
She's got to go to
First-
brown people when in trouble. She's like, but brown people are kind of weird, right?
You can calm down. It's okay. I support an America First policy that benefits Americans over people from foreign nations. And I think that should be reflected in our immigration policy, too. So, for instance, with the working class, we've lost so much of our industrial jobs because they've been sent, it's a free trade issue, but we've been sending so much of our jobs overseas. And in the same way, because we've been letting so many people flooding the borders, it's a lot harder for the working class to find jobs.
So in 2017, there was a tariff imposed on the steel manufacturing industry to try to bring steel manufacturing back to America. Do you know what it did for American jobs in steel manufacturing? Didn't think so. What it did is it shrunk jobs. The reason that we
Okay, maybe that
export
didn't work.
the reason that we export labor is because Americans are paid for their time, not for their labor, whereas overseas it's typically the end product of their labor. Now you and I could have a long, lengthy conversation about how that's probably bad, but that would be a liberal talking point, not a conservative talking point. And while I might have issues with the way that we economically handle other countries, insofar as we often take advantage of their poverty, which I think is not good, the reason that we export labor like this is because it's fundamentally cheaper.
It's cheaper for corporations, yes, but it ends up hurting American workers because their wages have been steadily
And you should get on my
declining.
side and say that we should have actual, like, effective policy to hold corporations responsible for the way that they decimate American lives.
I agree with that. Well, why are you assuming
So
what
you're
my
for, like,
position
taxing
is?
corporations more?
Sure. I'm also for closed borders. I'm also for, like, reshoring our manufacturing. I'm also for policies that support American workers rather than immigrants.
Do you know why H-1Bs are so important to? Let's focus on one industry, cybersecurity. Do you know anything about the cybersecurity industry?
Not that much. No.
Okay. Okay, let's just take this more broadly. Do you know why H-1Bs are so valued in America and why your president doesn't want to get rid of them?
Because Indians do work for cheaper, and they also usually are able to work longer hours because their jobs are tied to their visas, so they're much easier to be abused by their employers, and that's why. Yes.
So that's one
So
reason.
it's actually good for corporations, but it's not good for all the people we told to get STEM degrees who now went to Silicon Valley and can't get a job because they're too expensive.
That's not what's happening in Silicon
Yes,
Valley.
that's
Why there's-
what's- that
that's
is
not why the
100% what's
unemployment issue. The reason that there's an unemployment issue is because there's a massive staffing bubble that happened during COVID in particularly soft industries like cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, one of the reasons why H-1Ps are so essential for that industry is because the level of training, you basically need to have, like, your last certification needs to be updated within, like, the last year or two. So a lot of American trained people, they just don't have it. We actually cannot fill jobs at high levels. So the reason we have H-1Bs is we we pull the people over so that they can fill these jobs. And now I agree with some of the abuses that happen to these individuals. Again, this is a liberal talking point. I don't like that. I would like to see things like better hours managed and better equal pay, which actually Biden suggested doing a lot of these things. But you guys shut down the immigration bill because you wanted to win an election. You don't actually want to solve your problems.
All right, and that wraps up this debate. Holy hell, that was spicy. That was really good. That was one of our best yet. Wow. All right. So we will be pulling up our next individuals. Give it up for Sarah. And give it up for Not So Erudite. All right, y'all. Let me pull up my roster, okay? I'm getting there. All right. Okay, guys. Can everyone hear me? Kind of. Is this better? Is that one? Maybe, no? Okay. Introduce you guys. All right, y'all. For your next debate, we have representing the Democratic side, Brian Shapiro. All right. I know it's steep. And then on the Republican side, we have Alex Stein.
I don't know where Sean is.
Sean Mike Kelly, we need
Sean
you.
Kelly,
Come
we
on
need
down
you,
to the
Sean.
stage, Sean. We got give it up for our moderator tonight. You guys have seen him all online. He's on Spotify, YouTube,
I can
everything.
make an opening statement. Is that okay?
Yeah, but let's get Sean. Guys, give it up for
There he
Sean
is.
Mike Kelly. Give it up for him a little. Okay. Well, fuck, Sean. Damn.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
I thought you guys were progressive. That wasn't very nice.
Okay, you guys ready?
I'm born ready, Brian.
I'm
what
ready.
about you? Are you ready?
I'm ready. Nice
All right.
hat, by the way.
Thank you. I love it.
All
They're
right,
giving
so-
free merch, free lighters. I like the Un-F America tour. They're pretty nice.
Can I just say one thing real quick? First of all, Alex, thank you for being here. I'm being serious here.
I know.
To Myron Gaines and Andrew Wilson, who are two pieces of shit, who are wussies, who they were supposed to be here today, and they are little bitches. So to Andrew and Myron, go fuck yourself.
Well, I love Andrew and Myron, so I stand with
All right.
Myron.
Let's have a friendly little conversation
Let's
about
go.
about trans people, right? Trans people? Okay, who wants to lead off? 1 minute intros.
What was it? It's not trans and women's sports, but what was it was just trans overall. Okay. Well, let me just tell you something.
Opening statement.
My opening statement, why primetime Alex Stein thinks the transgender movement is absolutely horrible for society, is because what we are doing is the majority of people that actually identify as non-binary or trans are actually retarded. They're actually autistic. Yes, the majority of people that are. Yes, this is true. Yes, this is true. So if we're gonna let a retard pick their gender, that's ridiculous. We wouldn't let a retard get a tattoo. We wouldn't let a retard barely order off the kids menu at dinner. I'm not going to let a retard cut off their genitals. Now, that is what we're dealing with, is we're dealing with people that have a mental illness called gender dysphoria, and we have sick doctors that are actually not just facilitating this, they're enabling this mental illness and making it much, much worse by cutting off a child's breast. So I'm sick of these trannies trying to go in women's restrooms and take a dump. And this is why in Texas we did a good thing and we outlawed transgenders in women's bathrooms, because, let me tell you why, it's an asymmetrical problem. I would love it if one of you transgenders want to wear a little man suit and come poop next to me in the bathroom. Bring it on. I think that's funny. But it's half of you homosexual faggots that like to put on a dress and walk into the women's restroom so you can look under the damn fucking stall.
Getting some birdies over there.
So, I'm sick
Does he have
of
a
you
minute?
fags trying to invade our spaces. You need to make your dad proud. Your dad's ashamed of you for being a faggot. You need to stop being one now.
We're on YouTube. Let
I got this. I find it By the way, I appreciate Alex being here, but he didn't want to talk about Donald Trump. He didn't want to talk about the 129 pages.
Well, Donald
hold on a second.
Let him respond. Let him respond.
He didn't want to talk about the 129 pages that were in the Epstein files that weren't released. Geez, I wonder why. He doesn't want to talk about healthcare. He doesn't want to talk about the economy. He doesn't want to talk about any of those topics. You know what he wants to talk about? Transgenders in women's bathrooms. This is how stupid some of these MAGA Republicans are. Hold on a second. Be quiet. This is my turn to talk. Be quiet.
Let him finish.
They think that somebody would have transgender surgery and cut off their penis so that they can go into the bathroom and assault a child. Let me tell you something, Alex. That's not happening, and I think a transgender might have done something to you when you were a child.
Oh, yeah, no, that's actually true. I lost my virginity to a transgender. My football coach is now a woman. But listen, it's funny, Brian, because I actually like Brian, even though he's libtarded.
I like Alex, too. Even though he's a Trump mushroom gobbler.
But with the trans issue, honestly, if you are an adult, like we live in a free country, you want to cut off your penis, that's okay. But where it really gets sick is that an adult ever telling a child they're born in the wrong body.
Can I ask you a question?
But you have to admit that's evil.
Can I ask you a question?
Like if you're an adult, maybe that's okay.
How have transgenders negatively affected you in your life? Tell me.
The last 8 mass shootings have all been transgender.
Oh, give me a fucking
every
break.
time.
That's not true.
Every time I go to a public event, I'm worried about some transgender with a machine gun blowing my brains out. So yeah, they affect my life.
I know facts sometimes don't matter to Trump mushroom gobblers, but let me just explain to Alex one thing. Hundreds and hundreds of mass shootings in the last couple of years. There have been 6 mass shooters, okay? But they want to blame transgenders and brown people for all their problems. Why don't you blame the orange 34-count felon liable abuser who's the president?
I want amnesty for all big booty Latinas. If you're a 9, you're fine. So do not label me
You
anti-brown.
haven't answered.
I love brown.
Alex, you have not answered my question.
Tan booty of a Latino.
Alex,
What's your
you
question?
have not answered my question. How have transgenders personally negatively affected you in your life?
On a serious note, transgenders have benefited me because Leah Thomas's propeller in that pool, I was able to gamble on
Notice
that
how we
tranny.
won't seriously answer that question.
I wanted
Guys,
enough
do you
money
notice?
to turn draft kings into draft queens.
So here's my point
there
that I was
have
trying
been
to make.
times where I've been able to exploit some sick gender dysphoric sicko. And there's been times where a gender dysphoric sicko has made me feel uncomfortable. So
Don't
it is
spurt
what
out,
it is.
Alex. Calm down. Notice, ladies and gentlemen, how he didn't answer the question. You know why?
No, I did answer
Hold on.
it. I did answer it.
Transgenders, the people that complain about transgenders the most are either people that are attracted to transgenders, which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Or people that were touched by somebody when they're a kid, or...
No.
Yeah.
Let me
You know
give you
why?
one stat.
Because
Let me give you
he
one
wasn't
stat, Brian.
negatively affected by transgenders. He's just obsessed with them.
Brian, let me give you one stat. Did you know that over 76% of gay men say that they were sexually molested in their childhood?
What poll are you referring to? And not
look
Myron
it up.
Gaines'
Look
poll.
it up.
I
Just
know
look
that's
it up
what you
right
like.
now. Please look it up. How many people that identify as gay say they were sexually molested
Okay,
as a
but
child?
what does transgender have to do with being gay? The two have nothing in common with each other. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
well, first of all, you're telling me being trans and being gay have nothing in common.
There are people that are trans that
as
would
soon
say
as you
they're not gay.
transition, I know. As soon as you transition, though, you become gay. Like
Okay, I'm going to be serious here, okay? All the problems we have in this country.
What is the stat, though? What is the stat?
46%.
Well, 46.
Yeah, he was
Close
off just
enough.
by a little bit.
Close enough.
Alex, all the problems we have in this country right now, I think we would agree. There's a lot of gun violence.
Yes, I agree.
We have issues with healthcare.
We
I know
do live in a violent country.
There's
I
a lot
agree.
of issues. This is not a top 5 issue. It's not a top 10 issue. It's a top transphobic issue. That's what it is.
Well, no, because this is the thing. Is that you have all of these kids, their balls are infected with microplastics, and now they're all becoming feminine. They're all becoming soy boys. They're all becoming females. And so we need to change that. That's why the birth rate is declining. That's why, the white population is less than 8%. It's because all the white people are being infected by all of the first world problems that we're affected
the
by.
birth rate is being affected because Donald Trump just gave the biggest tax breaks to the top 1%
Wait, you're
in this
telling me
country.
giving a kid Lupron, which is a hormone-disrupting drug, it's the same drug that we give pedophiles to castrate them. You're telling me that wouldn't affect the birth rate? Lupron, look
so
up Lupron,
I'm
a
telling you
hormone
right
blocker.
now-
It's the same drug we give to castrate pedophiles. It's the same drug that is prescribed to kids that are going through gender transition.
Alex, how many kids do you have?
Well, I mean, that I pay child support for, too. That I've raised, none.
All right, fair enough. The problem that I have with this argument is really didn't answer my question. The question was, if you care so much about the issue with transgenders, how is it affecting you negatively in a personal way?
No,
you haven't
on a
answered
serious
the question.
note, on a serious note, when I went and I testified at the Texas State Senate hearing about the trans bathroom bill, when my girlfriend's in there, some gargoyle in a dress went and took a dump next to her, and that did affect me. It pissed me off. It made me want to go kick
Here's
his
my
ass.
opinion, okay?
And
When
that
I go
felt
to the
like
bathroom,
a violation of my girlfriend. I'm not just saying that to be goofy. I'm telling you that's how it felt.
Fine. When I go to the bathroom, I go in there to do my business and I leave. The idea, there's no study that supports what Alex is saying, which what he's trying to say is transgenders have a higher probability of assaulting somebody in a bathroom. That is not factually accurate, and this is, again, I go back to what I said earlier. The idea that someone would have a transgender surgery and mutilate, or whatever he wants to say, their genitals so that they can go into a different restroom is probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's not happening. Alex has no facts behind his opinion on this. It just is not true.
You're delusional.
I'm delusional.
There's guys trying and fighting all over the state
If somebody wants to assault a child, they're going to go in there and they're not going to have transgender surgery first. It's ridiculous.
No,
you call people retarded.
You can assault somebody with your
retarded.
eyes. You can assault somebody with your eyes. You don't have to touch them. So by just going into a bathroom, if you're a
So
transgender,
looking at somebody as sexual assault, in that case, Donald Trump has committed millions of sexual
looking
assaults.
over a stall, under a stall, looking at a kid in a bathroom, that's still assault. You don't have to physically touch them. So yes,
can a guy,
transgender with wandering eyes can be considered sexual assault.
By your premise, can a guy who hasn't have transgender surgery look at a kid that way as well? What is your premise of this argument?
Of course, but I'm just saying the natural law of orders, men go to the men's room, women go to the women's room.
Where's your study?
Of course, believe it or not, yes, there's men pedophiles. You're one of them, but it doesn't matter. It's not, no, I'm kidding. But Brian's not. No,
Hold on. Let me just be clear on this, okay? The guy who supports a 34-count felon, liable sexual abuser, who's had 25 women accuse him of rape or sexual assault, including his ex-wife in court documents, Alex Stein supports that guy, okay?
Yeah,
Alex Stein supports a pedophile.
First of all,
he's all over the Epstein files.
At least he's not a homo like Barack Obama married to a chick with a dick. And let me tell you something. Donald Trump's a real man. You saw how he handled Stormy Daniels.
Right,
like she described his penis as not small.
Alex,
so I think he's doing okay.
Alex's identification of a real man, a guy who wakes up in the morning and puts on 8 layers of orange makeup, looking like the fucking clown that he is.
You wouldn't understand fashion. You would never understand.
He's a draft-dodging coward.
Brian, do you think you know anything about fashion?
You're the guy wearing that hat. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know anything about fashion, but Donald Trump is a fashionista. He's an icon. He's had his own clothing line. So you wouldn't understand high fashion, Brian.
So
it's above your pay grade.
So you think it's fashionable for a guy to wake up in the morning and put on 8 layers of orange makeup and his stilts and 4 hair transplants and fake teeth and a fake tan, looking like an orange, fucking orangutan.
Is Melania going to blow him? Then yes.
When was the last time Melania had sex with Donald Trump? Was when they conceived Barron.
Trump's a horny man. They're banging. Trust me. I know.
Well, clearly he cheated on him. Raw dog the porn star.
Maybe it was an open deal.
2 weeks after Barron was born.
Who knows? Relationships are complicated.
Do you think Donald Trump has testosterone? He's a real man.
Yeah, he's a real man.
Really? By what standards?
I think to the Hunter Biden and Joe Biden standards, he probably fucks just like they fuck, just like how Hunter fucked all those prostitutes. I'm sure Joe fucks, and I'm sure Trump fucks, and I'm happy that at least he fucks women and not little boys like Barack Obama or Bill Clinton probably.
Wait. Barack Obama fucks little boys? We have what? What did you just say?
I mean, maybe he's not a pedophile, but he's married to a dude. So.
I like Alex. I think at times Alex is very funny, but let's be clear. Barack Obama wasn't on the Epstein flight log or seen with Jeffrey Epstein.
Cool enough to get invited.
Joe Biden. Okay, Bill Clinton's not president anymore. The guy who you support is in the Epstein files. You know it. Why don't you admit it?
Well, I would go to Epstein's island. I mean, it's a nice island. We're going to blame the guy for going on a free vacation. I mean, that doesn't mean he banged a kid.
Barack Obama is a happily married man to a beautiful woman named Michelle Obama. Melania Trump has showed us her vagina already.
And it looked nice. And only he didn't like it because he's a fag. But all of us loved it, all right? And we love Melania's sweet, sweet cooch, okay?
This is my impersonation of Alex Stein. You ready? Pretend that this is Donald Trump's penis. That's Alex Alex Stein, okay, he is a Trump mushroom gobbler. He knows that Donald Trump is a piece of human scum. He will not publicly denounce anything that Donald Trump does or anything that he says.
No, I don't think he's doing enough. I would argue that he's not doing enough with immigration. He's not doing enough with a lot of stuff. He did good with January 6th, but other than that, he hasn't. He stopped 8 wars that I've never heard of.
He did a lot of good things on January 6th. Let's talk about that.
Well, January 6th, okay, I'll debate you on January 6th.
140 officers were injured that day, and Donald Trump called the people who beat the cops hostages and patriots. What the hell are you talking about?
You do know that there was FBI agents there
Okay,
in
let's
street
talk about that.
clothes.
I have a reasoning for that.
Okay.
There were 200,000 people there that were protesting.
But why would they
hold
lie
on,
about how
I'm
many
going to answer
cops?
that. When you have 200,000 people at a political protest, sometimes there's going to be some FBI agents there. That didn't force people to beat cops. That didn't force people to defecate on Nancy Pelosi's
The
desk.
FBI was the one that's starting all the beating of the cops. They were the ones who were tearing down the barricades. It's called agent provocateurs. Is you have guys
Can you please
dressed
name
in
me
there
one
to
FBI
start drama,
Name me one
literally-
FBI agent that has been proven to have beaten a police officer that day. You're a liar.
Dude, you know the FBI is corrupt. Look at Cash. Look at Dan. So you think the FBI is going to police itself?
Where
That's
are you
just
getting
so
this
ludicrous.
information from that FBI agents beat cops on January 6th? Give me a source
What
for
I'm
that
saying
stupid
is that
opinion.
the FBI encouraged normal citizens to do that. They encouraged normal citizens
And
to be
where's
more
your
violent.
evidence of that? Newsmax?
There's been a lot of instances of what is called
Where
agent
did you get that
provocateurs.
from? Matt
You
Gaetz?
look at the World Trade Organization. They had similar protests in Seattle. I think it was like 94
Why
or
can't
96.
you just- okay,
and
Alex.
they got caught using agent
Alex,
provocateurs
why
that were
can't-
cops
why can't-
in emu, like Seattle
It's never
grudge
been
clothes.
proven in a court of law.
I'm just saying, look up the
I know what you're
WTO.
saying.
You know what I'm talking
Alex,
about.
why
And they
can't
got
you
caught
just-
using agent provocateurs.
Alex, why can't you just call out the people who beat cops on January 6th, who Donald Trump called patriots and hostages?
Because fuck the police, dog. Coming straight out the underground. A young brother got his back because I'm brown. And they think
When
they have
you're-
the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit, because I ain't the one with a punk motherfucker with a badge and a gun to be beaten on and thrown in jail. We can go toe to toe in the middle of a cell fucking with me because I'm a teenager with a little bit of gold in a pager in my car looking for the product, thinking every Negro is selling narcotics. Fuck the police.
So, hold on.
Fuck the police.
Hey, when you're cornered, when you're a MAGA supporter and you're cornered, and you cannot defend any of Donald Trump's behaviors or
No, that's
actions,
just rapping.
you
F
try,
the police by
you
NWA.
try to be a horrible MAGA rapper. That's what
I'm
Alex
a good
does.
MAGA rapper. I'm the town hall
That's
terror.
what he does.
Let's not debate my rapping skills. You're going to lose
All right,
on
all
that.
right.
So,
You're also a very good liar and a very, very good knee pad, Trump-wearing, knee pad-wearing, right-wing, ridiculous Donald
I'm
Trump
a very
supporter.
friendly person. Yeah, that's
Why
one of my
don't you
faults.
call
I'm too
out Don-
nice. I'm
why-
too loyal.
Why won't you call out Donald Trump for calling them hostages and patriots?
For what?
I'm going to ask you another question.
Yeah,
If Donald
I didn't-
Trump doesn't lie about the 2020 election, does January 6th happen?
The 2020 election was stolen. It was 100%. So this is how I know it's stolen. When it came to in-person
Are you
voting,
kidding me?
Listen. When it came to in-person voting, Donald Trump won all 50 states, even the most liberal. When it came to mail-in ballots, Joe Biden won all 50 states, even the most conservative. So that is a clear indication that they were able to use mail-in
Okay,
ballots
here's a
to
clear
fortify
indication.
the election
Wait.
that they admitted to
All right,
fortifying.
Alex, here's a clear indication.
Okay.
Donald Trump had 62 opportunities in a courtroom. Every single judge said there was no merit, including Donald Trump appointed judges. What they do is they say the earth is flat. Alex, I've got news for you. The earth is not flat.
It might be.
Donald Trump
Might be.
I know.
Let's pump the brakes.
Donald Trump did not win the 2020 election, and your guy incited the January 6th insurrection. People died that day because of your orange
Rose
leader.
Boylan died, and who was the girl that got shot?
Brian Sitnick the next day.
Yeah, and that was all fake. He probably
It
killed
was all
himself.
fake.
Yeah, the next day.
It was
he
all
probably
fake.
died from a drug
I
overdose.
have some more.
He dies the next day, but you say he dies on
Okay,
January 6th.
so-
how can somebody die on January 6th if they're died on January 7th? Explain
I'll
that
answer
to me.
that. We had the coroner who did an autopsy. A week after the autopsy, he is on
And
the
so he was a zombie for 12 hours? Is that what it was? He was
Alex,
a zombie?
get
I'm
the-
alive,
Alex,
but I'm dead.
Alex, get the MAGA wax out of your ears and pay attention. I have some facts for you, okay? A week after
Quit
that,
saying a guy died on January 6th.
Are you going to let me answer? A week after January 6th, the guy who performed the autopsy on Brian Sitnick said that he believed that the state that the body was in the day after January 6th led to what happened on January 6th. He made that statement. This is the same guy who thinks George Floyd died of a drug overdose.
He did die of a drug overdose. The guy used a fake $20 bill. The guy was a porn star. And putting that much pressure on your neck wouldn't choke you out.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it necessarily helped, but he took fentanyl and had a lethal dose in his autopsy.
Some more facts.
When they literally checked the autopsy, he had a lethal dose.
Some more facts for the Trump mushroom gobbler. Number one, okay, this is important. There were 2 autopsies that were given to George Floyd. In both of those autopsies, they labeled it a homicide. For my special MAGA friend over here,
That was political.
Hold on.
That was a political diagnosis.
I'll speak slowly for you. In order for it to be labeled a homicide, it means he would have been forced drugs. Obviously, that didn't happen. A homicide is murder.
He did
Derek Chauvin is a piece of shit.
himself to take the drugs because he didn't want to go to jail for having possession of controlled
If George
substance.
Floyd was white, would you be saying the same thing?
If George Floyd was white, yes, a lot of white guys overdose. Yeah.
You think Ben Shapiro would be calling out for Derek Chauvin?
Ben Shapiro's a faggot. I just want everybody to know that. Yeah, so
I can't argue with him there. We finally
we agree
on something.
that. Yeah.
Well, I don't like the derogatory homophobic term. I wouldn't call him that. But I would say he's a phony, just like Candace Owens, Laura Loomer, Myron Gaines, Andrew, all these right-wing grifters. You know how many right-wing grifters you have in your party? It is a fucking
and
joke.
Like there's not left-wing grifters. See, I hate this grifter
Name me
argument.
one.
As
Name me
if
one.
we're not all on the internet trying to get clicks, trying to get followers, trying to get people to come to our
You don't
events.
have to.
So
All
as
right, can I
if
give
we
you an
don't have
example?
to market ourselves, any self-marketing would be
I'm going to
considered
give you
a
guys
grift.
an example. You ready for this? The other day, and by the way, the people who run the Unfuck America tour are wonderful people. Z, who runs this tour, is a wonderful person. She's pregnant. You know what Myron Gaines said to her? This is his friend. Myron Gaines called her a fat Jewish C-word. These are the kinds of people that get credentialed into that Klan rally across the street.
Yeah, I don't know why you care so much. I mean, sticks and stones might break my bones. I mean,
He's a
fat
grifter.
bitches will never
Say
hurt
it.
me.
Myron Gaines is a grifter. Say it.
No, he's not a grifter. The guy, hey, he helps
Do you
young
support
people.
that language?
Yeah, I support that language. I support the First Amendment. I'm a free speech absolutist. If you guys want to say something, I don't give a damn what it is. And that's what I'm sick of guys like you that say, oh, I support the First Amendment. Yet you want to shut down
This
people like
isn't
Myron.
about
You
the
want to
First-
shut down people for speaking against
No,
the
I don't.
vaccine.
Who do I want to shut down?
Well, I'm saying, I bet during
Who do I want to
COVID,
shut down?
during COVID, you did not like people sharing misinformation.
See what he did there? He says he thinks I wanted to shut down people. Can you name me one time ever in my life I've tried to shut somebody? I'm just saying.
The left does not value.
I'm just saying.
The left does
I'm not
not
the left.
value the
I'm not
First
the left.
Amendment. Okay, I'm just saying in general, the left does not value the First Amendment as much as the
I don't want to shut them
right.
down. I want to call them out. Do you understand the difference?
And I agree with you on that. I think we should be
You just
calling
said
out
you supported
hypocrisy.
Myron Gaines calling her fat. She's a pregnant woman.
Yeah, he doesn't like her. I support anybody's
cannot-
right to say whatever he
you
wants. He
can-
calls
it's
me
not-
N-word. What do
Alex,
I look like, the word
Alex,
police? I'm not
Alex,
his boss.
Alex,
I'm not his
Alex,
boyfriend. What
Alex.
do you think I am?
Well, you might be. Alex, the point I'm trying to make is this. It's not that they don't have a right to say it. That's not my point. The point is we should be able to call it out, and he won't do it. He's a coward.
I feel like I call out a lot of stuff, but
Call out Myron Gaines for calling her fat.
Once again,
Call her out for calling her. You're a Jewish
she is
person.
pregnant. She is pregnant, right? So she's probably heavy set. Good for her.
So calling her fat and calling her the
she's
C
not
word is
fat.
good?
She just happens to be pregnant. I'm saying so for her,
This is unbelievable.
she shouldn't feel that bad because she just
Myron
happens
Gaines
to be
might
temporarily
be the most
pregnant. So-
anti-Semitic person I've ever met. Alex Stein is Jewish, and he won't call out Myron Gaines.
I'm a fake Jew, not a real one.
Will you call out Fuentes, Nick Fuentes?
Well, Nick Fuentes has some very hot takes about the Holocaust that I need to do some research about. But some
This
of it,
is a Jewish man who supports the Holocaust.
Some of it sounds quite interesting from what I've heard, but I don't need to call people out. I'm not here to give people purity tests because I'm not some sort of homosexual like you. I want people to be edgy. I want people to say crazy stuff because that's the world we live in.
Hold on.
And the world is normally boring. We need to mix things up. We need to stir the pot, not just try to like keep it still and safe.
There is a difference. There is a difference between being edgy and being an anti-Semitic, racist piece of shit. Do you not understand the difference?
Well, I would argue that now on the internet we have free speech. We can basically make fun of anybody we want, except for one country in the Middle East, the
It's
size of
not
New Jersey.
about being able to do it. It's about calling it out. Do you not understand the difference when you condemn Myron Gaines right now?
What I'm saying is,
oh my God, it's so
even a
pathetic.
racist statement is allowed under the First Amendment, so it's not my job to call it out. If a white person's racist, a black person's racist, I don't give a damn. It's not my job. I'm not the racist police.
Okay, but these are people that you associate yourself with.
Yeah, and you know what? I like somebody a little edge. I don't like some cookie cutter guy.
So you think it's edge to be anti-Semitic and racist?
And I like some of these Muslims that are like to, want to blow up.
Do you think it's edgy to be anti-Semitic and racist?
Well, I'm friends with everybody.
Would you call the Klan edgy? Would you call the Klan edgy?
I would say that they have, some style and fashion.
You are not serious. These are people that hung black people. You're calling the Klan edgy? You're going to defend the Klan?
Well,
what a shocker. Donald Trump is the guy that said stand back and stand by.
The KKK is edgy. They wouldn't let me in because my last name's Stein. But no, on a serious note, I guess what you're trying to argue right now is
just call out bad people.
No, is that I need to call out people, and I kind of get that because that's a serious thing that's happening right now with the Tucker, with the Candace drama, and I think this purity test is the gayest thing ever. Like, I'm seeing it like what you're trying to give me, and that's a serious thing that's been happening on the right where we're giving all each other purity tests, when half the people on the right are closeted homosexuals or, a bad person. So
Myron Gaines.
Nobody can really pass the purity test that they try to give. So that's why I think it's all bullshit, and we shouldn't have to have that.
All right, so there's a difference between passing the purity test and having the leader of the free world attack. I want you to get this on record.
Hey, I will say this on record.
Hold on. Rob Reiner and his wife were murdered by their son. And hours and days after, Donald Trump attacked the family. Will you condemn those remarks?
Yeah, I did not like those statements, and this is my one complaint, too, during Trump's presidency, is that whether Trump likes you, whether you voted for Trump or not, whether he likes you, it is the job of the president once he gets in office is to be a uniter. And I would argue that he's not uniting right now. He's actually stirring division. He's stirring the pot. He's posting AI slop pooping on Harry
Okay, but
Season.
Alex, I appreciate
agree
that.
We should be the ones mixing and stirring the pot, not our politicians. We should be yelling at our politicians, not letting them fuck with us. We should fuck with them.
Alex, I agree with you, and I'm glad you said that. But Jack Posobiec, who is one of the biggest faces of the Republican Party, defended it and called him a counterpuncher. You're not a counterpuncher when you punch somebody that is dead, okay? You're not a counterpuncher.
Hey, and you know what? If Rob Reiner died of anything else, cancer, this and that, I could probably defend Trump. But the fact is what it was called a double parricide, where two parents are killed like that, it's really... I don't know why we'd have any ill will anymore. It's one of the worst deaths you can have, a child killing both parents.
I agree. Alex, after John McCain died, Donald Trump made it about himself. After Powell died, Donald Trump made it about himself. Every single time there's a tragedy, even after the Reagan
I think it's okay with those people because, they died naturally. Like, if they would have had more, John McCain died of cancer over a long time, and should he have been a little more respectful? I don't know. That's debatable. But if John McCain would have died and been murdered, I think that would have been low class. But the fact that I'm saying the way in which they died affects the way I think Trump should have handled it.
Why do you think Trump wasn't invited at McCain's funeral?
I have no idea. Who gives a shit? I mean,
who gives a shit? I give a shit, and I'll tell you why. When you're the president of the United States, you are put at a higher standard than people like you or me. When somebody hold on.
Yeah, but he's like a uniparty guy,
it doesn't matter.
Guy.
This isn't about politics. It's about human decency. When somebody dies or they're murdered, the bottom line is you need to show decency when you're the president of the United States, and you need to be above all that stuff.
I do agree that he needs to be above it. He needs to be the bigger man sometimes. And
he's not. Well, he is a big man.
He needs to be the bigger man. And Donald Trump wants to keep stirring things up. I would agree that he needs to kind of unify us and not have so much division. I agree on that.
What is it about Kamala Harris that you just hated so much that you couldn't vote for her?
Because she's retarded. She's an actual idiot. At least AOC can put a sentence together.
She's retarded?
Yes, Kamala Harris is not smart. You know that she's not. She's so untalented. Whenever she walks to a table, we're sitting here. I'm in a blue shirt.
You think Pam Bondi is smart? You think Christine Nolan is smart?
No, they're not the vice president of the United States.
You think Kash Patel's doing a good job?
Dude,
He's smart?
Literally, Joe Biden said we need a black woman of color. Like, he used DEI. That means any qualified white guy was totally ineligible. So that means we have a meritocracy. We have a DEI presidency. And we need to have the best candidate, not based on their color, but based on their performance.
Let me tell you what a DEI hire is, in my opinion. A DEI hire is somebody that you put in office that has little to no experience. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Okay, Marco Rubio has experience. Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Christy Noam, the puppy murderer. These are white DEI hires. It's why he has one of the whitest administrations in American history. Those are DEI hires. Why is it that he hired so few minorities? Why would you call our former vice president, who has been duly elected twice as the attorney general, who has more intelligence and experience in her pinky than you have in your whole body?
Maybe so, but she also dated Montel Williams, so she's a hoe, and I've never been a hoe for Montel Williams.
Right.
So I've never sucked Montel's dick. She has, so she takes the L. I take the W on that.
Bubba? Who's Bubba?
I don't know who Bubba
Who's
is.
Bubba?
I don't know who Bubba is, but I also know that her husband, Doug, she's such an evil wife. In her biography, she talks about how her husband didn't get her a nice enough birthday present while she was campaigning for president of the United States of America. So she threw her own husband under the bus, bash him for a few clicks on her new book. So she's an evil, sick, demented woman that never had any kids because her uterus is probably dried up like Satan's asshole.
Should I even respond? How could anybody clap for that disgusting?
That guy's awesome. And
Let me tell you,
God bless.
Yes. Well, let me tell you something about the guy who's awesome. He's wearing a fucking Alex Jones shirt. The guy. Hold on.
Alex Jones,
the guy who said the school shooting in Connecticut didn't happen. Let me be very clear on this, and I'm going to be very clear.
He said it happened.
Hold
He said no kids died.
Anybody in this room who is a big Alex Jones fan, or anybody in this room that is not willing to condemn the comments that Donald Trump made about the Reiners, you can burn in hell, because that's what I feel about you.
Final statements, gentlemen.
You know, thank you guys. Give yourselves a round of applause. Yes. I know it's kind of hard to hear. I am the pimp on a blimp. Okay, look, Alex, 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 Alex. Put on Book America. I love you guys. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And we love you, Charlie Kern. We are Charlie, 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 Charlie.
Ryan.
So I'm not going to thrust for everybody because I don't think anybody wants to see that. I will thank Alex for being here and at least having the guts to be here. I do appreciate him for being here. And people at AmFest have been very nice to me, and I will give them credit for that. I talked to Jack Posobiec today, and I had some good conversations with some people, even though I felt like I was the only person on the left that was there. And I did feel like I was at a Klan rally, Alex. I really did. A lot of ignorant white people, but that's okay. But I will say this in closing. I'm worried about where this country is going. I'm worried about where we're headed. The next 3 years are going to be very, very difficult, and I wish people would be informed. And what I mean by informed, not is listening to Fox News or Newsmax. I think there are more important topics that we should be discussing rather than what people do going into restrooms. So that's my personal opinion. I don't know if I can start a chant if anybody would like to start one with me. Fuck Trump! 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 Thank you.
Adam Mockler comes to stage. Destiny, come to stage.
Destiny, where are you, bro? I told them to come over here. Yeah, bro.
All right.
Yes. I told this guy 20 minutes ago that he needs to get up here. I don't know.
Guys, thanks for coming. We're gonna jump straight into Q&A. So if you'd like to come up and ask a question to Destiny and Adam, please have it prepared in your phone notes and come up on the left side here, form a line on the left. One question each. Please have it prepared on your phone notes so we could get straight to it. And let's get it going.
Let's go.
Do you want to open? Do you want to make like a little opening? Okay, so we'll open up with some statements. If you guys disagree with them, feel free to line up on the left here. You want to start it off, Adam?
Yeah, okay. So we're going to do questions in about 3 or 4 minutes. We're just going to do some opening statements about how we feel about the Trump admin thus far. We are 11 months into the second Trump term, and it's been an unmitigated disaster. We have repeated acts of authoritarianism to try to consolidate power heading into the midterms because their policy, everything they've done is so incredibly unpopular. Right now, the Republicans are trying to rig the midterms by redistricting Texas and multiple other states. The reason why they are doing that is because all of their policy has been an abject failure. We can look at the economy where unemployment is up, inflation is up since Biden left office, youth unemployment is uniquely up, black unemployment is up even more, which is an early indicator of a weakening job market. The tariff regime has been an absolute mess. Donald Trump, roughly a month ago, removed the tariffs on beef, which is a concession that the tariffs do increase prices for consumers. Why the hell else would he remove the tariffs for beef if they didn't increase prices? So the tariffs have been a mess. He claims that he's brought in all this money. He hasn't brought in. The immigration policy has been even worse. We can have a debate about the border and how people feel about that, but the interior enforcement has been so damn unpopular. I don't know how you defend 80-year-old women getting their ribs cracked because they were thrown on the ground by ICE agents who are clearly undertrained. So we're seeing this happen in the interior enforcement, in the economy, the Epstein files. I'm sure I missed a lot of issues like no new wars and then going to war, or at least striking boats in Venezuela and putting a no-fly zone over Venezuela. A lot of issues in the first Trump admin have been dog shit for the Trump admin. And with that, if you disagree with anything we said, we can start doing the audience questions over there.
Guys, is this even on? Is this on? Really quickly, y'all. Hey guys, everyone. We're asking for everyone to be as quiet as possible because it's going to be really hard to hear anything if people are talking. So these are you guys' headliners. These are the people you guys are obviously here for. So please keep it down as much as possible. Thank y'all.
All right, so start lining up, guys. If you have questions, if you have disagreements, we'll start one by one on the left side here. Right side. Oh, right side, sorry.
Quite a line. There we go. No, that's a line over there.
What? No, they're just watching, I think. Wow, everyone's scared?
What do you think about the Trump admin?
You guys are too intimidating.
What I mean, the Trump admin sucks so far. It's indefensible. I think that's why like 90% of Trump will spend most of their time talking about girl cock and whatever else. Yeah, there we go. We got some trans lovers in the audience. That and Lake and Riley and I don't know. Debating any trouble on substance right now is basically impossible. I feel like one of the reasons why their counterculture movements like the Groypers and everybody are getting so popular is because Trump is so indefensible on literally all policy and all fact that you can basically just have whatever position you want. I will admit it, it's a guilty pleasure of mine watching Ben Shapiro flounder like crazy on stage when he realizes that everybody doesn't love Israel or Jews as much as he does. And he's like, wait a second, okay, blacks, trans people, all of this, it was okay, but like I draw the line at Israel. Here. Yeah, not okay. Okay, you want to bomb Venezuela and Mexico? Sure, but like cutting off support from Israel? I don't know about that one.
Vivek too. Vivek is like, you can make fun of everyone else, but the Indian hate, it's a little bit too far.
That's true, which is why we're all hyped for J.D. Vance's new marriage soon to the Queen, Erica, right? It's coming up soon, right?
Got our first question here. Speak loudly, please.
How's it going? My first question is, how is it simply a reminder for the seditious six to say that it's not unlawful to disobey unlawful orders, but it's not just a reminder by Trump to say what sedition is, to remind people what sedition is? How is that different?
Well, what the quote unquote, what Alyssa Slotkin and the other 5 representatives and senators did was quote the Uniform Code of Military Justice. The Uniform Code of Military Justice says explicitly you must disobey unlawful orders and you must obey lawful orders. So it's not sedition to quote that. The Trump argument is that they are using that as a pretext to tell soldiers to disobey future orders, but that's a shit argument too, because then we saw that Pete Hegseth may have given illegal orders to do a second strike in the Caribbean Ocean. So there are cases where illegal orders should not be followed. And then regarding the latter half of your question, I wouldn't say that what Trump was doing was sedition when he was defining sedition. Sorry, I don't get the last half of your question.
Just reminding people the punishment for sedition. Why couldn't we just say that?
Well, I think, so the issue is, and I know this is really hard, but like for the Trumples, okay, the issue is one of fact, right? So double tapping people that are shipwrecked in the ocean is in fact illegal. You can't do that. It's illegal under U.S. law, it's illegal under international law. Basically, anybody that has anything in the water recognizes the illegality of this. It's not illegal to remind people not to follow illegal orders. It's a core part of being in the military. You pledge allegiance to the Constitution, not to some crazy presidential guy. So the idea that we can see like clearly illegal acts happening and that people can say, hey, you don't have to follow legal orders, I think is a lot different than Trump saying maybe we should hang my political opponents because of seditious conspiracy when they haven't really done anything, I would say, that rises to the level of seditious conspiracy. I think if we had like military people, examples of them not following orders because of what politicians were saying, it'd be maybe stronger, but we do have like examples of at least one strike that was like very clearly against international humanitarian law and against like U.S. military law. So
can I answer the second part of your question? Because I do get what you're saying. The problem with the President of the United States proactively saying something is sedition and they should be quote unquote, he said hang them, George Washington would. Now this was a retruth that the President did. He's without a trial, without any due process, he's being the judge that they committed sedition, that they should be hung. So I just don't think it's okay for the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, who has a lot of sway, to be saying that people are committing sedition before an investigation based off of his instinct. You get where I'm coming from there, that the President's word means a lot, right?
We got the next question.
Next question. That was a good one, though. That was good.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, this is for
Class
Destiny.
for the questions.
This is for Destiny. Do you miss your ex-wife?
not as much as I missed your mom. He wanted the clip. That, to be clear, that was kind of a joke response. I still visit with your mom, so.
Next question.
So, we claim to be anti-war, but when it comes to Israel, we're incredibly willing to send billions of dollars. Why is that? Like, what makes the mass murdering of babies something that we should send money to?
Are you asking me?
Either one of you.
I think that, honestly, over the past 2 years, my position on Israel has changed a lot. I mean, after October 7th, I was clearly like, yeah, go fucking get them, go get them all, get all of Hamas. But I don't know the exact point. There's a certain moment where I'm like, I feel like this is way too far. And the United States sending unconditional aid without any sort of, like, we should at least have a say in what they're doing. Now, you might disagree, but I want to hear what you think on that. Should we send unconditional aid to Israel?
No, I don't think it should ever be unconditional. I think the big problem with Israel right now is we don't have a president with like a comprehensive vision of the Middle East. So, I mean, insofar as there are like unconditional funds sent to Israel, I mean, no funds from the United States should ever be unconditional. They're always conditioned on some kind of mutual interest. But the president right now doesn't have any idea or concept of what interest in any region of the world should look like. So, I mean, insofar as we, Israel's unleashed, then they should be unfunded by the United States, as far as I'm concerned. If we are funding them, then there should be some kind of contingencies on those funds, I would say. I think that's pretty reasonable, yeah.
My friend has a criteria. He has two criteria for countries that we should fund. One is that they're the good guys. They're the good guys in the war. So Ukraine, for example, unequivocally the good guys. They are being invaded by a larger country. But secondly, there has to be a chance that they can actually lose. Right now, I know that Israel is surrounded by a bunch of combative countries, but there's not really a chance Israel is going to lose against Palestine. So I don't know if we should be sending, number one, unconditional aid, number two, to a country that's clearly the one that's winning, and number three, we should at least draw some lines. I mean, it's gotten way too far, so that's a good question.
Thank you, thank you. Next question.
All right, so my name's Jeff. So I have a question. Since January 6th and the revival of the MAGA party, and Trump into the 2024 election, I felt I've been pushed more to the left and well away from the center, which is like where I can kind of consider myself for like a long period of time. I look at my Republican family and my friends and question or wonder why and how they can continue to support this. Do you think this is a uniquely diverse time in American politics, or have I become chronically online?
What's the first part of that? You felt like the Democrats have gone further left? Is that the first part of your question, or?
No. I have been pushed further left because of January 6th.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a unique time in that the issue right now you have is on the left, they're still doing politics and governance and doing things that you would expect Congress and politicians to do. But on the right, it's basically become a reality TV freak show where it's what's Trump going to say, what wacky catchphrases is he going to utter today on TV? And I mean, I feel like you kind of saw it in some of the debates earlier today. None of the people up here seemed very serious in defending Trump because his policies are basically indefensible. Mike Johnson has been, screwed more than any politician in America. He was hung out to dry on that Epstein stuff. And there's a lot of grumbling of representatives in Congress on the Republican side who are does Trump even know that we fucking exist? And, every time Trump comes out and he brags, well, I can fix the border and I can fix drugs and I can fix all these things without even using Congress. What he's really saying is I don't know how to use Congress. When everything, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So in terms of being pushed further left, I just think the issue is that right now the right has literally no principled policy positions on anything. We've seen people on the right do things that you could never imagine, whether it's supporting new forms of taxation like tariffs, or whether it's sometimes being incredibly dovish, saying we shouldn't be involved in any foreign wars, or sometimes being incredibly hawkish, like we're assassinating Venezuelan nationals. There's just no principled foundation. I think that's why you're seeing a lot of the infighting right now at the TPUSA event between Ben Shapiro and your Candace Owens and your Megyn Kellys and your Erica Kirks and everything else, because there is no policy position. There's no principles. And yeah, everybody in the Republican Party I think is trying to carve out a new path forward. Well, what are we going to look like? Because right now it's a smorgasbord of crazy stuff.
I want to add on to that. I think your question was are we in a uniquely divisive time in American history? Absolutely. Stephen always says this, but norms in a democracy work like consent. You can't have meaningful consent if only one side is engaging in it, and you can't have meaningful norms if only one side is engaging in the norm. So, I mean, you can go back to Trump entering politics in 2012, but I feel like Rush Limbaugh and this whole radio era, Newt Gingrich, these people entered us into a new era of politics, and that manifested in the Tea Party / the MAGA movements that is absolutely uniquely divisive. You are not too chronically online, and that was your question. The President of the United States is calling for former presidents to be arrested via AI videos. He's posting AI memes of Chicago being invaded, and then he sent the National Guard to Chicago and then said J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Johnson should be arrested. The President of the United States clearly tried to steal the election with a fake elector scheme. You're not tripping. It is definitely uniquely divisive. And you know what really messes with me is the double standards between sides. The average American thinks that the right and the left are about corrupt to the same degree. They think what Nancy Pelosi did in the stock market is about the same as Trump coin. That's what really fucks with me. They think that Donald Trump and the fake elector scheme in January 6th is the same as Hillary Clinton saying on Howard Stern one time that Trump is illegitimate. You know how they try to compare those two exact things? The double standards and people not realizing how uniquely bad Trump is, I think it just blows my mind. That's what fucks with me a lot.
Good question. Thank you. Next question, please.
Hi, my question is about, I feel like we're focusing a lot on people's opinion when the opinions are downstream from the media itself, but it feels like we don't ever really, there's a side effect, if that makes sense. So we're treating the symptoms but not the disease. I'm wondering what can we do to better tackle that side of things rather than focusing so much on the MAGAs and the Trumples who are really just, they're getting their reality from their media.
I mean, I think the issue you run into sometimes is imagine you have imagine you're a parent, you've got two kids, and one is clearly more of a fuck up than the other. You can't really represent that to your children. You always have to treat both of them like they're on equal footing. Or if you're a teacher, or if you're a therapist with couples counseling, you always have to treat both on equal footing. And the reality is right now there is a unique problem on the right when it comes to misinformation. And there's really no way to address this without coming off as politically biased or politically partisan. I think a really great example was the media environment we lived in 2020, where conservatives will complain, and it's like, well, media was all against us. And it's like, yeah, because you fucking morons thought that eating horse paste would cure your COVID, and you didn't believe in fucking vaccines. And I remember the debates like 5 years ago when I literally said, well, in 5 years, when there haven't been the mass deaths, there haven't been the mass like heart events, there haven't been, none of this stuff happens, are you guys going to be pro-vaccine? And I think a few people are like, well, yeah, in 5 years maybe, but they weren't, right? Not only are they anti-mRNA vaccine, they're anti like all vaccines now. Now they give these arbitrary like, well, we don't like the schedule, we don't like whatever else. And so when you're constantly in this environment where you have to treat both sides like they have the same problems, you're not going to be able to address the severe problems on one side. And I think the conservative media apparatus is like intentionally built out like this problem that now they're having to confront directly. I think you see that in like Ben Shapiro, where he's like, man, why are you guys all so anti-Semitic and obsessed with all this weird stuff? And it's like, well, what do you mean? It was like the next logical step. So I think that we have to do something to clean up our media environment, and we have to do something to clean up the, like, I guess the epistemic foundations that our media environment operates under. But the problem is, whatever solution to that problem has is going to come off as severely politically partisan, because it's mainly one side that's having a lot of the problems right now, and it feels bad to say that. Nobody wants to admit it, I guess, because they feels like they sound too politically partisan if they do that.
You have anything to add to that, Adam?
No, not to that, but I just want to say, I know for a fact there are Trump supporters in the crowd. I know for a fact there are Trump voters in the crowd. Come ask a respectful question about immigration, about Kamala Harris. We don't care. Come ask a question. The Jew, whatever. If you're a groiper, ask whatever you want. A respectful question. Okay, sorry. That was a good question, though. Yes.
Next question.
Okay, we got some MAGA. See, we
got some?
Yeah, we got some MAGA. Oh, that guy back there. But okay, let's keep going.
All right.
Hi, I'm a young conservative, but I align more with like moderate views when it comes to policy. And I've heard a lot about conservatives and what their views are and what to like cause more unity rather than division, because I feel like there's a lot of division right now with liberal and conservatives. And I'm wondering what you guys and what your stance is on how we should create more unity and have more conversations, because we know that like when we don't have conversations, civil war starts to happen, et cetera, and I'm wondering what y'all's plan would be.
You're not going to like this answer as a conservative, but I think it comes from the top down oftentimes. I think the President of the United States has to set the tone and provide moral clarity on what's happening. And like a really good example that you probably disagree with too was when Rob Reiner was brutally murdered a few days ago. And then Trump immediately decided to post this long...
Nope, hold on, not immediately. It was a day after all the conservatives got on Twitter and were like, well, this is what our side does. Notice how we don't celebrate the murder of your guys like random Twitter people do? And then like 12 to 24 hours later, then Trump got on and then said, go ahead,
They tried to take the moral high ground, then Trump completely fucking undercut them and sideswiped them, and he just posted that. And then some of them switched positions and were like, yeah, that's base. Some of them were like, okay, a lot of conservatives thought that was way too far. Absolutely. I just think there's a unique problem with the way Donald Trump engages with the media environment. I mean, the way he entered U.S. politics 10 years ago was by saying Obama wasn't born in the United States. He like made a conspiracy about Obama. He said he wants to lock Hillary up, and he tried to say the election was stolen. I think that there are problems with people on the left online who say divisive things, but on the right, I just see it as a top-down problem. And when it comes to division, even within your own party right now, within your own party, between the Groypers and between the Ben Shapiro types, I don't even see J.D. Vance coming out with moral clarity. Don't you think at least J.D. Vance should come out and say, listen, he doesn't have to make it about his wife, but his wife is Indian. He should be like, listen, it's not cool to be anti-Semitic and hate Indian people. So I think if we had a top-down way to do that, listen, I'm not saying the Democrats are perfect either, but I just don't see Joe Biden or like Kamala Harris tweeting or using this insane type of shit, insane type of rhetoric, but...
And I think to add to this, the biggest issue with like calls for unity, as much as I appreciate it, is that when conservatives act unhinged, they get a lot for it. We lost the Gore election to a pretty crazy Supreme Court ruling. We lost a Supreme Court justice pick, which is a pretty big deal. In my maybe uneducated opinion, I feel like Amy Barrett could be like a swing vote in the Supreme Court, but right now she's just another conservative among 5 other conservatives. And so when conservatives can kind of act crazy and they get rewarded so much for it, and then after their disastrous presidencies, whether we're talking about Bush, whether we're talking about Trump 1, at the end with COVID and everything else, that when they can come back and say, well, we need to have unity now, it's like, okay, well, motherfucker, you got so much from your disunity, and now you're calling for unity. And like, what do we expect to happen? Let's say that a Democrat wins. Let's say we have like a Gavin Newsom president from 2028 to 2032 or whatever. Who's the next Republican going to be? Is it going to be a unifying Republican, or is it going to be like a Trump version 2.0? And it's like, well, fuck. Like one of the reasons why I love Biden so much, who's my American hero, I love Biden. What a great man. Is that I feel like Biden, for whatever conservatives said about him, he was the moderate pick. He came out, he worked on bipartisan legislation, he did everything he could to be a president for all Americans, and then you get Donald Trump that comes out and he's like, fuck everybody else. Here's who we're gonna indict, here are the immigrants we're gonna fucking kill, here are the states we're gonna send the fucking military to, here are the ways that we're gonna support Israel, because why not, LOL, and here are all of the weirdo foreign people that we're gonna support when it benefits me personally. And then if you want to donate to influence my opinion on any of this, here's the largest 2 crypto scams in the world, right? And it's like, if we have all this stuff going on the Republican side, damn, like, where's the accountability? Like, what incentive does the left even have for unity? Like, it feels like a parent-child transaction all the time, and that, I don't know, that drives me crazy, personally.
They took away the nice guy Joe Biden. They're not going to like what's standing behind
now
him.
They're going to get the Gavin Newsom press team.
Yeah.
You know the Gavin Newsom press team.
Oh, yeah.
They say bad words on Twitter.
They cook.
They're real big.
And it's
yeah.
just as bad as what the President of the United States does.
True, actually, yeah, true.
No, I really appreciate that question.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
Then.
Also, wait, real quick. I will say also, if you, assuming you are what you say you are, like a moderate Republican, I feel the worst for moderate Republicans because a moderate conservative, like a never Trumper, basically, is they either have to kind of become a liberal or they're like a fucking outcast from their entire friend group because they're all like crazy MAGA supporters. So your friends are all liberals who are like pro-choice and pro-pansexual and pro whatever weird shit liberals are into, right? Which we are. We love that.
Oh yeah.
But like you have no conservative friends because all your conservative friends are like, did you see Trump's epic fucking tweet today? And like that's all you have for friends. And that's like, yeah, I feel the worst for like moderate Republicans. I have a few moderate Republican friends that it's like you guys got burned the hardest, I think.
Thank you.
Who would y'all want to run in 2028 for the Democratic Party?
Good question.
Who would I ideally want to run? Right now, every prediction market says Gavin Newsom is the front runner. I don't know if he's really I don't know if he'll appeal on a national stage. I mean, California is a pretty expensive state, and right now affordability is the issue. That seems kind of incongruent, right? Who would I ideally like to see?
It's too long. How are you gonna say?
It's kind of
3 years.
Think
from
about
now.
it like
We
this.
don't even know if we're gonna have fair midterm elections.
Think about it like this. If you asked people in 2004 who they thought was going to win in 2008, no one would have said Obama. And if you asked people in 2012 who was going to win in 2016, no one would have fucking said Trump. Like, I would like to see like a Buttigieg or like I guess Newsom's okay. I'm just a big fan of his social media. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I want to see a liberal who can punch back, and I don't want to see him do the Trumpian type shit, but I want to see someone who can at least get down and dirty and, you know, not just go high every time. What do they say? When they go low, kick them in the face. In a video game.
Not Kamala, she said.
No.
Okay. All right, thank you all so
She can run in the primary. Kamala can run in the primary. I have no problem. There's going to be a massive primary. You know, this election, I've heard, is going to be the first ideological battle in the Democratic Party since like the 90s. I mean, we had Hillary Clinton win in 2008, but her and Obama were roughly the same in ideology. We had Biden in 2016. He was roughly the same. Or no, sorry, we had Hillary in 2016. I just messed it up. She was roughly the same as Obama. We had Biden, roughly the same as Obama. We finally have the first real ideological battle in the Democratic Party between the more populist economics, or are we going to go back to the center lib, stuff like that, or is it going to be resist Trump? Is it going to be the Gavin Newsom resist lib type thing? Who knows if in 3 years resist liberalism is going to be the topic, or is it just going to be affordability? I mean, like, AOC, I could see her coming in. I don't know if for the third time in a row, running a woman candidate would be good. But if she wins the primary,
I just because you said that and you triggered me. Hillary smashed the popular vote.
But
she did. She won the popular vote
but
by a
Biden
lot.
would have won the actual electoral vote.
Maybe. Well, we don't know. That's hard to say, you know?
I'm just making an argument. I think the Democrats have run uniquely unpopular.
Well, I think the future is female, so fuck
Okay.
you, Adam. Okay?
Thank you for the question.
He's saying that because he has a female name.
Is this the MAGA kid?
Hello, my name is Landon. I'm 14. I'm a young liberal. And my question was, what do you think is going to happen to the MAGA movement, you know, after Trump dies? Because obviously these people have had these opinions for a long time, and they just really needed a speaker. So do you think it's going to continue, like, as severe and as divided as we are now, or do you think it's going to kind of settle down?
I don't think anyone as divisive can fill that gap. I think that the conservative movement will probably see some infighting. The thing with Trump is that he had all of the Republican Congress people wrapped around his finger in such a way that he could get the Republicans to vote for him for anything. But now he's starting to lose that. So Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, he lost on an Epstein vote like 2 months ago. He legit got rolled on an Epstein vote. And this just happened again with the discharge petition for the Affordable Care Act. So Speaker Mike Johnson got rolled again by the Democrats and a small amount of Republicans. I think that as Donald Trump's power wanes within Congress, he's going to become increasingly desperate and the MAGA movement's going to fall apart. it's hard to tell who's going to take up the mantle. J.D. Vance doesn't have the same charisma. J.D. Vance doesn't have the same ability to wrap people around his finger. I don't think anyone as divisive as Trump's going to pop up. He's uniquely good at turning out low propensity voters who see clips of him, these voters who really don't vote a lot, just like young dudes who play video games and do that. He's really good at turning those people out. I don't know if there's going to be a repeat, but what do you think?
It's okay to not vote. It's okay to, if you don't like, I feel like one of the big problems with the whole Trump thing is because Trump was such like a cultural phenomenon, he kind of like bled over into a lot of traditional non-voter demographics, and then those people thought it'd be a good idea to vote because Joe Rogan, you know, was like eating horse paste or whatever. And I feel like it's okay to just not be an engaged voter and to not vote. Like it's okay to not vote. And we need more of that. We need to encourage more non-voting.
Really? Don't you think a healthy democracy has an engaged populace, though?
I think a healthy democracy is when the people voting are the engaged Democratic public. Not like Democratic Party, but like if the only thing you know about politics comes from like one of the top 3 Spotify feeds right now, you probably shouldn't be voting at all.
Don't talk about Candace Owens like that, bro.
Well, Joe Rogan's up there too, right? And then who's number 3? It's probably like what?
Rogan.
Isn't that? Didn't I say that already?
Well, Rogan, Candace, and it might be like
Tucker, Sean Ryan.
Midas Touch is up there sometimes, but Sean Kelly.
The Midas people, they can vote, but none of the other ones.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was a really good question.
Thank you. 14-year-old.
14.
Isn't that basically, how old are you again?
16.
Okay.
Old enough to fuck your mom.
Okay.
Adam, tell him to let me hold the mic.
I mean, no, it's how it is.
Let him hold it. Bro, let him hold it. Stop censoring the public. Give him the mic. Give him the mic. Give him the mic. We're good. Yeah, do it.
Thanks.
Yeah, there we
I don't know
go.
what your problem is, bro.
Yeah, fuck this guy. Okay.
Okay.
He's
What's
got the
your
hat. No, I'm
name?
just kidding. I'm just kidding. My name is Steven. I'm Steven, or Destiny,
Sorry.
yeah. Steven.
Steven.
Yeah.
I'm Mike. Mike in Munich. Adam and I, we know each other, right? But
We debated yesterday.
yeah, of course. How you guys going? You speak really fast. I watch YouTube videos at double speed. I wouldn't do that with you.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
That's
you
a
guys
compliment to me.
practice your rhetoric and you're good with it. You know, you're just like Charlie Kirk. You're talking with people
Well,
who don't practice on this type
don't
of thing
insult me
on a
on
day-to-day
stage, okay?
basis like you
Hold
guys
the mic
do.
closer to your
But
mouth, please.
I'm just going to call you a couple
Hold
of
the
things.
mic closer.
Thank you. I was really, Steve, you really like Biden. You think he's a great guy?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think about the pullout in Afghanistan?
What do I think about the what?
The Afghanistan withdrawal.
I mean, it wasn't ideal. It sucks.
Ideal? It
Yeah.
wasn't ideal?
It
That's
wasn't
an
ideal.
understatement, bro. I mean, hundreds of people were left behind. Thousands of people lost their lives because of the way they did it.
Thousands? Wasn't it like there was an ISIS terrorist attack?
I know.
Well, but like, aren't you guys? Well, I don't know if you're a conservative or not, but didn't you guys say like no
Thousands
Afghanistanis?
of Afghanis that helped the American troops were left behind to be killed by the Taliban because the Taliban knew who they were. They hunted them down and they killed them all. Biden couldn't give a shit.
Well,
And the
no, I
13
think Biden gave a shit.
No, it was.
Well, hold on. Wait. The person who abandoned allies the most would have been Trump when he pulled out of Syria and abandoned our Kurdish allies to the Turkish murderers. Number one. Number two, the Afghanistan pullout
changing the subject.
The Afghanistan pullout was an issue. Trump negotiated that pullout. Not only did Trump negotiate that pullout, before Trump left office, when he talks about the military ignoring his orders, the biggest order that they ignored was when he said pull all the military out of Afghanistan. Yeah.
This is the problem.
Okay, what's the problem?
When we or you guys debate other people on subjects, you want to win, you want to stand your ground, you don't want to cede ground, you don't want to tell me that I was right about anything, you're going to give me a counter argument, Trump did this or that. I'm talking about abandoning the Air Force Base before you get the civilians out. What the fuck? Holy shit. Did the media call him out on it? No.
What you mean? His popularity suffered the most in the entire press. I don't know if it ever recovered after the Afghanistan pullout. I agree that like it was definitely not ideal. But the issue is
I just want to point out several reasons why the guy
let's talk about the pullout deal that Trump negotiated. When Trump negotiated that pullout deal, the Afghanistan government wasn't even part of the deal. He went to Doha, he went to Qatar, and he negotiated the deal with the Taliban. When the Taliban was sweeping through after the U.S. was pulling out, there were Afghanistan National Army soldiers that didn't even know what they'd negotiated. That's kind of fucked up, right?
It was obviously and indisputably an absolute embarrassment debacle that cost uncounted lives.
Well, it was like
And
11 that died in the ISIS.
You love the guy that caused that. What about the guy that promised there will be no vaccine mandates and then tells everybody in the military...
Did he promise there'd be no vaccine
He did. That was part of his... That was a campaign promise in 2020.
and then he forces all these military guys and women to either take the shot or get out.
Don't
Is
the
that
military
okay with you?
take like 20 or 30 vaccines ever? Like they take a ton of vaccines. You get-
Campaign promise 2020 Biden, there will be no
Nah,
vaccine
I don't think he made that
mandates.
vaccine promise.
That's
and
a
also,
matter
when
of
you're in
fact.
the
You don't
military,
know
you get a
that?
lot of vaccines.
If
That's
you-
part of what you do in the military. You're not a pussy. You get vaccinated against the diseases.
Wrong. Nobody
no,
agrees
you don't
with
get.
you.
When
People
you
agree with this
deploy
guy
to
on
other.
this, that the military should have been forced to take the shot. Yes
Bro,
or no?
how many shots? Yes.
Is that a good idea?
Wait,
Oh, yes,
wait.
let's
How many?
force them
How
to
many
take the
shots
shot.
do you have to take? You go up and down a line.
Experimental technology, not even a vaccine. And
It is a vaccine. What do you mean it's not a
It didn't do what it was
vaccine?
promised to do. It didn't stop the spread. It didn't keep people from catching it. It was completely ineffective.
It
and
was
it was
totally
wrong.
effective. What are you talking about?
Wrong. Anybody that knows anything about it knows it was wrong to force
shit.
people
Okay.
to take it.
Well,
This
if
is
we're
a
gonna do
country where we have
fanfics, I mean, we
freedom.
can say whatever we want, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
It was very effective. It was super effective.
So how about this thing? Let's say defending our democracy, a threat
Yeah.
to our democracy. What about democracy? What is the basic principle of democracy?
Well, it depends on, I guess, when you ask
Words,
conservatives.
two words.
Well, how about a peaceful transition
Yeah,
of power?
peaceful transfer of power. Majority rule.
What?
Majority rule.
That's not democracy. What do you mean?
Okay, but democracy is not majority rule?
Not always, no. Don't we have like the protection for minority rights? Isn't that kind of important?
No, I'm sorry. Majority rule is the principle of democracy.
Really? What about the
when it
Benjamin
comes to
Franklin quote of like
politics,
democracy
does
is two
anybody
wolves and a
agree?
sheep voting
Is
on what
majority
is
rule
liberty
the basic
and,
principle
or
of
freedom or
democracy?
whatever.
Yes or no?
Okay, we're talking to the audience
You
now.
guys
okay.
don't want to participate.
Dude,
Okay.
to debunk your point, Hillary
I'm sorry.
Clinton won the popular vote.
The point being that 70%.
Wait, I just want to be clear. Do you think Hillary Clinton should be president in 2016 since she won the popular
Majority
vote?
rule.
Majority rule.
You talk too fast, man. I can't
Okay, wait. Yeah, let me be much slower. Should Hillary Clinton have been president in the year 2016 of our Lord because she won the popular
No,
vote?
because we are in a democratic republic, not a democracy.
That's why I said it depends. Are we a republic or a democracy? It depends on the argument conservatives are making at the time.
How about this? Did he just score a point or something? We are living in a democratic republic. Of course, we have the electoral college. There's nothing that we're going to change about that unless the convention.
So it's not
of sta-
majority rule. You
But
wanna know?
the thing-
Listen. You want to know
what
how
the
I
principle
define
of
democracy?
democracy is? I didn't say
I
anything
define
about
democracy with 4 words: peaceful transfer of power. Who's the president who thwarted the peaceful transfer of power?
That's not the point. We're talking about.
So you're not going to answer that.
The point I wanted to make
Who thwarted the peaceful transfer of power, everyone?
There was a peaceful.
Thank you.
There was a peaceful transfer of power, even in 2021.
After
There was
12
not-
hours of people saying hang Mike
You wanna-
Pence,
you
that's
wanna
not
get caught
peaceful.
up
He
on January
delayed it.
6th, but I don't want to go there.
Okay, so you don't want to actually talk about democracy.
I want to talk about this. We're talking about Biden. And the fact is...
And you said he said Trump is a threat to democracy, and he
Steve
said how is he a threat to
loves
democracy?
Biden. I'm pointing out 4 good reasons why he was not to be respected at all.
And
so
one of yours
the
got
one
knocked
I'm
down,
talking
so
about, Adam,
3 reasons.
Is that 70% of Americans polled numerous times in 2024 did not want to have an open border policy. Did the Biden administration respect that clear majority? No.
When there was
was
a
no
border
respect
bill,
for
when there was a border bill,
70%, Steve.
when there was a border bill that was put up, who blocked that border bill?
The Republicans did because it was completely unnecessary in order to secure the border, as was proven 10 months ago when the border became secure.
So you
without
want the
that
president?
funding.
So you want the president himself to just do everything via executive order? Do you know that like Congress is a part of the government, right?
Steve-
Hold on, wait. I just want to make sure. You know there's like there's a Congress, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Congress can pass legislation to do big border stuff, right?
Yeah, but
So
that's not
isn't
the
it
point.
bad for Trump? Hold on. Wait.
You
know
guys
that
are
like
masters
after
are changing the subject.
After 3, I'm not changing
No,
the subject.
Trump
After
proved
3
that
years,
that border funding that was in that bill in 2024 was not necessary in order
It
to
wasn't
do
necessary
what
for him to
the
do
majority
random
of
shit
the
under
country
executive
wanted.
order.
You're interrupting me.
yeah, because your point is fucking
No,
retarded.
because I'm making a point you don't want to hear.
You're not
it.
making a real point. The point, yeah,
I'm
can Donald
making
Trump
a
do
point.
anything via
You
executive
don't
order?
wanna
Can Donald
hear
Trump do
the
anything against the
point.
executive? No.
You will cede
The
no
point is
ground.
that. Hold on. Do you think that Donald Trump when the next president comes in, they could just undo everything Trump does, right?
That's not the point.
Right? No, that is the point. Wait.
The point-
Can I hear
Steve.
that? Did he answer that?
No, he didn't. He hasn't answered like 3 questions,
Adam,
but-
can the next president undo anything that the previous president does if he only does it via executive order?
Absolutely.
Okay, wait. Do you agree with that, sir?
I didn't understand what you said.
Could the next president, hold on, I'll speak slowly, I'm sorry. Could the next president undo anything that Trump does via executive order?
Yeah,
if
of
Trump,
course.
Okay, so wouldn't it be better if we use the Congress to do immigration policy?
It's
Wouldn't
not
that be
necessary.
great?
The laws are already on the books. The Biden
Oh.
administration had the policy of not enforcing them.
What did they not enforce?
No,
They
let
enforced
these-
everything. What do you
Listen,
mean?
Steve, 70% of the country didn't want the open border policy. The
We
Biden
didn't have open
administration
borders.
maintained the policy.
We didn't have
nevertheless.
open borders.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is that respecting our democracy when a clear majority of 70%
No,
wanted the
the
border
fantasy
policy
world that
changed?
you've constructed is not very respective of our democracy.
2 points, and we'll give this one up, okay?
Okay.
Trump proved that the funding that the Democrats had said in 2024 was required in order to be able
Which it
to
is
close
required.
the border was not necessary in order to do it.
Okay, wait. Be honest. How
And
mad are you?
two-
How mad are you that there
Wait,
are no
you won't
mass
let me
deportations?
make my 2 points. You're interrupting
one
me.
point at a time. There are no mass deportations, right?
I'm sorry?
There are no mass deportations, right? Mass deportations. Donald Trump,
Mass
every time he gets on
deportation,
stage,
what
he says
about
there's 20, 30 million illegals.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
deported how many? Like 100,000, 200,000?
The criminals first, yeah.
So none. That's not
Who's
happening.
against
It's
us?
not happening.
Why do we want to put these people in prisons where they may belong if they came out of countries
I don't know.
where they
You
were
tell me.
actually
Didn't they
convicted
build the
murderers?
alligator Alcatraz? I
But
don't know. You
didn't
tell
wanna
me.
You didn't want to let me make my point. You don't.
Well, I wanted to go one point at a time because I wanted to address the factual foundation for them. I understand you don't like to do that, but go
in the
ahead.
middle of my point.
Okay, let's hear point two. You had 2
That's not the
points.
way to debate.
Let's hear point
It's
two.
the
Let's
middle
hear
of the
it.
2
Final
points.
point,
Yeah,
please.
go.
Final
Sorry.
Let's hear
Adam,
point two.
Go. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry?
Let's hear point two. I want to hear it.
Yeah, so number one, I've already said it. Clear majority wanted the border closed. Biden administration didn't respect that. 2, Trump proved that the funding that the Democrats said in 2024 was required in order to be able to close the border was not necessary de facto.
This is not a long-term solution that Trump has proposed. This Biden border bill actually had increased asylum judges, which would help streamline the asylum process. Donald Trump has not proposed any real long-term solution. Listen. It's the same problem with tariffs.
There are laws on the books
there
already.
needs to be continuity between administrations in policy. When it comes to tariffs, for example, if you do all of your tariffs via executive order, there's not enough continuity to actually, listen, let me finish, to actually create the incentive for companies to move over. If you want tariffs to work, they have to be on the books through Congress. The same thing with immigration. You can't just have short-term solutions, sign the pen, not actually appoint more immigration judges or people who can process asylum claims. This is not a real long-term solution. Honestly, it's awful.
That's a separate subject. The thing is,
No, that's the subject.
With the border policy
That's
in
the subject.
2024, Steve brought it up. Steve said that the Republicans were blocking the border policy.
They were. You said that.
That was only a funding bill. It wasn't going to change any laws. All the laws were already on the books regarding how people
You
are
don't think we
allowed
should
to come
fund
into the
more-
country and how they're not allowed to come into the country. Next point. So Trump, why was Trump impeached the first time?
Was that for the Ukrainian thing, or was that the J6 thing?
The Ukrainian thing? What was it? What was it called? What
Well, I think the
3
issue is that he was
Latin
making
words.
phone. I think he was making a phone call. I think he was calling the Ukrainian government and threatening to withhold congressionally approved aid if they couldn't dig up dirt on his political
so
opponent.
I do presume, Steve, as a well-informed individual that you are, that you must have seen the video of Biden literally bragging on camera at the meeting of the Council on Foreign Relations about how he strong-armed Poroshenko to fire the prosecutor. He said, hey, you know what? I'm going to be leaving here. Looks at his watch, 6 o'clock. You know, if that prosecutor that's looking into Burisma and the corruption that my son is involved in isn't fired in the next hour and a half,
why
you're
did nobody?
You're
Final
interrupting.
response. Final response.
Biden said it on camera. If that guy's not fired, you ain't getting the $1 billion loan guarantee.
Yeah, this is called.
He did on camera. Indisputably, exactly what Trump was impeached for. And the mainstream media didn't let the American people know that. What do you mean no?
Biden was representing. Biden was representing the foreign policy of the Western world, saying that in order for Ukraine to qualify for discounted loans, they had to clean up the corruption of the political system. Shokan was the head of their prosecutorial, their DOJ, basically. Their equivalent
you don't
of
want
their
to see the
DOJ.
ground. You don't want to say, you know what, you're right.
We got to move on.
Well, because you're not right. Why would I say no, you're right when
Michael,
you're
you
not
gotta
right?
give the mic back to him.
We need the mic. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, I appreciate you. You're brave coming up and talking. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But also, like, there's a reason why nobody cared what Biden said until the Republicans saw Donald Trump do really bad shit.
Thank you.
Let's get the next one.
No, it's not the same thing. It's not even remotely the same thing.
Thank you, sir. No,
Thank you for coming up and chatting. Why'd you give the mic up, man? What are you doing? I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you. Don't listen to me, man. You fucked up. Don't ever listen to what I say.
Hi, I'm Andrew Holmes. I am a student at UC Berkeley, and I'm a conservative. And my question is basically, you yourself said affordability is the issue right now. And I personally believe that Kamala's policies would have been quite disastrous for the economy. She wanted a 25% tax on unrealized gains above a certain threshold of money, but that's like the biggest investors that she's talking about there. 8% increase on capital gains tax. Investment would have been completely stifled. Then she also had inflationary policies like the child tax care credit and also the $25K grant for first-time home buyers. And that would have caused just rampant inflation in the economy. And then further, she also pushed for an increase in minimum wage, which would have caused a loss of a ton of jobs that are entry level, that are very vital to American workers. And so my question is basically, how would you back the fact that you both believe that affordability is the issue with her truthfully disastrous economic policies?
Yeah,
Can I
Adam,
ask you?
yeah, what? Yeah, what do we do
Can I
about
ask
that,
you a
Adam?
question?
Yeah.
Do you support Donald Trump's tariff regime?
No.
Okay, so you don't support that. Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote. I was 17.
Okay, you would have voted for Trump?
Yes, because I do believe his economic policies are not as bad as Kamala's.
Really?
Kamala's were disastrous.
Disastrous. Okay.
Yes.
You framed Kamala's economic policies as if they were radical, and some of them were a bit like not radical, but some of them were pushing the limits.
Not radical.
They're not radical, but
yeah.
you're saying like they would be disastrous.
They would be disastrous.
I think
yes.
if we compare the two. I think if we compare the two candidates' economic policy, we can go to Kamala in 1 second, but Donald Trump's tariff regime, placing tariffs on every single country indiscriminately,
I don't
except
agree
for
with it. It's
Russia
stupid.
and North Korea, is like the definition.
I'm not talking about Trump's policies.
Okay,
though.
it's
I'm
the
talking about
definition of
Kamala's.
disastrous. But when we're
Trump's-
talking about Kamala,
Trump's,
we're comparing
yes,
the two
are
candidates.
inflationary. Kamala's would have literally killed investment. Like,
They would not
completely
have.
murdered it. What do you think happens when you take 25% of gains that haven't even been sold in investment? And then on top of that, once they do sell them, you take another 28%. Do you think anyone's going to want to invest with
Can I,
that?
real quick? So I think that the nice thing about Kamala Harris is that I agree that some of her economic policy probably wouldn't have been great, but the nice thing about like bad economic policy from Democrats is that I know it'll be checked by other people in the administration. Donald Trump has absolutely no checks on any of the crazy economic stuff he does. So in terms of increasing like the child tax credit, I think Kamala could have done that, and I think it would have been fine, and I think we would have been okay with that. But like in terms of like all the crazy deductions and everything she would have pushed for, or like the wealth tax or whatever, I think that the economic advisors would have actually checked Kamala and said like, hey, this is maybe not a great idea.
Okay, so-
but for Trump, nobody
So
checks
wait,
Trump on any of
just
his
to
economic
clarify,
policy.
your argument here is you don't think her policies actually would have been pushed, so basically we should vote for her?
Yes, because
I think
no,
that's
it's the
pretty
same thing.
ridiculous.
No, well, you say it's ridiculous, but the issue is that like Donald Trump has gotten us to accept a world where a 10% tariff on every single country is like the moderate option, and any economist prior to Trump would have said like that's like suicide.
no,
so
that is
I
a
think the
problem.
issue is
I
that like
agree. I
so
don't
if a
think his
Democrat comes in
economic
with like
policies are
crazy
good.
shit, a Democrat will say I feel the same way about Mamdani in New York, where it's like if a Democrat does some crazy stuff, like their economic advisor will be like, hey, this is probably like too much, and they'll listen. Whereas Donald Trump will say we should just come on to the media and like say this for today and let's like fucking do this, and nobody has the actual like the goal to actually check Trump and say like, hey, this is a really bad idea. So
I
the
want to
reason why,
ask you this then.
Yeah.
So if hypothetically the economic advisors are out of the question, their policies will be passed, then would you agree with me that Kamala's policies would be worse for the economy?
like possibly, but that would never happen. I don't think that Kamala's
okay, so
worst
we're
ideas would have actually gotten
hinging
passed.
it on basically it won't happen, to be clear.
Well, but like, do you understand there's a difference between Kamala and Trump, and that whatever Trump says goes? Like, hold on, like let's be real. Like, for instance, when Donald Trump held up the tariff sign, that was a total lie, right? When he said that every country's
Liberation Day tariffs.
Yeah, when he said that every single country's tariffing us like this, that was a lie, right?
Yeah, I don't agree with his tariff
Kamala would have
policies.
never
I am
done that.
not
Wait.
defending his tariff policies.
Kamala
I'm just
would've-
saying Kamala's policies were absolutely disastrous and would have killed any investment
Yeah, but
whatsoever.
but the worst of Kamala's policies would have never made it past any economic advisors, right?
Also, acting like Kamala.
Can I get an acknowledgement on that? The worst of her policies would have never actually like gotten passed, right?
I'm not going to debate whether or not they would have. I think that
Okay,
you
wait,
should
wait.
be
What
able
was
to.
the worst? Wait,
I
wait.
think
What was the worst economic policy that Biden passed?
the worst that he passed? He didn't have the same platform that Kamala
Wait,
did.
wait. You
These
know,
were-
wait, wait,
these-
I just want to check. I just want to sanity check. Kamala Harris was the vice president under
Yes,
Joe Biden.
I am
right?
aware,
Okay,
but
wait,
to
wait.
be
So
clear,
wait, wait,
to
wait.
be
So
clear,
wait,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
wait,
can I clarify real quick?
stop. No,
These
I
were
do. I'm
all
on the stage.
policies.
I get to ask. I get to ask a question. Okay.
Yeah.
Stop. Kamala Harris would have been checked by her economic advisors if it was truly a disastrous policy. But Donald Trump is not checked by anybody, right?
I don't necessarily agree with that. No.
Wait,
And
what do you mean? But you can't
even,
cite me
even if I grant that, I think you should be able to defend the policies in the party you support's platform at the very least.
Wait, you're not going to defend tariffs, though. You're conservative and you won't defend tariffs.
No, I'm defending it from the.
So you think we should be able to defend Kamala's fringe policies?
Let me finish.
Okay,
Let me finish, please. I'm defending it from a perspective of his policies are not as bad as Kamala's. That is not a strong stance, I agree, but at least I can defend it from that.
Wait, you think what would Kamala have passed that's worse than the Trump current tariff thing?
Wait, what? Sorry?
What would Kamala have passed reasonably that is worse than Trump's current tariff regime?
The unrealized gains tax, the 8% increase in capital gains tax. Again, you can claim it won't pass, but you're hinging your argument on, the policy platform wouldn't have happened. So
yeah, but
if you don't want to support your
but we
policies
can reasonably
platforms,
say
then we
that
agree.
because Democrats are actually concerned with fucking running the fucking country, right? You acknowledge that like the country's been fucked by Republicans over and over again since Clinton, and Democrats have to come in and like clean shit up, right? So isn't it fair for us to say, well, Democrats would probably follow what their economic advisors say? Whereas Donald Trump has like
I don't think it's fair to say that your party's platform doesn't matter because it's not going to be passed.
No. It's not that it doesn't matter. It's that she would probably push in that direction. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is literally trying to find people to sit on the Federal Reserve who will cut interest rates because he knows it's the only way to save his horrible fucking economy, right? You don't think Kamala would ever do that, right?
Sorry,
there's no
repeat
history
the
of
question
Kamala
one more
Harris
time.
or Joe Biden pressuring the Federal Reserve to drop the interest rate like there is with Donald Trump, right?
That I know off the top of my head, but yeah, it's just the policies themselves. Again, I just find a lot of trouble.
Bro, hold on. We gotta live in the real world. You agree with that, right? We need to be in the real world.
Wait, what?
We need to be in the real world, right? Okay,
Yeah,
Donald Trump right now, you acknowledge that Donald Trump...
the real world, you still
in the
should
real world right now, Donald Trump is talking about putting a new Federal Reserve Board person on the Federal Reserve that will follow his direct instruction, right? You acknowledge that, right?
I'm not entirely sure about that. What I'm talking about is, again, the platforms...
Donald Trump is literally trying to criminalize people on the Federal Reserve, like making up like fake bullshit indictments about like mortgage
You've never
fraud.
heard him say too late Powell, too late Jerome. You're not aware of this? You're aware of Kamala's capital gains tax policy?
Has Joe Biden ever said hey, we need to do this on the Federal Reserve?
Regardless, what I am asking about
Spoiler alert, he hasn't
is the
said that.
platform of the Democratic Party in the 2024 election, if it were to be passed, compared to the platform, or actually no, I'd even say the implemented economic policies. I'm asking you guys to defend that, and you can't defend your own party's platform, and you're basically just saying it wouldn't have passed.
I don't agree with Kamala's platform entirely, but when we're making a decision in the 2024 election, when I was making the decision, I was thinking which candidate's policies are more disastrous, and it's absolutely Donald Trump's 10 out of 10 times.
Because Donald Trump will pass anything, and none of you guys, for whatever reason, have the balls to actually fucking say, Donald Trump, no.
Do you think it's bad? Do you think it's bad if he is bullying the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell? If he is breaking that separation and trying to bully Jerome Powell into taking action, do you think that's bad?
Do I think it's bad if he's bullying Jerome Powell?
Do you know Jerome Powell?
Yes, I do know who Jerome Powell is. Yeah, I'd say it probably is, but again, what
it's
I'm
not
talking
just bad,
about...
it's unprecedented, it's fascistic, and the president isn't supposed to have an effect on interest rates.
Again,
if the president is changing interest rates on his own instinct...
Yeah, I don't think the government should have an effect on interest rates.
Okay, of course,
That's a whole other thing.
Okay, so when I'm looking at my two candidates, and I see some of Kamala's fringe ideas that I disagree with, that I wouldn't defend. I'd actually, if I was talking to Kamala,
so
I would debate
what
Kamala.
I'm asking
I would
is
debate Kamala.
news for you. good news for you. Yes? Have an order? Can I help? Have an order?
Speak. Nothing is set in stone.
Yes? Can I help? I'll post it right away. I'll do you proud. Oh, it's you. I'll post it right away. Can I help? It's done. I'll sort it. Can I help? Let's see if there are any takers. All right, your order is registered. Hail. I'll fill that in as soon as I can. Yes? All right, your order is registered. Yes? Seems like a good deal. Have an order? I'll fill that in as soon as I can. All right, your order is registered. Have an order? Can I help? I'll post it right away. Can I help? All right, your order is registered. fill that in as soon as I can. What's new? Have an order? Sure thing. Hail. Is that a good price for that? I have no idea. Someone is bound to buy that.
Enough! No mana! Rot with the fish! Weakling! No mana! Weakling! Will best you! the right hands, this could forge something truly exceptional. Steel yourself!
Thanks for the chat. Have an order?
Enough! Maniac! You were no warrior. I need more time. A just reward. Come here! Weakling! Come here! You were no warrior. your time. I can't yet. I've no more room. Weak creature! Feel my wrath!
Are you there? Do you know these lands?
Hunting
Straight to
grounds.
it then.
Best
The
be
hunt
careful,
begins.
shapeshifter. Lest I take an arrow to the ass.
Keep on him. Take hold!
Triarch have nae forsaken me. dare ye! Feathers and filth. This is no omen of the Morrigan. Where do ye think you're going? The scream to split the sky! Out of mana! Silence! Bloody last. wretched animal! Rouse and snare ye! Nature takes what's owed!
A druid? Spirits? How do I? Let's see, will you pay them a visit? Farewell, hero.
I don't know how to ask. It's in my... Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. Sip from it slowly. Don't waste any.
This hooded one is... Anything take your fancy? You've a keen eye.
Feels as though I've walked this road before.
The whales take hold! Under the line! Balance restored!
Mortal fool!
The axe with fire!
You've returned to me. That voice. Who are you? Who am I? You once knew my name.
You're up, son!
Oh, how good it is to see you again.
Eva.
Yes.
But how?
It might tell me. Do you feel
I feel it,
Remember how we were drawn to him?
Aye.
Not fool. And when I did,
I should.
hush. That good.
I.
And yet,
Nay.
just know that I am with you still.
Wait! Didn't leave.
Hello. I've collected these over time. What do you think? Keep it full. It seems shadows haunt us both.
What have we got? Here's what I got. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
The wilds take hold! Damned remnants! This'll give Una something to smile about. take it. The whales take hold! Rotten flame. Something foul's taken hold here.
You found my... I think... I
I'll
like
be.
to hold on to bits and pieces.
Reminds me of someone.
Any that catch your eye?
Nature's fury. Down you'll go.
Surely we can.
No escape. Not this time.
Ray will take you, bastard!
You've much to answer for. The wild take hold!
Face your death. The guillotine drops. Get down here!
Mortal fool!
I'll rip your damn throat out! Take their head or...
The hand that held the rope lies still. Oh. nature's punishment. Mindless machine. Nature takes what's old.
For what it's worth, it doesn't.
Vengeance! Begone, foul creature! The wolf's reckoning draws near. Takes more than fate to... Fate to fell me.
Hello. Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. Stay safe, if you can.
Monstrous wretch! Runs and scare ye! Such a wee man to cast such a shadow.
First ones, hear our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners,
It lives!
watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us that so unsettles our minds? It sits, poised to strike. Nowhere is safe.
Corruption breathes life where none should be. The earth is fire! Mad beast! Begone, foul creature! monstrous wretch! Roots and snare ye! Don't suck. The beast. Any amount of power is worth this.
Husband, this interloper has the power we need. Kill him, and you shall have everything I promise.
No news this time. I'll remove your head myself! Failed once, you'll fail First again. one's iron! You will falter! First one's iron! Ogum is mine! Oriana! Open the cage! Release the beast! Give me what you promised!
I think not. I expected so much more from you. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
You manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you! Freezing gale. Requiem on high. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Your pulse quickens. The eternal impure, with bloodlust empowered. Our Atziri endured, but soon all were devoured. In unending war, death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sour. I will take out your heart and save fire! Desolation. Requiem on high. I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Killing frost.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment.
The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
From the Atziri?
Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first,
As you wish. We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
I'm full up.
The village. The fled. Time is short. Make haste.
Count Geonor, we can. The thought of part of me is take a look. I'll find some use for that. That'll be useful. Deal. Go well.
You've done well, but good luck. These are just some odds and ends of mine. It is good to see you. Finn makes fun of my collection, but I think it's charming. Oh, I like this one.
What have you learned?
Owner's help. So, thank you.
What have you learned? Betrayal. The Countess has escaped with the beast.
Well, sir, we have arrived. The Vasterio.
This outpost moves swiftly.
Each grain of sand here.
You are sick.
Are you?
Nature's grass! Wretched animal! I'll take it! Take hold! There stands our leader.